Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 31. The Gopas Songs of Separation. This chapter relates how the Gopas, overwhelmed by feelings of separation from Krishna, sat down on the bank of the Yamuna and began praying for his audience and singing his glories. Because the Gopas had dedicated their minds and very lives to Krishna, they were beside themselves with the transcendental pain of separation. But their crying, which appears like evidence of misery, actually shows their exalted state of transcendental bliss. As it is said, Yada deka Vaisnava Vyavaharadaka Niskaya Janihase Paramananda Sukham. Whenever one sees a Vaisnava acting unhappy, one should know it for sure that he is actually experiencing the highest spiritual bliss. Thus each of the Gopas began addressing Lord Sri Krishna according to her individual mode of ecstasy, and they all prayed for him for his mercy. As the pastimes of Krishna spontaneously arose in the minds of the Gopas, they sang their song, which relieves the agony of those suffering from the burning pain of separation from Krishna and which bestows supreme auspiciousness. They sang, O Lord, O Lover, O Cheater, when we remember your smile, your loving glances and your pastimes with your boyhood friends, we become extremely agitated. Remembering your lotus face, adorned with locks of blackish hair smeared with the dust of the cows, we become irrevocably attached to you. And when we remember how you followed the cows from forest to forest with your tender feet, we feel great pain. In their separation from Krishna, the Gopas considered a single moment an entire age. Even when they had previously seen him, they had found the blinking of their eyelids intolerable, for it blocked their vision of him for a fraction of a second. The ecstatic sentiments for Lord Krishna that the Gopas expressed may appear like symptoms of lust, but in reality they are manifestations of their pure desire to satisfy the Supreme Lord's spiritual senses. There is not even the slightest trace of lust in these moods of the Gopas. Text 1, the Gopas said, O beloved, your birth in the land of Raya has made it exceedingly glorious, and thus Indira, the goddess of fortune, always resides here. It is only for your sake that we, your devoted servants, maintain our lives. We have been searching everywhere for you, so please show yourself to us. Text 2, O Lord of love, in beauty your glance excels the whirl of the finest, most perfectly formed lotus within the autumn pond. O bestower of benedictions, you are killing the maidservants who have given themselves to you freely, without any price. Isn't this murder? Text 3, O greatest of personalities, you have repeatedly saved us from all kinds of danger, from poison water, from the terrible man-eater Raga, from the great rains, from the wind demon, from the fiery thunderbolt of Indra, from the bull demon and from the son of Mayadhanava. Text 4, you are not actually the son of the Gopi Yasoda, O friend, but rather the indwelling witness in the hearts of all embodied souls. Because Lord Brahma prayed for you to come and protect the universe, you have now appeared in the Satvata dynasty. Text 5, O best of the Varsnas, your lotus-like hand, which holds the hand of the goddess of fortune, grants fearlessness to those who approach your feet out of fear of material existence. O lover, please place that wish-fulfilling lotus hand on our heads. Text 6, O you who destroy the suffering of Raya's people, O hero of all women, your smile shatters the false pride of your devotees. Please, dear friend, accept us as your maidservants and show us your beautiful lotus face. Text 7, your lotus feet destroy the past sins of all embodied souls who surrender to them. Those feet follow after the cows in the pastures and are the eternal abode of the goddess of fortune. Since you once put those feet on the hoods of the great serpent Kaliya, please place them upon our breasts and tear away the lust in our hearts. Text 8, O lotus-eyed one, your sweet voice and charming words, which attract the minds of the intelligent, are bewildering us more and more. Our dear hero, please revive your maidservants with the nectar of your lips. Text 9, the nectar of your words and the descriptions of your activities are the life and soul of those suffering in this material world. These narrations, transmitted by learned sages, eradicate one's sinful reactions and bestow good fortune upon whoever hears them. These narrations are broadcast all over the world and are filled with spiritual power. Certainly those who spread the message of Godhead are most munificent. Text 10, your smiles, your sweet, loving glances, the intimate pastimes and confidential talks we enjoyed with you, all these are auspicious to meditate upon, and they touch our hearts. But at the same time, O deceiver, they very much agitate our minds. Text 11, dear master, dear lover, when you leave the cowherd village to herd the cows, our minds are disturbed with the thought that your feet, more beautiful than a lotus, will be pricked by the spiked husks of grain and the rough grass and plants. Text 12, at the end of the day you repeatedly show us your lotus face, covered with dark blue locks of hair and thickly powdered with dust. Thus, O hero, you arouse lusty desires in our minds. Text 13, your lotus feet, which are worshipped by Lord Brahma, fulfill the desires of all who bow down to them. They are the ornament of the earth, they give the highest satisfaction, and in times of danger they are the appropriate object of meditation. O lover, O destroyer of anxiety, please put those lotus feet upon our breasts. Text 14, O hero, kindly distribute to us the nectar of your lips, which enhances conjugal pleasure and vanquishes grief. That nectar is thoroughly relished by your vibrating flute and makes people forget any other attachment. Text 15, when you go off to the forest during the day, a tiny fraction of a second becomes like a millennium for us because we cannot see you. And even when we can eagerly look upon your beautiful face, so lovely with its adornment of curly locks, our pleasure is hindered by our eyelids, which were fashioned by the foolish Creator. Text 16, Dear Asayuta, you know very well why we have come here. Who but a cheater like you would abandon young women who come to see him in the middle of the night, enchanted by the loud song of his flute? Just to see you, we have completely rejected our husbands, children, ancestors, brothers and other relatives. Text 17, our minds are repeatedly bewildered as we think of the intimate conversations we had with you in secret, feel the rise of lust in our hearts and remember your smiling face, your loving glances and your broad chest, the resting place of the goddess of fortune. Thus we experience the most severe hankering for you. Text 18, O beloved, your auspicious appearance vanquishes the distress of those living in Vrya's forests. Our minds long for your association. Please give to us just a bit of that medicine, which counteracts the disease in your devotees' hearts. Text 19, O dearly beloved. Your lotus feet are so soft that we place them gently on our breasts, fearing that your feet will be hurt. Our life rests only in you. Our minds, therefore, are filled with anxiety that your tender feet might be wounded by pebbles as you roam about on the forest path. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 32. The reunion. This chapter describes how Sri Krishna manifested himself in the midst of the gopis, who had become extremely disturbed by their separation from him. After he consoled them, they expressed to him their deep feelings of ecstasy. The gopis having shown in various ways their great eagerness to see Krishna, the attractor of Cupid, he appeared before them wearing silken yellow garments and a beautiful flower garland. Some of the gopis, overwhelmed with ecstasy at seeing him, grasped his hands, others placed his arm on their shoulders, and others accepted the remnants of betel nut he had chewed. Thus they served him. One gopi, impelled by loving anger toward Krishna, bit her lip and looked askance at him. Because the gopis were so attached to Krishna, they were not satiated even by continuously gazing at him. One of them then placed Krishna within her heart, closed her eyes and, embracing him within herself again and again, became absorbed in transcendental bliss, just like a yogi. In this way the pain the gopis had felt because of separation from the Lord was dispelled. Next Lord Krishna went to the bank of the Yamuna in the company of the cowherd girls, his internal potencies. The gopis then made a seat for Krishna out of their shawls, and after he had sat down they enjoyed with him by gesturing amorously. The gopis still felt hurt that Krishna had disappeared, so he explained to them why he had done so. He further told them that he had come under the exclusive control of their loving devotion and would ever remain indebted to them. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, having thus sung and spoken their hearts out in various charming ways, the gopis began to weep loudly. They were very eager to see Lord Krishna. Text 2, Then Lord Krishna, a smile on his lotus face, appeared before the gopis. Wearing a garland and a yellow garment, he directly appeared as one who can bewilder the mind of Cupid, who himself bewilders the minds of ordinary people. Text 3, When the gopis saw that their dearmost Krishna had returned to them, they all stood up at once, and out of their affection for him their eyes bloomed wide. It was as if the air of life had re-entered their bodies. Text 4, One gopi joyfully took Krishna's hand between her folded palms, and another placed his arm, anointed with sandalwood paste, on her shoulder. Text 5, A slender gopi respectfully took in her joined hands the betel nut he had chewed, and another gopi, burning with desire, put his lotus feet on her breasts. Text 6, One gopi, beside herself with loving anger, bit her lips and stared at him with frowning eyebrows, as if to wound him with her harsh glances. Text 7, Another gopi looked with unblinking eyes upon his lotus face, but even after deeply relishing its sweetness she did not feel satiated, just as mystic saints are never satiated when meditating upon the Lord's feet. Text 8, One gopi took the Lord through the aperture of her eyes and placed him within her heart. Then, with her eyes closed and her bodily hairs standing on end, she continuously embraced him within. Thus immersed in transcendental ecstasy, she resembled a yogi meditating upon the Lord. Text 9, All the gopis enjoyed the greatest festivity when they saw their beloved Kesava again. They gave up the distress of separation, just as people in general forget their misery when they gain the association of a spiritually enlightened person. Text 10, encircled by the Gopis, who were now relieved of all distress, Lord Achyuta, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, shone forth splendidly. My dear King, Krishna thus appeared like the supersoul encircled by his spiritual potencies. Texts 11-12, the Almighty Lord then took the Gopis with him to the bank of the Kalindi, who with the hands of her waves had scattered piles of soft sand upon the shore. In that auspicious place the breeze, bearing the fragrance of blooming kunda and mandara flowers, attracted many bees, and the abundant rays of the autumn moon dispelled the darkness of night. Text 13, their heartache vanquished by the ecstasy of seeing Krishna, the Gopis, like the personified Vedas before them, felt their desires completely fulfilled. For their dear friend Krishna they arranged a seat with their shawls which were smeared with the kumkuma powder from their breasts. Text 14, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for whom the great masters of mystic meditation arrange a seat within their hearts, took his seat in the assembly of Gopis. His transcendental body, the exclusive abode of beauty and opulence within the three worlds, shone brilliantly as the Gopis worshipped him. Text 15, Sri Krishna had awakened romantic desires within the Gopis, and they honored him by glancing at him with playful smiles, gesturing amorously with their eyebrows, and massaging his hands and feet as they held them in their laps. Even while worshipping him, however, they felt somewhat angry, and thus they addressed him as follows. Text 16, the Gopis said, some people reciprocate the affection only of those who are affectionate toward them, while others show affection even to those who are indifferent or inimical. And yet others will not show affection toward anyone. Dear Krishna, please properly explain this matter to us. Text 17, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, so-called friends who show affection for each other only to benefit themselves are actually selfish. They have no true friendship, nor are they following the true principles of religion. Indeed, if they did not expect benefit for themselves, they would not reciprocate. Text 18, my dear slender-waisted Gopis, some people are genuinely merciful or, like parents, naturally affectionate. Such persons, who devotedly serve even those who fail to reciprocate with them, are following the true, faultless path of religion, and they are true well-wishers. Text 19, then there are those individuals who are spiritually self-satisfied, materially fulfilled or by nature ungrateful or simply envious of superiors. Such persons will not love even those who love them, what to speak of those who are inimical. Text 20, but the reason I do not immediately reciprocate the affection of living beings even when they worship me, O Gopis, is that I want to intensify their loving devotion. They then become like a poor man who has gained some wealth and then lost it, and who thus becomes so anxious about it that he can think of nothing else. Text 21, my dear girls, understanding that simply for my sake you had rejected the authority of worldly opinion, of the Vedas and of your relatives, I acted as I did only to increase your attachment to me. Even when I removed myself from your sight by suddenly disappearing, I never stopped loving you. Therefore, my beloved Gopis, please do not harbor any bad feelings toward me, your beloved. Text 22, I am not able to repay my debt for your spotless service, even within a lifetime of Brahma. Your connection with me is beyond reproach. You have worshipped me, cutting off all domestic ties, which are difficult to break. Therefore please let your own glorious deeds be your compensation. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 33. The Rasa Dance. This chapter describes Lord Sri Krishna's Rasa Dance, which he enjoyed with his beloved girlfriends in the forests along the Yamuna River. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is most expert in the knowledge of transcendental moods. In the company of the Gopis, who were tightly bound to him by the ropes of affection and totally dedicated to his service, the Lord expanded himself into numerous forms. The Gopis became intoxicated with their enthusiasm to enjoy the Rasa dance, and thus they began satisfying Krishna's senses by singing, dancing and gesturing amorously. The sweet voices of the Gopis filled all the directions. Even after Lord Krishna manifested himself in numerous forms, each gopi thought he was standing next to her alone. Gradually the Gopis became fatigued from the continuous dancing and singing, and each of them placed her arm on the shoulder of the Krishna standing beside her. Some Gopis smelled and kissed Krishna's arm, which bore the fragrance of the lotus and was anointed with sandalwood paste. Others put Krishna's hand on their bodies, and yet others gave Krishna pleasure by embracing him lovingly. Lord Krishna, being the supreme absolute truth, is the only actual enjoyer and object of enjoyment. Although he is one without a second, he expands himself into many forms to increase his personal pastimes. Therefore great scholars say that Krishna's Rasa Lila is like a child's playing with his own reflection. Sri Krishna is self-satisfied and fully endowed with inconceivable, transcendental opulences. When he exhibits such pastimes as the Rasa Lila, all living beings, from Brahma down to the blades of grass, become merged in the ocean of astonishment. When Maharaja Pariksit heard the narration of Krishna's conjugal pastimes with the gopis, which superficially resemble the activities of lusty, wanton persons, he expressed a doubt to the great devotee Srila Sukadeva Goswami. Sukadeva dispelled this doubt by stating, since Sri Krishna is the absolute enjoyer, such pastimes as these can never be contaminated by any fault. But if anyone other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead tries to enjoy such pastimes, he will suffer the same fate that someone other than Lord Rudra would suffer if he attempted to drink an ocean of poison. Moreover, even one who only thinks of imitating Lord Krishna's Rasalila will certainly suffer misfortune. The Supreme Absolute Truth, Sri Krishna, is present within the hearts of all living entities as their indwelling witness. When out of his mercy he exhibits his intimate pastimes to his devotees, these activities are never besmirched by mundane imperfection. Any living being who hears of the spontaneous loving attraction the gopis felt for Lord Krishna will have his desires for material sense gratification destroyed at the root and will develop his natural propensity for serving the Supreme Lord, the spiritual master, and the Lord's devotees. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, when the cowherd girls heard the Supreme Personality of Godhead speak these most charming words, they forgot their distress caused by separation from him. Touching his transcendental limbs, they felt all their desires fulfilled. Text 2, there on the Yamuna's banks Lord Govinda then began the pastime of the Rasa dance in the company of those jewels among women, the faithful gopis, who joyfully linked their arms together. Text 3, the festive Rasa dance commenced, with the gopis arrayed in a circle. Lord Krishna expanded himself and entered between each pair of gopis, and as that master of mystic power placed his arms around their necks, each girl thought he was standing next to her alone. The demigods and their wives were overwhelmed with eagerness to witness the Rasa dance, and they soon crowded the sky with their hundreds of celestial airplanes. Text 4, kettle drums then resounded in the sky while flowers rained down and the chief Gandharvas and their wives sang Lord Krishna's spotless glories. Text 5, a tumultuous sound arose from the armlets, ankle bells and waist bells of the gopis as they sported with their beloved Krishna in the circle of the Rasa dance. Text 6, in the midst of the dancing gopis, Lord Krishna appeared most brilliant, like an exquisite sapphire in the midst of golden ornaments. Text 7, as the gopis sang in praise of Krishna, their feet danced, their hands gestured, and their eyebrows moved with playful smiles. With their braids and belts tied tight, their waists bending, their faces perspiring, the garments on their breasts moving this way and that, and their earrings swinging on their cheeks, Lord Krishna's young consorts shone like streaks of lightning in a mass of clouds. Text 8, eager to enjoy conjugal love, their throats colored with various pigments, the gopis sang loudly and danced. They were overjoyed by Krishna's touch, and they sang songs that filled the entire universe. Text 9, one gopi, joining Lord Mukunda in his singing, sang pure melodious tones that rose harmoniously above his. Krishna was pleased and showed great appreciation for her performance, saying excellent. Excellent. Then another gopi repeated the same melody, but in a special metrical pattern, and Krishna praised her also. Text 10, when one gopi grew tired from the Rasa dance, she turned to Krishna, standing at her side holding a baton, and grasped his shoulder with her arm. The dancing had loosened her bracelets and the flowers in her hair. Text 11, upon the shoulder of one gopi Krishna placed his arm, whose natural blue lotus fragrance was mixed with that of the sandalwood pulp anointing it. As the gopi relished that fragrance, her bodily hair stood on end in jubilation, and she kissed his arm. Text 12, next to Krishna's cheek one gopi put her own, beautified by the effulgence of her earrings, which glittered as she danced. Krishna then carefully gave her the betel nut he was chewing. Text 13, another gopi became fatigued as she danced and sang, the bells on her ankles and waist tinkling. So she placed upon her breasts the comforting lotus hand of Lord Asayuta, who was standing by her side. Text 14, having attained as their intimate lover Lord Asayuta, the exclusive consort of the goddess of fortune, the gopis enjoyed great pleasure. They sang his glories as he held their necks with his arms. Text 15, enhancing the beauty of the gopis' faces were the lotus flowers behind their ears, the locks of hair decorating their cheeks, and drops of perspiration. The reverberation of their armlets and ankle bells made a loud musical sound, and their chaplets scattered. Thus the gopis danced with the Supreme Lord in the arena of the Rasa dance as swarms of bees sang in accompaniment. Text 16, in this way Lord Krishna, the original Lord Narayana, master of the goddess of fortune, took pleasure in the company of the young women of Raya by embracing them, caressing them and glancing lovingly at them as he smiled his broad, playful smiles. It was just as if a child were playing with his own reflection. Text 17, their senses overwhelmed by the joy of having his physical association. The gopis could not prevent their hair, their dresses and the cloths covering their breasts from becoming disheveled. Their garlands and ornaments scattered, O hero of the Kuru dynasty. Text 18. The wives of the demigods, observing Krishna's playful activities from their airplanes, were entranced and became agitated with lust. Indeed, even the moon and his entourage, the stars, became astonished. Text 19. Expanding himself as many times as there were cowherd women to associate with, the Supreme Lord, though self-satisfied, playfully enjoyed their company. Text 20. Seeing that the gopis were fatigued from conjugal enjoyment, my dear king, merciful Krishna lovingly wiped their faces with his comforting hand. Text 21. The gopis honored their hero with smiling glances sweetened by the beauty of their cheeks and the effulgence of their curly locks and glittering golden earrings. Overjoyed from the touch of his fingernails, they chanted the glories of his all-auspicious transcendental pastimes. Text 22. Lord Krishna's garland had been crushed during his conjugal dalliance with the gopis and colored vermilion by the kumkuma powder on their breasts. To dispel the fatigue of the gopis, Krishna entered the water of the Yamuna, followed swiftly by bees who were singing like the best of the Gandharvas. He appeared like a lordly elephant entering the water to relax in the company of his consorts. Indeed, the Lord had transgressed all worldly and Vedic morality just as a powerful elephant might break the dikes in a paddy field. Text 23. My dear king, in the water Krishna found himself being splashed on all sides by the laughing gopis, who looked at him with love. As the demigods worshipped him by showering flowers from their airplanes, the self-satisfied Lord took pleasure in playing like the king of the elephants. Text 24. Then the Lord strolled through a small forest on the bank of the Yamuna. This forest was filled to its limits with breezes carrying the fragrances of all the flowers growing on the land and in the water. Followed by his entourage of bees and beautiful women, Lord Krishna appeared like an intoxicated elephant with his she-elephants. Text 25. Although the gopis were firmly attached to Lord Krishna, whose desires are always fulfilled, the Lord was not internally affected by any mundane sex desire. Still, to perform his pastimes the Lord took advantage of all those moonlit autumn nights, which inspire poetic descriptions of transcendental affairs. Texts 26-27, Pariksit Maharaja said, O Brahmana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of the universe, has descended to this earth along with his plenary portion to destroy religion and re-establish religious principles. Indeed, he is the original speaker, follower and guardian of moral laws. How, then, could he have violated them by touching other men's wives? Text 28. O faithful upholder of vows, please destroy our doubt by explaining to us what purpose the self-satisfied Lord of the Yadas had in mind when he behaved so contemptibly. Text 29. Sukadeva Goswami said, the status of powerful controllers is not harmed by any apparently audacious transgression of morality we may see in them, for they are just like fire, which devours everything fed into it and remains unpolluted. Text 30. One who is not a great controller should never imitate the behavior of ruling personalities, even mentally. If out of foolishness an ordinary person does imitate such behavior, he will simply destroy himself, just as a person who is not Rudra would destroy himself if he tried to drink an ocean of poison. Text 31. The statements of the Lord's empowered servants are always true, and the acts they perform are exemplary when consistent with those statements. Therefore one who is intelligent should carry out their instructions. Text 32. My dear Prabhu, when these great persons who are free from false ego act piously in this world, they have no selfish motives to fulfill, and even when they act in apparent contradiction to the laws of piety, they are not subject to sinful reactions. Text 33. How, then, could the Lord of all created beings, animals, men and demigods, have any connection with the piety and impiety that affect his subject creatures? Text 34. Material activities never entangle the devotees of the Supreme Lord, who are fully satisfied by serving the dust of his lotus feet. Nor do material activities entangle those intelligent sages who have freed themselves from the bondage of all fruitive reactions by the power of yoga. So how could there be any question of bondage for the Lord himself, who assumes his transcendental forms according to his own sweet will? Text 35. He who lives as the overseeing witness within the gopis and their husbands, and indeed within all embodied living beings, assumes forms in this world to enjoy transcendental pastimes. Text 36. When the Lord assumes a human-like body to show mercy to his devotees, he engages in such pastimes as will attract those who hear about them to become dedicated to him. Text 37. The cowherd men, bewildered by Krishna's illusory potency, thought their wives had remained home at their sides. Thus they did not harbor any jealous feelings against him. Text 38. After an entire night of Brahma had passed, Lord Krishna advised the gopis to return to their homes. Although they did not wish to do so, the Lord's beloved consorts complied with his command. Text 39. Anyone who faithfully hears or describes the Lord's playful affairs with the young gopas of Vrindavan will attain the Lord's pure devotional service. Thus he will quickly become sober and conquer lust, the disease of the heart. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 34. Nanda Maharaja saved and Sankakuta slain. This chapter describes how Lord Sri Krishna saved his father Nanda from the clutches of a serpent and delivered a Vidyadhara named Sudarsana from the curse of the Angirasa sages. One day Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherd men placed their family members on their bullock carts and went to the Ambikavana forest to worship Lord Shiva. After bathing in the Sarasvati river and worshipping Lord Sadasiva, a form of Lord Vishnu, they decided to spend the night in the forest. As they slept, a hungry serpent came and began to swallow Nanda Maharaja. Terrified, Nanda cried out in distress, "O Krishna! O my son, please save this surrendered soul." The cowherd men immediately awoke and began beating the serpent with wooden torches, but the serpent would not release Nanda. Then Lord Krishna came and touched the serpent with his lotus foot. The serpent was immediately freed from his reptilian body and appeared in his original form as a demigod. He told them about his previous identity and described how he had been cursed by a group of sages. Then he offered his homage at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna and, on the Lord's order, returned to his own abode. Later, during the Dola Purnima festival, Sri Krishna and Baladeva enjoyed pastimes in the forest with the young women of Raya. The girlfriends of Baladeva and those of Krishna joined together and sang about their transcendental qualities. When the two lords became absorbed in singing to the point of apparent intoxication, a servant of Kuvera's named Sankakuta boldly came forward and began abducting the gopas. The young girls called out, "Krishna, please save us." And he and Rama began to chase after Sankakuta. "Don't be afraid." Krishna called out to the gopas. In fear of the lords, Sankakuta left the gopas aside and ran for his life. Krishna chased after him, swiftly approached him and with a blow of his fist removed Sankakuta's jewel, together with his head. Then Krishna brought the jewel back and presented it to Lord Baladeva. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, one day the cowherd men, eager to take a trip to worship Lord Shiva, traveled by bullock carts to the Ambika forest. Text 2. O king, after arriving there, they bathed in the Sarasvati and then devotedly worshipped with various paraphernalia the powerful Lord Pasupati and his consort, goddess Ambika. Text 3. The cowherd men gave the Brahmanas gifts of cows, gold, clothing and cooked grains mixed with honey. Then the cowherds prayed, "May the Lord be pleased with us." Text 4. Nanda, Sunanda and the other greatly fortunate cowherds spent that night on the bank of the Sarasvati, strictly observing their vows. They fasted, taking only water. Text 5. During the night a huge and extremely hungry snake appeared in that thicket. Slithering on his belly up to the sleeping Nanda Maharaja, the snake began swallowing him. Text 6. In the clutches of the snake, Nanda Maharaja cried out, "Krishna, Krishna, my dear boy! This huge serpent is swallowing me. Please save me, who am surrendered to you." Text 7. When the cowherd men heard the cries of Nanda, they immediately rose up and saw that he was being swallowed. Distraught, they beat the serpent with blazing torches. Text 8. But even though the firebrands were burning him, the serpent would not release Nanda Maharaja. Then the Supreme Lord Krishna, master of his devotees, came to the spot and touched the snake with his foot. Text 9. The snake had all his sinful reactions destroyed by the touch of the Supreme Lord's divine foot, and thus he gave up his serpent body and appeared in the form of a worshipable Vidyadhara. Text 10. The Supreme Lord Rishikesa then questioned this personality, who was standing before him with his head bowed, his brilliantly effulgent body bedecked with golden necklaces. Text 11. Lord Krishna said, "My dear sir, you appear so wonderful, glowing with such great beauty. Who are you? And who forced you to assume this terrible body of a snake?" Texts 12 to 13. The serpent replied, "I am the well-known Vidyadhara named Sudarsana. I was very opulent and beautiful, and I used to wander freely in all directions in my airplane. Once I saw some homely sages of the lineage of Angira Muni. Proud of my beauty, I ridiculed them, and because of my sin they made me assume this lowly form." Text 14. It was actually for my benefit that those merciful sages cursed me, since now I have been touched by the foot of the Supreme Spiritual Master of all the worlds and have thus been relieved of all inauspiciousness. Text 15. My Lord, you destroy all fear for those who, fearing this material world, take shelter of you. By the touch of your feet I am now freed from the curse of the sages. O destroyer of distress, please let me return to my planet. Text 16. O Master of mystic power, O great personality, O Lord of the devotees, I surrender to you. Please command me as you will, O Supreme God, Lord of all lords of the universe. Text 17, O Infallible One, I was immediately freed from the Brahmana's punishment simply by seeing you. Anyone who chants your name purifies all who hear his chanting, as well as himself. How much more beneficial, then, is the touch of your lotus feet. Text 18, thus receiving the permission of Lord Krishna, the demigod Sudarsana circumambulated him, bowed down to offer him homage and then returned to his heavenly planet. Nanda Maharaja was thus delivered from peril. Text 19, the inhabitants of Vraya were astonished to see the mighty power of Sri Krishna. Dear King, they then completed their worship of Lord Shiva and returned to Vraya, along the way respectfully describing Krishna's powerful acts. Text 20, once Lord Govinda and Lord Rama, the performers of wonderful feats, were playing in the forest at night with the young girls of Vraya. Text 21, Krishna and Balarama wore flower garlands and spotless garments, and their limbs were beautifully decorated and anointed. The women sang their glories in a charming way, bound to them by affection. Text 22, the two lords praised the nightfall, signaled by the rising of the moon and the appearance of stars, a lotus-scented breeze and bees intoxicated by the fragrance of jasmine flowers. Text 23, Krishna and Balarama sang, producing the entire range of musical sounds simultaneously. Their singing brought happiness to the ears and minds of all living beings. Text 24, the gopis became stunned when they heard that song. Forgetting themselves, O King, they did not notice that their fine garments were becoming loose and their hair and garlands disheveled. Text 25, while Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama thus played according to their own sweet will and sang to the point of apparent intoxication, a servant of Kuvera named Sankakuta came upon the scene. Text 26, O King, even as the two lords looked on, Sankakuta brazenly began driving the women off toward the north. The women, who had accepted Krishna and Balarama as their lords, began to cry out to them. Text 27, hearing their devotees crying out Krishna, Rama, and seeing that they were just like cows being stolen by a thief, Krishna and Balarama began to run after the demon. Text 28, the lords called out in reply, do not fear. Then they picked up logs of the sala tree and quickly pursued that lowest of Gyakas, who swiftly ran away. Text 29, when Sankakuta saw the two of them coming toward him like the personified forces of time and death, he was filled with anxiety. Confused, he abandoned the women and fled for his life. Text 30, Lord Govinda chased the demon wherever he ran, eager to take his crest jewel. Meanwhile Lord Balarama stayed with the women to protect them. Text 31, the mighty Lord overtook Sankakuta from a great distance as if from nearby, my dear king, and then with his fist the Lord removed the wicked demon's head, together with his crest jewel. Text 32, having thus killed the demon Sankakuta and taken away his shining jewel, Lord Krishna gave it to his elder brother with great satisfaction as the gopis watched. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 35. The gopis sing of Krishna as he wanders in the forest. This chapter contains the songs the gopis sing to express their feelings of separation from Krishna when he goes to the forest during the day. As the gopis' mood of separation from Sri Krishna becomes ever more intense, his names, forms, qualities and pastimes begin spontaneously manifesting in their hearts. Thus they join together and sing as follows, the beauty of Krishna attracts the minds of all. When he stands in his threefold bending way and plays upon his flute, the Siddhas' wives, flying in the sky with their husbands, become attracted to him and forget external reality. The bulls, cows and other animals in the pasture become stunned in ecstasy, and they stand so still, with the grass unchewed between their teeth, that they appear like figures in a drawing. Indeed, even the unconscious rivers stop flowing. Just see. When Krishna dresses himself in forest array and calls the cows' names by blowing on his flute, even the trees and creepers become so ecstatic out of love that their limbs display eruptions and their sap pours down like a torrent of tears. The sound of Krishna's flute causes the cranes, swans and other birds in the lakes to close their eyes in deep meditation, the clouds in the sky to gently rumble, imitating the flute's vibration, and even such great authorities in the science of music as Indra, Shiva and Brahma to become astonished. And just as we gopis are anxious to offer everything we have to Krishna, so the wives of the black deer follow him about, imitating us. When Krishna is returning to Vraya, he constantly plays his flute while his young companions chant his glories, and Brahma and other chief demigods come to worship his lotus feet. Thus the gopis, feeling intense separation from Krishna, sing of his pastimes. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, whenever Krishna went to the forest, the minds of the gopis would run after him, and thus the young girls sadly spent their days singing of his pastimes. Texts 2-3, The Gopas said, "When Mukunda vibrates the flute he has placed to his lips, stopping its holes with his tender fingers, he rests his left cheek on his left arm and makes his eyebrows dance." At that time the demigoddesses traveling in the sky with their husbands, the Siddhas, become amazed. As those ladies listen, they are embarrassed to find their minds yielding to the pursuit of lusty desires, and in their distress they are unaware that the belts of their garments are loosening. Texts 4-5, O girls! This son of Nanda, who gives joy to the distressed, bears steady lightning on his chest and has a smile like a jeweled necklace. Now please hear something wonderful. When he vibrates his flute, Vraya's bulls, deer and cows, standing in groups at a great distance, are all captivated by the sound, and they stop chewing the food in their mouths and cock their ears. Stunned, they appear as if asleep, or like figures in a painting. Text 6-7, My dear Gopi, sometimes Mukunda imitates the appearance of a wrestler by decorating himself with leaves, peacock feathers and colored minerals. Then, in the company of Balarama and the cowherd boys, he plays his flute to call the cows. At that time the rivers stop flowing, their water stunned by the ecstasy they feel as they eagerly wait for the wind to bring them the dust of his lotus feet. But like us, the rivers are not very pious, and thus they merely wait with their arms trembling out of love. Texts 8-11, Krishna moves about the forest in the company of his friends, who vividly chant the glories of his magnificent deeds. He thus appears just like the Supreme Personality of Godhead exhibiting his inexhaustible opulences. When the cows wander onto the mountainsides and Krishna calls out to them with the sound of his flute, the trees and creepers in the forest respond by becoming so luxuriant with fruits and flowers that they seem to be manifesting Lord Vishnu within their hearts. As their branches bend low with the weight, the filaments on their trunks and vines stand erect out of the ecstasy of love of God, and both the trees and the creepers pour down a rain of sweet sap. Maddened by the divine, honey-like aroma of the tulasi flowers on the garland Krishna wears, swarms of bees sing loudly for him, and that most beautiful of all persons thankfully acknowledges and acclaims their song by taking his flute to his lips and playing it. The charming flute song then steals away the minds of the cranes, swans and other lake-dwelling birds. Indeed they approach Krishna, close their eyes and, maintaining strict silence, worship him by fixing their consciousness upon him in deep meditation. Texts 12-13, O goddesses of Raya, when Krishna is enjoying himself with Balarama on the mountain slopes, playfully wearing a flower garland on the top of his head, he engladdens all with the resonant vibrations of his flute. Thus he delights the entire world. At that time the nearby cloud, afraid of offending a great personality, thunders very gently in accompaniment. The cloud showers flowers onto his dear friend Krishna and shades him from the sun like an umbrella. Texts 14-15, O pious mother Yasoda, your son, who is expert in all the arts of herding cows, has invented many new styles of flute playing. When he takes his flute to his bimba-red lips and sends forth the tones of the harmonic scale in variegated melodies, Brahma, Shiva, Indra and other chief demigods become confused upon hearing the sound. Although they are the most learned authorities, they cannot ascertain the essence of that music, and thus they bow down their heads and hearts. Texts 16-17, As Krishna strolls through Raya with his lotus petal-like feet, marking the ground with the distinctive emblems of flag, thunderbolt, lotus and elephant goad, he relieves the distress the ground feels from the cow's hooves. As he plays his renowned flute, his body moves with the grace of an elephant. Thus we Gopas, who become agitated by Cupid when Krishna playfully glances at us, stand as still as trees, unaware that our hair and garments are slackening. Texts 18-19, Now Krishna is standing somewhere counting his cows on a string of gems. He wears a garland of tulasi flowers that bear the fragrance of his beloved, and he has thrown his arm over the shoulder of an affectionate cowherd boyfriend. As Krishna plays his flute and sings, the music attracts the black deer's wives, who approach the ocean of transcendental qualities and sit down beside him. Just like us cowherd girls, they have given up all hope for happiness in family life. Texts 20-21, O sinless Yasoda, your darling child, the son of Maharaja Nanda, has festively enhanced his attire with a jasmine garland, and he is now playing along the Yamuna in the company of the cows and cowherd boys, amusing his dear companions. The gentle breeze honors him with its soothing fragrance of sandalwood, while the various upadavas, standing on all sides like panegyrists, offer their music, singing and gifts of tribute. Texts 22-23, Out of great affection for the cows of Raya, Krishna became the lifter of Govardhana hill. At the end of the day, having rounded up all his own cows, he plays a song on his flute, while exalted demigods standing along the path worship his lotus feet and the cowherd boys accompanying him chant his glories. His garland is powdered by the dust raised by the cow's hooves, and his beauty, enhanced by his fatigue, creates an ecstatic festival for everyone's eyes. Eager to fulfill his friend's desires, Krishna is the moon arisen from the womb of Mother Yasoda. Texts 24-25, as Krishna respectfully greets his well-wishing friends, his eyes roll slightly as if from intoxication. He wears a flower garland, and the beauty of his soft cheeks is accentuated by the brilliance of his golden earrings and the whiteness of his face, which has the color of a badar berry. With his cheerful face resembling the moon, Lord of the night, the Lord of the Yadas moves with the grace of a regal elephant. Thus he returns in the evening, delivering the cows of Raya from the heat of the day. Text 26, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, thus during the daytime the women of Vrindavan took pleasure in continuously singing about the pastimes of Krishna, and those ladies' minds and hearts, absorbed in him, were filled with great festivity. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 36. The slaying of Arista, the bull demon. This chapter describes how Krishna killed Aristasura and how Kamsa reacted when he learned from Narada that Krishna and Balarama were the sons of Vasudeva. The demon Arista wanted to kill Krishna and Balarama, and thus he assumed the form of a huge bull with sharp horns. Everyone in Krishna's cowherd village became terrified when Aristasura approached it, but the Lord pacified them, and when the bull demon charged him he seized him by the horns and threw him about 6 yards. Though weakened, Arista still wanted to attack Krishna. Thus, dripping with sweat, he charged the Lord once again. This time Krishna grabbed his horns, threw him to the ground and thrashed him like a pile of wet clothing. The demon vomited blood and gave up his life. Then Krishna and Rama, while being honored by the demigods and cowherd boys, returned to the village. A short time later Narada Muni, the great sage among the demigods, came to see King Kamsa. He informed the king that Krishna and Balarama were not Nanda's sons but rather Vasudeva's. It was out of fear of Kamsa that Vasudeva had put the 2 boys under Nanda's care. Furthermore, said Narada, Kamsa would meet his death at their hands. Kamsa shook with fear and anger when he heard all this, and in great agitation he began thinking of how to destroy Krishna and Balarama. He called for the demons Kanura and Mustika and instructed them to kill the 2 brothers in a wrestling match. Then he spoke to Akrura, who was expert at executing his duties. Taking Akrura by the hand, Kamsa persuaded him to go to Vraya to bring the 2 boys to Mathura. Akrura agreed to carry out Kamsa's order and then returned home. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, the demon Arista then came to the cowherd village. Appearing in the form of a bull with a large hump, he made the earth tremble as he tore it apart with his hooves. Text 2, Aristasura bellowed very harshly and pawed the ground. With his tail raised and his eyes glaring, he began to tear up the embankments with the tips of his horns, every now and then passing a little stool and urine. Texts 3-4, My dear king, clouds hovered about sharp-horned Aristasura's hump, mistaking it for a mountain, and when the cowherd men and ladies caught sight of the demon, they were struck with terror. Indeed, the strident reverberation of his roar so frightened the pregnant cows and women that they lost their fetuses in miscarriages. Text 5, The domestic animals fled the pasture in fear, O king, and all the inhabitants rushed to Lord Govinda for shelter, crying, Krishna, Krishna. Text 6, When the Supreme Lord saw the cowherd community distraught and fleeing in fear, he calmed them, saying, Don't be afraid. Then he called out to the bull demon as follows. Text 7, You fool! What do you think you're doing, you wicked rascal, frightening the cowherd community and their animals when I am here just to punish corrupt miscreants like you? Text 8, Having spoken these words, the infallible Lord Hari slapped his arms with his palms, further angering Arista with the loud sound. The Lord then casually threw his mighty, serpentine arm over the shoulder of a friend and stood facing the demon. Text 9, Thus provoked, Arista pawed the ground with one of his hooves and then, with the clouds hovering around his upraised tail, furiously charged Krishna. Text 10, Pointing the tips of his horns straight ahead and glaring menacingly at Lord Krishna from the corners of his bloodshot eyes, Arista rushed toward him at full speed, like a thunderbolt hurled by Indra. Text 11, The Supreme Lord Krishna seized Aristasura by the horns and threw him back 18 steps, just as an elephant might do when fighting a rival elephant. Text 12, Thus repulsed by the Supreme Lord, the bull demon got up and, breathing hard and sweating all over his body, again charged him in a mindless rage. Text 13, As Arista attacked, Lord Krishna seized him by the horns and knocked him to the ground with his foot. The Lord then thrashed him as if he were a wet cloth, and finally he yanked out one of the demon's horns and struck him with it until he lay prostrate. Text 14, Vomiting blood and profusely excreting stool and urine, kicking his legs and rolling his eyes about, Aristasura thus went painfully to the abode of death. The demigods honored Lord Krishna by scattering flowers upon him. Text 15, Having thus killed the bull demon Arista, He who is a festival for the Gopas eyes entered the cowherd village with Balarama. Text 16. After Aristasura had been killed by Krishna, who acts wonderfully, Narada Muni went to speak to King Kamsa. That powerful sage of godly vision addressed the king as follows. Text 17. Narada told Kamsa, Yasoda's child was actually a daughter, and Krishna is the son of Devaki. Also, Rama is the son of Rohini. Out of fear, Vasudeva entrusted Krishna and Balarama to his friend Nanda Maharaja, and it is these two boys who have killed your men. Text 18. Upon hearing this, the master of the Bhojas became furious and lost control of his senses. He picked up a sharp sword to kill Vasudeva. Text 19. But Narada restrained Kamsa by reminding him that it was the two sons of Vasudeva who would cause his death. Kamsa then had Vasudeva and his wife shackled in iron chains. Text 20. After Narada left, King Kamsa summoned Kesi and ordered him, "Go kill Rama and Krishna." Text 21. The king of the Bhojas next called for his ministers, headed by Mustaka, Kanura, Sala, and Tosala, and also for his elephant keepers. The king addressed them as follows. Texts 22-23, My dear heroic Kanura and Mustaka, please hear this. Rama and Krishna, the sons of Anakodandubi, Vasudeva, are living in Nanda's cowherd village. It has been predicted that these two boys will be the cause of my death. When they are brought here, kill them on the pretext of engaging them in a wrestling match. Text 24, Erect a wrestling ring with many surrounding viewing stands, and bring all the residents of the city and the outlying districts to see the open competition. Text 25, You, elephant keeper, my good man, should position the elephant Kuvalayapita at the entrance to the wrestling arena and have him kill my two enemies. Text 26, Commence the bow sacrifice on the Katardasi day in accordance with the relevant Vedic injunctions. In ritual slaughter offer the appropriate kinds of animals to the magnanimous Lord Shiva. Text 27, Having thus commanded his ministers, Kamsa next called for Akrura, the most eminent of the Yadas. Kamsa knew the art of securing personal advantage, and thus he took Akrura's hand in his own and spoke to him as follows. Text 28, My dear Akrura, most charitable one, please do me a friendly favor out of respect. Among the Bhojas and Vaishnavas, there is no one else as kind to us as you. Text 29, Gentle Akrura, you always carry out your duties soberly, and therefore I am depending on you, just as powerful Indra took shelter of Lord Vishnu to achieve his goals. Text 30, Please go to Nanda's village, where the two sons of Anakodandubi are living, and without delay bring them here on this chariot. Text 31, The demigods, who are under the protection of Vishnu, have sent these two boys as my death. Bring them here, and also have Nanda and the other cowherd men come with gifts of tribute. Text 32, After you bring Krishna and Balarama, I will have them killed by my elephant, who is as powerful as death itself. And if by chance they escape from him, I will have them killed by my wrestlers, who are as strong as lightning. Text 33, When these two have been killed, I will kill Vasudeva and all their lamenting relatives, the Vaishnavas, Bhojas, and Asarhas. Text 34, I will also kill my old father, Ugrasenya, who is greedy for my kingdom, and I will kill his brother Devaka and all my other enemies as well. Text 35, Then, my friend, this earth will be free of thorns. Text 36, My elder relative Jarasandha and my dear friend Devavita are solid well-wishers of mine, as are Sambara, Naraka, and Bana. I will use them all to kill off those kings who are allied with the demigods, and then I will rule the earth. Text 37, Now that you understand my intentions, please go at once and bring Krishna and Balarama to watch the bow sacrifice and see the opulence of the Yada's capital. Text 38, Sri Akrura said, O king, you have expertly devised a process to free yourself of misfortune. Still, one should be equal in success and failure, since it is certainly destiny that produces the results of one's work. Text 39, An ordinary person is determined to act on his desires even when fate prevents their fulfillment. Therefore he encounters both happiness and distress. Yet even though such is the case, I will execute your order. Text 40, Sukadeva Goswami said, Having thus instructed Akrura, King Kamsa dismissed his ministers and retired to his quarters, and Akrura returned home. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 37 The killing of the demons Kesi and Vyoma. This chapter describes the killing of the horse demon, Kesi, Narada's glorification of Lord Krishna's future pastimes, and Krishna's killing of Vyamasura. On Kamsa's order the Kesi demon assumed the form of a huge horse and went to Vraya. As he approached, his loud neighing terrified all the inhabitants, and they began looking for Sri Krishna. When he saw the demon, Krishna came forward and challenged him to come near. Kesi charged Krishna and tried to strike him with his front legs, But the Lord seized them, whirled the demon around several times, and then threw him a distance of 100 bow lengths. Kessi remained unconscious for some time. When the demon regained consciousness, he furiously charged Krishna again, his mouth agape. The Lord then thrust his left arm into the horse demon's mouth, and as Kessi tried to bite the arm, it felt like a red-hot iron rod. Krishna's arm expanded more and more, finally choking the demon, and in extreme agony Kessi gave up his life. Lord Krishna then removed his arm. He stood calmly, showing no pride at having killed the demon, as the demigods showered down flowers from the sky and glorified the Lord with prayers. Soon thereafter Narada Muni, the great sage among the demigods, approached Krishna and prayed to him in various ways, glorifying the Lord's future pastimes. Then Narada paid his obeisances and departed. One day, while tending the cows, Krishna, Balarama and the cowherd boys became engrossed in playing hide-and-go-seek. Some of the boys took the role of sheep, some the role of thieves, and others shepherds. The shepherds would search for the sheep when the thieves stole them. Taking advantage of this game, a demon named Vyoma, sent by Kamsa, dressed himself like a cowherd boy and joined the band of thieves. He abducted a few cowherd boys at a time and threw them into a mountain cave, keeping them there by blocking the entrance with a boulder. Gradually Vyamasura abducted all but 4 or 5 cowherd boys. When Krishna saw what the demon was doing, he ran after him, grabbed him and killed him just as one would kill a sacrificial animal. Texts 1-2, Sukadeva Goswami said, the demon Kessi, sent by Kamsa, appeared in Vraya as a great horse. Running with the speed of the mind, he tore up the earth with his hooves. The hairs of his mane scattered the clouds and the demigods' airplanes throughout the sky, and he terrified everyone present with his loud neighing. Text 3, seeing the Lord standing before him, Kessi ran toward him in extreme rage, his mouth gaping as if to swallow up the sky. Rushing with furious speed, the unconquerable and unapproachable horse demon tried to strike the lotus-eyed Lord with his 2 front legs. Text 4, but the transcendental Lord dodged Kessi's blow and then with his arms angrily seized the demon by the legs, whirled him around in the air and contemptuously threw him the distance of 100 bow lengths, just as Garuda might throw a snake. Lord Krishna then stood there. Text 5, upon regaining consciousness Kessi angrily got up, opened his mouth wide and again rushed to attack Lord Krishna. But the Lord just smiled and thrust his left arm into the horse's mouth as easily as one would make a snake enter a hole in the ground. Text 6, Kessi's teeth immediately fell out when they touched the Supreme Lord's arm, which to the demon felt as hot as molten iron. Within Kessi's body the Supreme Personality's arm then expanded greatly, like a diseased stomach swelling because of neglect. Text 7, as Lord Krishna's expanding arm completely blocked Kessi's breathing, his legs kicked convulsively, his body became covered with sweat, and his eyes rolled around. The demon then passed stool and fell on the ground, dead. Text 8, the mighty armed Krishna withdrew his arm from Kessi's body, which now appeared like a long karkatika fruit. Without the least display of pride at having so effortlessly killed his enemy, the Lord accepted the demigods' worship in the form of flowers rained down from above. Text 9, my dear king, thereafter Lord Krishna was approached in a solitary place by the great sage among the demigods, Narada Muni. That most exalted devotee spoke as follows to the Lord, who effortlessly performs his pastimes. Text 10-11, Narada Muni said, O Krishna, Krishna, unlimited Lord, source of all mystic power, Lord of the universe. O Vasudeva, shelter of all beings and best of the Yadas. O Master, you are the supreme soul of all created beings, sitting unseen within the cave of the heart like the fire dormant within kindling wood. You are the witness within everyone, the Supreme Personality and the ultimate controlling deity. Text 12, you are the shelter of all souls, and being the supreme controller, you fulfill your desires simply by your will. By your personal creative potency you manifested in the beginning the primal modes of material nature, and through their agency you create, maintain and then destroy this universe. Text 13, you, that very same creator, have now descended to the earth to annihilate the Daitya, Pramitha and Rakshasa demons who are posing as kings, and also to protect the godly. Text 14, the horse demon was so terrifying that his neighing frightened the demigods into leaving their heavenly kingdom. But by our good fortune you have enjoyed the sport of killing him. Texts 15-20, in just 2 days, O Almighty Lord, I will see the deaths of Kanura, Mustika and other wrestlers, along with those of the elephant Kuvalayapita and King Kamsa, all by your hand. Then I will see you kill Kalayavana, Mora, Naraka and the conch demon, and I will also see you steal the Parijata flower and defeat Indra. I will then see you marry many daughters of heroic kings after paying for them with your valor. Then, O Lord of the universe, in Dvaraka you will deliver King Mriga from a curse and take for yourself a Simantaka jewel, together with another wife. You will bring back a Brahmana's dead son from the abode of your servant Yamaraja, and thereafter you will kill Pandraka, burn down the city of Kasi and slay Danavakra, and you will also put an end to the king of Sati during the great Rajasuya sacrifice. I shall see all these heroic pastimes, along with many others you will perform during your residence in Dvaraka. These pastimes are glorified on this earth in the songs of transcendental poets. Text 21. Subsequently I will see you appear as time personified, serving as Arjuna's chariot driver and destroying entire armies of soldiers to rid the earth of her burden. Text 22. Let us approach you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for shelter. You are full of perfectly pure spiritual awareness and are always situated in your original identity. Since your will is never thwarted, you have already achieved all possible desirable things, and by the power of your spiritual energy you remain eternally aloof from the flow of the qualities of illusion. Text 23. I bow down to you, the Supreme Controller, who are dependent only on yourself. By your potency you have constructed the unlimited particular arrangements of this universe. Now you have appeared as the greatest hero among the Yadas, Vaishnavas and Sattvatas and have chosen to participate in human warfare. Text 24. Sukadeva Goswami said, having thus addressed Lord Krishna, the chief of the Yadu dynasty, Narada bowed down and offered him obeisances. Then that great sage and most eminent devotee took his leave from the Lord and went away, feeling great joy at having directly seen him. Text 25. After killing the demon Kesi in battle, the Supreme Personality of Godhead continued to tend the cows and other animals in the company of his joyful cowherd boyfriends. Thus he brought happiness to all the residents of Vrindavana. Text 26. One day the cowherd boys, while grazing their animals on the mountain slopes, played the game of stealing and hiding, acting out the roles of rival thieves and herders. Text 27. In that game, O king, some acted as thieves, others as shepherds and others as sheep. They played their game happily, without fear of danger. Text 28. A powerful magician named Vyoma, son of the demon Maya, then appeared on the scene in the guise of a cowherd boy. Pretending to join the game as a thief, he proceeded to steal most of the cowherd boys who were acting as sheep. Text 29. Gradually the great demon abducted more and more of the cowherd boys and cast them into a mountain cave, which he sealed shut with a boulder. Finally only 4 or 5 boys acting as sheep remained in the game. Text 30. Lord Krishna, who shelters all saintly devotees, understood perfectly well what Vyamasura was doing. Just as a lion grabs a wolf, Krishna forcefully seized the demon as he was taking away more cowherd boys. Text 31. The demon changed into his original form, as big and powerful as a great mountain. But try as he might to free himself, he could not do so, having lost his strength from being held in the Lord's tight grip. Text 32. Lord Asayuddha clutched Vyamasura between his arms and threw him to the ground. Then, while the demigods in heaven looked on, Krishna killed him in the same way that one kills a sacrificial animal. Text 33. Krishna then smashed the boulder blocking the cave's entrance and led the trapped cowherd boys to safety. Thereafter, as the demigods and cowherd boys sang his glories, he returned to his cowherd village, Gokula. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 38. Akrura's arrival in Vrindavana. This chapter describes Akrura's trip from Mathura to Vrindavana, his meditation on Krishna and Balarama along the way and the honor the two lords showed Akrura upon his arrival. Early in the morning on the day after Kamsa had ordered him to bring Krishna and Balarama to Mathura, Akrura prepared his chariot and set off for Gokula. As he traveled, he thought as follows: I am about to attain the great good fortune of seeing Sri Krishna's lotus feet, which are worshipped by Brahma, Rudra and the other demigods. Although Kamsa is an enemy of the Supreme Lord and his devotees, still, it is by Kamsa's grace that I will get this great boon of seeing the Lord. When I first catch sight of his lotus feet, all my sinful reactions will be destroyed at once. I will descend from my chariot and fall at the feet of Krishna and Balarama, and even though I have been sent by Kamsa, the omniscient Sri Krishna will certainly harbor no animosity toward me. As Akrura thus thought to himself, he arrived in Gokula at sunset. Alighting from his chariot in the cowherd pasture, he began rolling about in the dust in great ecstasy. Then Akrura continued on to Vraya. When he saw Krishna and Balarama he fell at their lotus feet, and both the lords embraced him. Afterward they brought him to their residence, inquired from him about the comfort of his trip and honored him in various ways, offering him water for washing his feet, urghya, a seat and so forth. They relieved him of his fatigue by massaging his feet and served him a delicious banquet. Maharaj Anand also honored Akrura with many sweet words. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, After passing the night in the city of Mathura, the high-minded Akrura mounted his chariot and set off for the cowherd village of Nanda Maharaja. Text 2. As he traveled on the road, the great soul Akrura felt tremendous devotion for the lotus-eyed personality of Godhead, and thus he began to consider as follows. Text 3. Sri Akrura thought, "What pious deeds have I done, what severe austerities undergone, what worship performed or charity given so that today I will see Lord Kesava." Text 4. Since I am a materialistic person absorbed simply in sense gratification, I think it is as difficult for me to have gotten this opportunity to see Lord Uttama Sloka as it would be for one born a Sudra to be allowed to recite the Vedic mantras. Text 5. But enough of such thoughts. After all, even a fallen soul like me can have the chance to behold the infallible Supreme Lord, for one of the conditioned souls being swept along in the river of time may sometimes reach the shore. Text 6. Today all my sinful reactions have been eradicated and my birth has become worthwhile, since I will offer my obeisances to the Supreme Lord's lotus feet, which mystic yogis meditate upon. Text 7. Indeed, today King Kamsa has shown me extreme mercy by sending me to see the lotus feet of Lord Hari, who has now appeared in this world. Simply by the effulgence of his toenails, many souls in the past have transcended the insurmountable darkness of material existence and achieved liberation. Text 8. Those lotus feet are worshipped by Brahma, Shiva and all the other demigods, by the goddess of fortune, and also by the great sages and Vaisnavas. Upon those lotus feet the Lord walks about the forest while herding the cows with his companions, and those feet are smeared with the kumkuma from the gopas breasts. Text 9. Surely I shall see the face of Lord Mukunda, since the deer are now walking past me on my right. That face, framed by his curly hair, is beautified by his attractive cheeks and nose, his smiling glances and his reddish lotus eyes. Text 10. I am going to see the Supreme Lord Vishnu, the reservoir of all beauty, who by his own sweet will has now assumed a human-like form to relieve the earth of her burden. Thus there is no denying that my eyes will achieve the perfection of their existence. Text 11. He is the witness of material cause and effect, yet he is always free from false identification with them. By his internal potency he dispels the darkness of separation and confusion. The individual souls in this world, who are manifested here when he glances upon his material creative energy, indirectly perceive him and the activities of their life airs, senses and intelligence. Text 12. All sins are destroyed and all good fortune is created by the Supreme Lord's qualities, activities and appearances, and words that describe these three things animate, beautify and purify the world. On the other hand, words bereft of his glories are like the decorations on a corpse. Text 13. That same Supreme Lord has descended into the dynasty of the Sattvatas to delight the exalted demigods, who maintain the principles of religion he has created. Residing in Vrindavana, he spreads his fame, which the demigods glorify in song and which brings auspiciousness to all. Text 14. Today I shall certainly see him, the goal and spiritual master of the great souls. Seeing him brings jubilation to all who have eyes, for he is the true beauty of the universe. Indeed, his personal form is the shelter desired by the goddess of fortune. Now all the dawns of my life have become auspicious. Text 15. Then I will at once alight from my chariot and bow down to the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama, the supreme personalities of Godhead. Theirs are the same feet that great mystic yogis striving for self-realization bear within their minds. I will also offer my obeisances to the Lord's cowherd boyfriends and to all the other residents of Vrindavana. Text 16. And when I have fallen at his feet, the Almighty Lord will place his lotus hand upon my head. For those who seek shelter in him because they are greatly disturbed by the powerful serpent of time, that hand removes all fear. Text 17. By offering charity to that lotus hand, Purandara and Bali earned the status of Indra, king of heaven, and during the pleasure pastimes of the Rasa dance, when the Lord wiped away the gopas' perspiration and removed their fatigue, the touch of their faces made that hand as fragrant as a sweet flower. Text 18. The infallible Lord will not consider me an enemy, even though Kamsa has sent me here as his messenger. After all, the omniscient Lord is the actual knower of the field of this material body, and with his perfect vision he witnesses, both externally and internally, all the endeavors of the conditioned soul's heart. Text 19. Thus he will cast his smiling, affectionate glance upon me as I remain fixed with joined palms, fallen in obeisances at his feet. Then all my contamination will at once be dispelled, and I will give up all doubts and feel the most intense bliss. Text 20. Recognizing me as an intimate friend and relative, Krishna will embrace me with his mighty arms, instantly sanctifying my body and diminishing to nil all my material bondage, which is due to fruitive activities. Text 21. Having been embraced by the all-famous Lord Krishna, I will humbly stand before him with bowed head and joined palms, and he will address me, my dear Akrura. At that very moment my life's purpose will be fulfilled. Indeed, the life of anyone whom the Supreme Personality fails to recognize is simply pitiable. Text 22. The Supreme Lord has no favorite and no dearmost friend, nor does he consider anyone undesirable, despicable or fit to be neglected. All the same, he lovingly reciprocates with his devotees in whatever manner they worship him, just as the trees of heaven fulfill the desires of whoever approaches them. Text 23. And then Lord Krishna's elder brother, the foremost of the yadis, will grasp my joined hands while I am still standing with my head bowed, and after embracing me he will take me to his house. There he will honor me with all items of ritual welcome and inquire from me about how Kamsa has been treating his family members. Text 24. Sukadeva Goswami continued, My dear king, while the son of Svafaka, traveling on the road, thus meditated deeply on Sri Krishna, he reached Gokula as the sun was beginning to set. Text 25. In the cowherd pasture Akrura saw the footprints of those feet whose pure dust the rulers of all the planets in the universe hold on their crowns. Those footprints of the Lord, distinguished by such marks as the lotus, barley corn and elephant goat, made the ground wonderfully beautiful. Text 26. Increasingly agitated by ecstasy at seeing the Lord's footprints, his bodily hairs standing on end because of his pure love, and his eyes filled with tears, Akrura jumped down from his chariot and began rolling about among those footprints, exclaiming, Ah, this is the dust from my master's feet. Text 27. The very goal of life for all embodied beings is this ecstasy, which Akrura experienced when, upon receiving Kamsa's order, he put aside all pride, fear and lamentation and absorbed himself in seeing, hearing and describing the things that reminded him of Lord Krishna. Texts 28-33, Akrura then saw Krishna and Balarama in the village of Vraya, going to milk the cows. Krishna wore yellow garments, Balarama blue, and their eyes resembled autumnal lotuses. One of those two mighty armed youths, the shelters of the goddess of fortune, had a dark blue complexion, and the other's was white. With their fine-featured faces they were the most beautiful of all persons. As they walked with the gait of young elephants, glancing about with compassionate smiles, those two exalted personalities beautified the cow pasture with the impressions of their feet, which bore the marks of the flag, lightning bolt, elephant goat and lotus. The two lords, whose pastimes are most magnanimous and attractive, were ornamented with jeweled necklaces and flower garlands, anointed with auspicious, fragrant substances, freshly bathed, and dressed in spotless raiment. They were the primeval Supreme Personalities, the masters and original causes of the universes, who had for the welfare of the earth now descended in their distinct forms of Kesava and Balarama. O King Pariksit, they resembled two gold-bedecked mountains, one of emerald and the other of silver, as with their effulgence they dispelled the sky's darkness in all directions. Text 34, Akrura, overwhelmed with affection, quickly jumped down from his chariot and fell at the feet of Krishna and Balarama like a rod. Text 35. The joy of seeing the Supreme Lord flooded Akrura's eyes with tears and decorated his limbs with eruptions of ecstasy. He felt such eagerness that he could not speak to present himself, O king. Text 36. Recognizing Akrura, Lord Krishna drew him close with his hand, which bears the sign of the chariot wheel, and then embraced him. Krishna felt pleased, for he has always benignly disposed toward his surrendered devotees. Texts 37-38. As Akrura stood with his head bowed, Lord Sankarsana, Balarama, grasped his joined hands, and then Balarama took him to his house in the company of Lord Krishna. After inquiring from Akrura whether his trip had been comfortable, Balarama offered him a first-class seat, bathed his feet in accordance with the injunctions of scripture and respectfully served him milk with honey. Text 39. The Almighty Lord Balarama presented Akrura with the gift of a cow, massaged his feet to relieve him of fatigue and then with great respect and faith fed him suitably prepared food of various fine tastes. Text 40. When Akrura had eaten to his satisfaction, Lord Balarama, the supreme knower of religious duties, offered him aromatic herbs for sweetening his mouth, along with fragrances and flower garlands. Thus Akrura once again enjoyed the highest pleasure. Text 41. Nanda Maharaja asked Akrura, O descendant of Dasarha, how are all of you maintaining yourselves while that merciless Kamsa remains alive? You are just like sheep under the care of a butcher. Text 42. That cruel, self-serving Kamsa murdered the infants of his own sister in her presence, even as she cried in anguish. So why should we even ask about the well-being of you, his subjects? Text 43. Honored by Nanda Maharaja with these true and pleasing words of inquiry, Akrura forgot the fatigue of his journey. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, The Summum Bonum chapter 39 Akrura's vision. This chapter describes how Akrura informed Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama of Kamsa's plans and his activities in Mathura, what the Gopas cried out in distress when Krishna left for Mathura, and also the vision of Lord Vishnu's abode that Akrura saw within the water of the Yamuna. When Krishna and Balarama offered Akrura great respect and comfortably seated him on a couch, he felt that all the desires he had reflected on while traveling to Vrindavan were now fulfilled. After the evening meal, Krishna asked Akrura whether his trip had been peaceful and whether he was well. The Lord also inquired about how Kamsa was behaving toward their family members, and finally he asked why Akrura had come. Akrura described how Kamsa had been persecuting the Yadavas, what Narada had told Kamsa, and how Kamsa had been treating Vasudeva cruelly. Akrura also spoke of Kamsa's desire to bring Krishna and Balarama to Mathura to kill them on the pretext of their seeing the bow sacrifice and engaging in a wrestling match. Krishna and Balarama laughed out loud when they heard this. They went to their father, Nanda, and informed him of Kamsa's orders. Nanda then issued an order to all the residents of Raya that they should collect various offerings for the king and prepare to go to Mathura. The young Gopas were extremely upset to hear that Krishna and Balarama would be going to Mathura. They lost all external awareness and began to remember Krishna's pastimes. Condemning the Creator for separating them from him, they began to lament. They said that Akrura did not deserve his name, not Krura, cruel, since he was so cruel to be taking away their dearmost Krishna. It must be that fate is against us, they lamented, because otherwise the elders of Raya would have forbidden Krishna to leave. So let us forget our shyness and try to stop Lord Madhava from going. With these words the young cowherd girls began to chant Krishna's names and cry. But even as they wept, Akrura began taking Krishna and Balarama to Mathura in his chariot. The cowherd men of Gokula followed behind on their wagons, and the young Gopas also walked behind for some distance, but then they became placated by Krishna's glances and gestures and pacified by a message from him that said, "I will return." With their minds completely absorbed in Krishna, the cowherd girls stood as still as figures in a painting until they could no longer see the chariot's flag or the dust cloud being raised on the road. Then, chanting Krishna's glories all the while, they despondently returned to their homes. Akrura halted the chariot at the bank of the Yamuna so Krishna and Balarama could perform a ritual of purification and drink some water. After the two lords had gotten back into the chariot, Akrura took their permission to bathe in the Yamuna. As he recited Vedic mantras, he was startled to see the two lords standing in the water. Akrura came out of the river and returned to the chariot, where he saw the lords still sitting. Then he returned to the water to find out if the two figures he had seen there were real or not. What Akrura saw in the water was four-armed Lord Vasudeva. His complexion was dark blue like a fresh rain cloud, he wore yellow garments and he lay on the lap of thousand-hooded Anandasesa. Lord Vasudeva was receiving the prayers of perfected beings, celestial serpents and demons, and he was encircled by his personal attendants. Serving him were his many potencies, such as Sri, Puschi, and Ila, while Brahma and other demigods sang his praises. Akrura rejoiced at this vision and, joining his palms in supplication, began to pray to the Supreme Lord in a voice choked with emotion. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, having been honored so much by Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna, Akrura, seated comfortably on a couch, felt that all the desires he had contemplated on the road were now fulfilled. Text 2, My dear King, what is unattainable for one who has satisfied the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the shelter of the Goddess of Fortune? Even so, those who are dedicated to his devotional service never want anything from him. Text 3, After the evening meal, Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, asked Akrura how Kamsa was treating their dear relatives and friends and what the king was planning to do. Text 4, The Supreme Lord said, My dear, gentle uncle Akrura, was your trip here comfortable? May all good fortune be yours. Are our well-wishing friends and our relatives, both close and distant, happy and in good health? Text 5, But, my dear Akrura, as long as King Kamsa, that disease of our family who goes by the name maternal uncle, is still prospering, why should I even bother to ask about the well-being of our family members and his other subjects? Text 6, Just see how much suffering I have caused my offenseless parents. Because of me their sons were killed and they themselves imprisoned. Text 7, By good fortune we have today fulfilled our desire to see you, our dear relative. O gentle uncle, please tell us why you have come. Text 8, Sukadeva Goswami said, in response to the Supreme Lord's request, Akrura, the descendant of Madhu, described the whole situation, including King Kamsa's enmity toward the Yadus and his attempt to murder Vasudeva. Text 9, Akrura relayed the message he had been sent to deliver. He also described Kamsa's real intentions and how Narada had informed Kamsa that Krishna had been born as the son of Vasudeva. Text 10, Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama, the vanquisher of heroic opponents, laughed when they heard Akrura's words. The lords then informed their father, Nanda Maharaja, of King Kamsa's orders. Texts 11-12, Nanda Maharaja then issued orders to the cowherd men by having the village constable make the following announcement throughout Nanda's domain of Raya: go collect all the available milk products. Bring valuable gifts and yoke your wagons. Tomorrow we shall go to Mathura, present our milk products to the king and see a very great festival. The residents of all the outlying districts are also going. Text 13, when the young Gopas heard that Akrura had come to Raya to take Krishna and Balarama to the city, they became extremely distressed. Text 14, some Gopas felt so pained at heart that their faces turned pale from their heavy breathing. Others were so anguished that their dresses, bracelets and braids became loose. Text 15, other Gopas entirely stopped their sensory activities and became fixed in meditation on Krishna. They lost all awareness of the external world, just like those who attain the platform of self-realization. Text 16, and still other young women fainted simply by remembering the words of Lord Sorai, Krishna. These words, decorated with wonderful phrases and expressed with affectionate smiles, would deeply touch the young girls' hearts. Texts 17-18, the Gopas were frightened at the prospect of even the briefest separation from Lord Mukunda, so now, as they remembered his graceful gait, his pastimes, his affectionate, smiling glances, his heroic deeds and his joking words, which would relieve their distress, they were beside themselves with anxiety at the thought of the great separation about to come. They gathered in groups and spoke to one another, their faces covered with tears and their minds fully absorbed in Asayuta. Text 19, the Gopas said, O Providence, you have no mercy. You bring embodied creatures together in friendship and love and then senselessly separate them before they fulfill their desires. This whimsical play of yours is like a child's game. Text 20, having shown us Mukunda's face, framed by dark locks and beautified by his fine cheeks, raised nose and gentle smiles, which eradicate all misery, you are now making that face invisible. This behavior of yours is not at all good. Text 21, O Providence, though you come here with the name Akrura, you are indeed cruel, for like a fool you are taking away what you once gave us, those eyes with which we have seen, even in one feature of Lord Madhudvisa's form, the perfection of your entire creation. Text 22, alas, Nanda's son, who breaks loving friendships in a second, will not even look directly at us. Forcibly brought under his control, we abandoned our homes, relatives, children and husbands just to serve him, but he is always looking for new lovers. Text 23, the dawn following this night will certainly be auspicious for the women of Mathura. All their hopes will now be fulfilled, for as the Lord of Raya enters their city, they will be able to drink from his face the nectar of the smile emanating from the corners of his eyes. Text 24, O Gopas, although our Mukunda is intelligent and very obedient to his parents, once he has fallen under the spell of the honey-sweet words of the women of Mathura and been enchanted by their alluring, shy smiles, how will he ever return to us unsophisticated village girls? Text 25, when the Dasarhas, Bhojas, Andakas, Vrishnis and Sattvatas see the son of Devaki in Mathura, they will certainly enjoy a great festival for their eyes, as will all those who see him traveling along the road to the city. After all, he is the darling of the goddess of fortune and the reservoir of all transcendental qualities. Text 26, he who is doing this merciless deed should not be called Akrura. He is so extremely cruel that without even trying to console the sorrowful residents of Raya, he is taking away Krishna, who is more dear to us than life itself. Text 27, hard-hearted Krishna has already mounted the chariot, and now the foolish cowherds are hurrying after him in their bullock carts. Even the elders are saying nothing to stop him. Today fate is working against us. Text 28, let us directly approach Madhava and stop him from going. What can our family elders and other relatives do to us? Now that fate is separating us from Mukunda, our hearts are already wretched, for we cannot bear to give up his association even for a fraction of a second. Text 29, when he brought us to the assembly of the Rasa dance, where we enjoyed his affectionate and charming smiles, his delightful secret talks, his playful glances and his embraces, we passed many nights as if they were a single moment. O Gopas, how can we possibly cross over the insurmountable darkness of his absence? Text 30, how can we exist without Ananta's friend Krishna, who in the evening would return to Raya in the company of the cowherd boys, his hair and garland powdered with the dust raised by the cow's hooves? As he played his flute, he would captivate our minds with his smiling sidelong glances. Text 31, Sukadeva Goswami said, after speaking these words, the ladies of Raya, who were so attached to Krishna, felt extremely agitated by their imminent separation from him. They forgot all shame and loudly cried out, "O Govinda! O Damodara! O Madhava!" Text 32. But even as the Gopas cried out in this way, Akrura, having at sunrise performed his morning worship and other duties, began to drive the chariot. Text 33. Led by Nanda Maharaja, the cowherd men followed behind Lord Krishna in their wagons. The men brought along many offerings for the king, including clay pots filled with ghee and other milk products. Text 34. With his glances, Lord Krishna somewhat pacified the Gopas, and they also followed behind for some time. Then, hoping he would give them some instruction, they stood still. Text 35. As he departed, that best of the Yadas saw how the Gopas were lamenting, and thus he consoled them by sending a messenger with this loving promise, "I will return." Text 36. Sending their minds after Krishna, the Gopas stood as motionless as figures in a painting. They remained there as long as the flag atop the chariot was visible, and even until they could no longer see the dust raised by the chariot wheels. Text 37. The Gopas then turned back, without hope that Govinda would ever return to them. Full of sorrow, they began to spend their days and nights chanting about the pastimes of their beloved. Text 38. My dear king, the Supreme Lord Krishna, traveling as swiftly as the wind in the chariot with Lord Balarama and Akrura, arrived at the river Kalindi, which destroys all sins. Text 39. The river's sweet water was more effulgent than brilliant jewels. After Lord Krishna had touched it for purification, he drank some from his hand. Then he had the chariot moved near a grove of trees and climbed back on, along with Balarama. Text 40. Akrura asked the two lords to take their seats on the chariot. Then, taking their permission, he went to a pool in the Yamuna and took his bath as enjoined in the scriptures. Text 41. While immersing himself in the water and reciting eternal mantras from the Vedas, Akrura suddenly saw Balarama and Krishna before him. Texts 42-43. Akrura thought, how can the two sons of Anakadandubi, who are sitting in the chariot, be standing here in the water? They must have left the chariot. But when he came out of the river, there they were on the chariot, just as before. Asking himself, was the vision ahead of them in the water an illusion? Akrura re-entered the pool. Texts 44-45. There Akrura now saw Anantasesa, the lord of the serpents, receiving praise from Siddhas, Karanas, Gandharvas and demons, who all had their heads bowed. The personality of Godhead whom Akrura saw had thousands of heads, thousands of hoods and thousands of helmets. His blue garment and his fair complexion, as white as the filaments of a lotus stem, made him appear like white Kailasa mountain with its many peaks. Texts 46-48. Akrura then saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead lying peacefully on the lap of Lord Anantasesa. The complexion of that Supreme Person was like a dark blue cloud. He wore yellow garments and had 4 arms and reddish lotus petal eyes. His face looked attractive and cheerful with its smiling, endearing glance and lovely eyebrows, its raised nose and finely formed ears, and its beautiful cheeks and reddish lips. The Lord's broad shoulders and expansive chest were beautiful, and his arms long and stout. His neck resembled a conch shell. His navel was deep, and his abdomen bore lines like those on a banyan leaf. Texts 49-50. He had large loins and hips, thighs like an elephant's trunk, and shapely knees and shanks. His raised ankles reflected the brilliant effulgence emanating from the nails on his petal-like toes, which beautified his lotus feet. Texts 51-52. Adorned with a helmet, bracelets and armlets, which were all bedecked with many priceless jewels, and also with a belt, a sacred thread, necklaces, ankle bells and earrings, the Lord shone with dazzling effulgence. In one hand he held a lotus flower, in the others a conch shell, discus and club. Gracing his chest were the Srivatsa mark, the brilliant Kaustuba gem and a flower garland. Texts 53-55. Encircling the Lord and worshipping him were Nanda, Sunanda and his other personal attendants, Sanaka and the other Kumaras, Brahma, Rudra and other chief demigods, the 9 chief Brahmanas, and the best of the saintly devotees, headed by Prahlada, Narada, and Uparakara Vasu. Each of these great personalities was worshipping the Lord by chanting sanctified words of praise in his own unique mood. Also in attendance were the Lord's principal internal potencies, Sri, Puschi, Gir, Kandi, Kirti, Tuschi, Il and Urja, as were his material potencies Vidya, Avidya, and Maya, and his internal pleasure potency, Sakti. Texts 56-57. As the great devotee Akrura beheld all this, he became extremely pleased and felt enthused with transcendental devotion. His intense ecstasy caused his bodily hairs to stand on end and tears to flow from his eyes, drenching his entire body. Somehow managing to steady himself, Akrura bowed his head to the ground. Then he joined his palms in supplication and, in a voice choked with emotion, very slowly and attentively began to pray. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 40. The Prayers of Akrura. This chapter relates Akrura's prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Akrura prayed, Brahma, who created this visible world, emanated from the lotus navel of the Supreme Lord. The 5 elements of physical nature, the 5 corresponding objects of perception, the 10 senses, the ego, the total nature, the primeval creator and the demigods all originate from his bodily limbs. He cannot be known by sensory knowledge, and thus even Brahma and the other demigods are ignorant of his real identity. Different classes of people worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead in different ways. Fruitive workers worship him by performing Vedic sacrifices, philosophers by renouncing material work and pursuing spiritual knowledge, yogis by meditating, Saivites by worshipping Lord Shiva, Vaisnavas by following the injunctions of such scriptures as the Pancharatara, and other saintly persons by worshipping him as the original form of the self, of the material substance and of the controlling demigods. Just as rivers flow from various directions into the ocean, the worship of those who dedicate themselves to these various entities finds its ultimate purpose within the Supreme Lord Vishnu. The form of the total universe, the Virat Rupa, is imagined to be the form of Lord Vishnu. Like aquatics moving about in water or like tiny insects burrowing in a nudambara fruit, all living beings move about within the Lord. These living beings, bewildered by his Maya, wander along the path of material work, falsely identifying with body, home and so forth. Under the sway of illusion, a foolish person may overlook a reservoir of water covered by grass and leaves and instead run after a mirage. Similarly, living beings caught in the grip of ignorance abandon Lord Vishnu and become attached to their bodies, homes and so on. Such faithful servants of their senses cannot take shelter of the Supreme Lord's lotus feet. Only if, by his mercy, they get the association of saintly devotees with their material entanglement, and only then can they develop Krishna consciousness by serving the Lord's pure devotees. Text 1, Sri Akrura said, I bow down to you, the cause of all causes, the original and inexhaustible Supreme Person, Narayana. From the whirl of the lotus born from your navel, Brahma appeared, and by his agency this universe has come into being. Text 2, Earth, Water, Fire, Air, Ether and its source, false ego, the Maha, the total material nature and her source, the Supreme Lord's Purusa expansion, the mind, the senses, the sense objects, and the senses presiding deities, all these causes of the cosmic manifestation are born from your transcendental body. Text 3, the total material nature and these other elements of creation certainly cannot know you as you are, for they are manifested in the realm of dull matter. Since you are beyond the modes of nature, even Lord Brahma, who is bound up in these modes, does not know your true identity. Text 4, pure yogis worship you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by conceiving of you in the threefold form comprising the living entities, the material elements that constitute the living entities' bodies, and the controlling deities of those elements. Text 5, Brahmanas who follow the regulations concerning the 3 sacred fires worship you by chanting mantras from the 3 Vedas and performing elaborate fire sacrifices for the various demigods, who have many forms and names. Text 6, in pursuit of spiritual knowledge, some persons renounce all material activities and, having thus become peaceful, perform the sacrifice of philosophic investigation to worship you, the original form of all knowledge. Text 7, and yet others, those whose intelligence is pure, follow the injunctions of Vaisnava scriptures promulgated by you. Absorbing their minds in thought of you, they worship you as the one Supreme Lord manifesting in multiple forms. Text 8, there are still others, who worship you, the Supreme Lord, in the form of Lord Shiva. They follow the path described by him and interpreted in various ways by many teachers. Text 9, but all these people, my Lord, even those who have turned their attention away from you and are worshipping other deities, are actually worshipping you alone, O embodiment of all the demigods. Text 10, as rivers born from the mountains and filled by the rain flow from all sides into the sea, so do all these paths in the end reach you, O Master. Text 11, goodness, passion and ignorance, the qualities of your material nature, entangle all conditioned living beings, from Brahma down to the non-moving creatures. Text 12, I offer my obeisances to you, who as the supreme soul of all beings witness everyone's consciousness with unbiased vision. The current of your material modes, produced by the force of ignorance, flows strongly among the living beings who assume identities as demigods, humans and animals. Text 13 to 14, fire is said to be your face, the earth your feet, the sun your eye, and the sky your navel. The directions are your sense of hearing, the chief demigods your arms, and the oceans your abdomen. Heaven is thought to be your head, and the wind your vital air and physical strength. The trees and plants are the hairs on your body, the clouds the hair on your head, and the mountains the bones and nails of you, the Supreme. The passage of day and night is the blinking of your eyes, the progenitor of mankind your genitals, and the rain your semen. Text 15. All the worlds, with their presiding demigods and teeming populations, originate in you, the inexhaustible Supreme Personality of Godhead. These worlds travel within you, the basis of the mind and senses, just as aquatics swim in the sea or tiny insects burrow within an udumbara fruit. Text 16. To enjoy your pastimes you manifest yourself in various forms in this material world, and these incarnations cleanse away all the unhappiness of those who joyfully chant your glories. Text 17-18. I offer my obeisances to you, the cause of the creation, Lord Matsya, who swam about in the ocean of dissolution, to Lord Hayagriva, the killer of Madhu and Ketaba, to the immense tortoise, Lord Kurma, who supported Mandara mountain, and to the boar incarnation, Lord Varaha, who enjoyed lifting the earth. Text 19. Obeisances to you, the amazing lion, Lord Nrsimha, who remove your saintly devotees' fear, and to the dwarf Vamana, who stepped over the three worlds. Text 20. Obeisances to you, Lord of the Brigas, who cut down the forest of the conceited royal order, and to Lord Rama, the best of the Raghu dynasty, who put an end to the demon Ravana. Text 21. Obeisances to you, Lord of the Sattvatas, and to your forms of Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. Text 22. Obeisances to your form as the faultless Lord Buddha, who will bewilder the Daityas and Danavas, and to Lord Kalki, the annihilator of the meat-eaters posing as kings. Text 23. O Supreme Lord, the living entities in this world are bewildered by your illusory energy. Becoming involved in the false concepts of I and my, they are forced to wander along the paths of fruit of work. Text 24. I too am deluded in this way, O Almighty Lord, foolishly thinking my body, children, home, wife, money and followers to be real, though they are actually as unreal as a dream. Text 25. Thus mistaking the temporary for the eternal, my body for myself, and sources of misery for sources of happiness, I have tried to take pleasure in material dualities. Covered in this way by ignorance, I could not recognize you as the real object of my love. Text 26. Just as a fool overlooks a body of water covered by the vegetation growing in it and chases a mirage, so I have turned away from you. Text 27. My intelligence is so crippled that I cannot find the strength to curb my mind, which is disturbed by material desires and activities and constantly dragged here and there by my obstinate senses. Text 28. Being thus fallen, I am approaching your feet for shelter, O Lord, because although the impure can never attain your feet, I think it is nevertheless possible by your mercy. Only when one's material life has ceased, O lotus-naveled Lord, can one develop consciousness of you by serving your pure devotees. Text 29. Obeisances to the Supreme Absolute Truth, the possessor of unlimited energies. He is the embodiment of pure, transcendental knowledge, the source of all kinds of awareness, and the predominator of the forces of nature that rule over the living being. Text 30. O Son of Vasudeva, obeisances to you, within whom all living beings reside. O Lord of the mind and senses, again I offer you my obeisances. O Master, please protect me, who am surrendered unto you. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 41. Krishna and Balarama enter Mathura. This chapter describes how Lord Krishna entered the city of Mathura, killed a washerman and bestowed benedictions upon a weaver and a garland maker named Sudama. After showing his Vishnu form to Akrura in the waters of the Yamuna and receiving Akrura's prayers, Lord Krishna withdrew the vision just as an actor winds up his performance. Akrura emerged from the water and in great amazement approached the Lord, who asked him whether he had seen something wonderful while bathing. Akrura replied, "Whatever wonderful things there are in the realms of water, earth or sky, all have their existence within you. Thus when one has seen you, nothing remains unseen." Akrura then began driving the chariot again. Krishna, Balarama and Akrura reached Mathura late in the afternoon. After meeting up with Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherds, who had gone on ahead, Krishna asked Akrura to return home, promising to visit him there after he had killed Kamsa. Akrura unhappily bid the Lord goodbye, went to King Kamsa to inform him that Krishna and Balarama had come, and went home. Krishna and Balarama took the cowherd boys with them to see the splendorous city. As they all entered Mathura, the women of the city eagerly came out of their houses to see Krishna. They had often heard about him and had long since developed a deep attraction for him. But now that they were actually seeing him, they were overwhelmed with happiness, and all their distress due to his absence was eradicated. Krishna and Balarama then came upon Kamsa's wicked washerman. Krishna asked him for some of the first-class garments he was carrying, but he refused and even chastised the two lords. At this Krishna became very angry and beheaded the man with his fingertips. The washerman's assistants, seeing his untimely end, dropped their bundles of clothes on the spot and ran off in all directions. Krishna and Balarama then took some of the garments they especially fancied. Next a weaver approached the two lords and arrayed them suitably, for which service he received from Krishna opulence in this life and liberation in the next. Krishna and Balarama then went to the house of the garland maker Sudama. Sudama offered them his full obeisances, worshipped them by bathing their feet and offering them such items as urghya and sandalwood paste, and chanted prayers in their honor. Then he adorned them with garlands of fragrant flowers. Pleased, the lords offered him whatever benedictions he wished, and then they moved on. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, while Akrura was still offering prayers, the Supreme Lord Krishna withdrew his form that he had revealed in the water, just as an actor winds up his performance. Text 2. When Akrura saw the vision disappear, he came out of the water and quickly finished his various ritual duties. He then returned to the chariot, astonished. Text 3. Lord Krishna asked Akrura, have you seen something wonderful on the earth, in the sky or in the water? From your appearance, we think you have. Text 4. Sri Akrura said, whatever wonderful things the earth, sky or water contain, all exist in you. Since you encompass everything, when I am seeing you, what have I not seen? Text 5. And now that I am seeing you, O Supreme Absolute Truth, in whom reside all amazing things on the earth, in the sky and in the water, what amazing things could I see in this world? Text 6. With these words, Akrura, the son of Gandhini, began driving the chariot onward. At the end of the day he arrived in Mathura with Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna. Text 7. Wherever they passed along the road, O king, the village people came forward and looked upon the two sons of Vasudeva with great pleasure. In fact, the villagers could not withdraw their eyes from them. Text 8. Nanda Maharaja and the other residents of Vrindavana, having reached Mathura ahead of the chariot, had stopped at a garden on the outskirts of the city to wait for Krishna and Balarama. Text 9. After joining Nanda and the others, the Supreme Lord Krishna, the controller of the universe, took humble Akrura's hand in his own and, smiling, spoke as follows. Text 10. Lord Krishna said, take the chariot and enter the city ahead of us. Then go home. After resting here a while, we will go to see the city. Text 11. Sri Akrura said, O Master, without the two of you I shall not enter Mathura. I am your devotee, O Lord, so it is not fair for you to abandon me, since you are always affectionate to your devotees. Text 12. Come, let us go to my house with your elder brother, the cowherd men and your companions. Our best of friends, O Transcendental Lord, in this way please grace my house with its master. Text 13. I am simply an ordinary householder attached to ritual sacrifices, so please purify my home with the dust of your lotus feet. By that act of purification, my forefathers, the sacrificial fires and the demigods will all become satisfied. Text 14. By bathing your feet, the exalted Bali Maharaja attained not only glorious fame and unequaled power but also the final destination of pure devotees. Text 15. The water of the river Ganges has purified the three worlds, having become transcendental by bathing your feet. Lord Shiva accepted that water on his head, and by that water's grace the sons of King Sagara attained to heaven. Text 16. O Lord of Lords, Master of the universe, O you whose glories it is most pious to hear and chant. Our best of the Yadis, O you whose fame is recounted in excellent poetry. O Supreme Lord Narayana, I offer you my obeisances. Text 17. The Supreme Lord said, I will come to your house with my elder brother, but first I must satisfy my friends and well-wishers by killing the enemy of the Yadu clan. Text 18. Sukadeva Goswami said, thus addressed by the Lord, Akrura entered the city with a heavy heart. He informed King Kamsa of the success of his mission and then went home. Text 19. Lord Krishna desired to see Mathura, so toward evening he took Lord Balarama and the cowherd boys with him and entered the city. Texts 20-23. The Lord saw Mathura, with its tall gates and household entrances made of crystal, its immense archways and main doors of gold, its granaries and other storehouses of copper and brass, and its impregnable moats. Beautifying the city were pleasant gardens and parks. The main intersections were fashioned of gold, and there were mansions with private pleasure gardens, along with guild halls and many other buildings. Mathura resounded with the calls of peacocks and pet turtle doves, who sat in the small openings of the lattice windows and on the gem-studded floors, and also on the columned balconies and on the ornate rafters in front of the houses. These balconies and rafters were adorned with Vajra stones, diamonds, crystal quartz, sapphires, coral, pearls and emeralds. All the royal avenues and commercial streets were sprinkled with water, as were the side roads and courtyards, and flower garlands, newly grown sprouts, parched grains and rice had been scattered about everywhere. Gracing the houses' doorways were elaborately decorated pots filled with water, which were bedecked with mango leaves, smeared with yogurt and sandalwood paste, and encircled by flower petals and ribbons. Near the pots were flags, rows of lamps, bunches of flowers and the trunks of banana and betel nut trees. Text 24. The women of Mathura hurriedly assembled and went forth to see the two sons of Vasudeva as they entered the city on the king's road, surrounded by their cowherd boyfriends. Some of the women, "My dear king," eagerly climbed to the roofs of their houses to see them. Text 25. Some of the ladies put their clothes and ornaments on backwards, others forgot one of their earrings or ankle bells, and others applied makeup to one eye but not the other. Text 26. Those who were taking their meals abandoned them, others went out without finishing their baths or massages. Women who were sleeping at once rose when they heard the commotion, and mothers breastfeeding their infants simply put them aside. Text 27. The lotus-eyed Lord, smiling as he recalled his bold pastimes, captivated those ladies' minds with his glances. He walked with the gait of a lordly elephant in rut, creating a festival for their eyes with his transcendental body, which is the source of pleasure for the divine goddess of fortune. Text 28. The ladies of Mathura had repeatedly heard about Krishna, and thus as soon as they saw him their hearts melted. They felt honored that he was sprinkling upon them the nectar of his glances and broad smiles. Taking him into their hearts through their eyes, they embraced him, the embodiment of all ecstasy, and as their bodily hairs stood on end, O subduer of enemies, they forgot the unlimited distress caused by his absence. Text 29. Their lotus faces blooming with affection, the ladies who had climbed to the roofs of the mansions rained down showers of flowers upon Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna. Text 30. Brahmanas standing along the way honored the two lords with presentations of yogurt, unbroken barley corns, pots full of water, garlands, fragrant substances such as sandalwood paste, and other items of worship. Text 31. The women of Mathura exclaimed, "Oh, what severe austerities the Gopas must have performed to be able to regularly see Krishna and Balarama, who are the greatest source of pleasure for all mankind." Text 32. Seeing a washerman approaching who had been dyeing some clothes, Krishna asked him for the finest laundered garments he had. Text 33. Lord Krishna said, "Please give suitable garments to the two of us, who certainly deserve them. If you grant this charity, you will undoubtedly receive the greatest benefit." Text 34. Thus requested by the Supreme Lord, who is perfectly complete in all respects, that arrogant servant of the king became angry and replied insultingly. Text 35. The washerman said, "You impudent boys! You're accustomed to roaming the mountains and forests, and yet you would dare put on such clothes as these. These are the king's possessions you're asking for." Text 36. Fools, get out of here quickly. Don't beg like this if you want to stay alive. When someone is too bold, the king's men arrest him and kill him and take all his property. Text 37. As the washerman thus spoke brazenly, the son of Devaki became angry, and then merely with his fingertips he separated the man's head from his body. Text 38. The washerman's assistants all dropped their bundles of clothes and fled down the road, scattering in all directions. Lord Krishna then took the clothes. Text 39. Krishna and Balarama put on pairs of garments that especially pleased them, and then Krishna distributed the remaining clothes among the cowherd boys, leaving some scattered on the ground. Text 40. Thereupon a weaver came forward and, feeling affection for the lords, nicely adorned their attire with cloth ornaments of various colors. Text 41. Krishna and Balarama looked resplendent, each in his own unique, wonderfully ornamented outfit. They resembled a pair of young elephants, one white and the other black, decorated for a festive occasion. Text 42. Pleased with the weaver, the Supreme Lord Krishna blessed him that after death he would achieve the liberation of attaining a form like the Lord's, and that while in this world he would enjoy supreme opulence, physical strength, influence, memory and sensory vigor. Text 43. The two lords then went to the house of the garland maker Sudama. When Sudama saw them he at once stood up and then bowed down, placing his head on the ground. Text 44. After offering them seats and bathing their feet, Sudama worshipped them and their companions with urghya, garlands, pan, sandalwood paste and other presentations. Text 45. Sudama said, "O Lord, my birth is now sanctified and my family free of contamination. Now that you both have come here, my forefathers, the demigods and the great sages are certainly all satisfied with me." Text 46. You two lords are the ultimate cause of this entire universe. To bestow sustenance and prosperity upon this realm, you have descended with your plenary expansions. Text 47. Because you are the well-wishing friends and supreme soul of the whole universe, you regard all with unbiased vision. Therefore, although you reciprocate your devotees' loving worship, you always remain equally disposed toward all living beings. Text 48. Please order me, your servant, to do whatever you wish. To be engaged by you in some service is certainly a great blessing for anyone. Text 49. Sukadeva Goswami continued, "O best of kings." Having spoken these words, Sudama could understand what Krishna and Balarama wanted. Thus with great pleasure he presented them with garlands of fresh, fragrant flowers. Text 50. Beautifully adorned with these garlands, Krishna and Balarama were delighted, and so were their companions. The two lords then offered the surrendered Sudama, who was bowing down before them, whatever benedictions he desired. Text 51. Sudama chose unshakable devotion for Krishna, the supreme soul of all existence, friendship with his devotees, and transcendental compassion for all living beings. Text 52. Not only did Lord Krishna grant Sudama these benedictions, but he also awarded him strength, long life, fame, beauty and ever-increasing prosperity for his family. Then Krishna and his elder brother took their leave. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 42. The breaking of the sacrificial bow. This chapter describes the benediction Trivakra received, the breaking of the sacrificial bow, the destruction of Kamsa's soldiers, the inauspicious omens Kamsa saw in the festivities at the wrestling arena. After leaving Sudama's house, Lord Krishna came upon Trivakra, a young hunchbacked maidservant of Kamsa's who was carrying a tray of fine ointments. The Lord asked her who she was and requested some ointment from her. Entranced by his beauty and joking words, Trivakra gave both Krishna and Balarama a good deal of ointment. In return, Krishna stepped on her toes with his lotus feet, took hold of her chin and lifted, thus straightening her spine. The now beautiful and charming Trivakra then grabbed the edge of Krishna's upper cloth and asked him to come to her house. Krishna replied that after he had taken care of some business he would certainly come and relieve her mental torment. Then the two lords continued their sightseeing tour of Mathura. As Krishna and Balarama walked along the king's road, the merchants worshipped them with various offerings. Krishna asked where the bow sacrifice was to take place, and when he arrived at the arena he saw the wonderful bow, which resembled Lord Indra's. Despite the guards' protests, Krishna forcibly picked up the bow, easily strung it and in an instant broke it in half, producing an ear-splitting sound that filled the heavens and struck terror in the heart of Kamsa. The many guards attacked Krishna, crying out, "Seize him! Kill him!" But Krishna and Balarama simply picked up the two halves of the bow and beat the guards to death. Next the lords annihilated a company of soldiers sent by Kamsa, and then they left the arena and continued their tour. When the people of the city saw the amazing prowess and beauty of Krishna and Balarama, they thought they must be two chief demigods. Indeed, as the residents of Mathura gazed upon the lords, they enjoyed all the blessings the gopis had predicted. At sunset Krishna and Balarama returned to the cowherds' camp for their evening meal. They then passed the night resting comfortably. But King Kamsa was not so fortunate. When he heard how Krishna and Balarama had easily broken the mighty bow and destroyed his soldiers, he spent the night in great anxiety. Both while awake and while dreaming he saw many ill omens portending his imminent death, and his fear ruined any chance for rest. At dawn the wrestling festival began. Crowds of people from the city and outlying districts entered the arena and took their seats in the lavishly decorated galleries. Kamsa, his heart trembling, sat down on the royal dais and invited Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherd men to come sit in their places, and they did so after offering him their gifts. The musical overture then began as the sounds of the wrestlers slapping their arms resounded. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, as he walked down the king's road, Lord Madhava then saw a young hunchback woman with an attractive face, who carried a tray of fragrant ointments as she walked along. The bestower of the ecstasy of love smiled and inquired from her as follows. Text 2. Lord Krishna said, "Who are you, O beautiful fine one?" "Ah, ointment. Who is it for, my dear lady? Please tell us truthfully. Give us both some of your finest ointment and you will soon gain a great boon." Text 3. The maidservant replied, "O handsome one, I am a servant of King Kamsa, who highly regards me for the ointments I make. My name is Trivakra. Who else but you two deserve my ointments, which the Lord of the Bhojas likes so much?" Text 4. Her mind overwhelmed by Krishna's beauty, charm, sweetness, smiles, words and glances, Trivakra gave both Krishna and Balarama generous amounts of ointment. Text 5. Anointed with these most excellent cosmetics, which adorned them with hues that contrasted with their complexions, the two lords appeared extremely beautiful. Text 6. Lord Krishna was pleased with Trivakra, so he decided to straighten that hunchbacked girl with the lovely face just to demonstrate the result of seeing him. Text 7, pressing down on her toes with both his feet, Lord Achyuta placed one upward pointing finger of each hand under her chin and straightened up her body. Text 8, simply by Lord Mukunda's touch, Trivakra was suddenly transformed into an exquisitely beautiful woman with straight, evenly proportioned limbs and large hips and breasts. Text 9, now endowed with beauty, character and generosity, Trivakra began to feel lusty desires for Lord Kesava. Taking hold of the end of his upper cloth, she smiled and addressed him as follows. Text 10, Trivakra said, "Come, O hero, let us go to my house. I cannot bear to leave you here. O best of males, please take pity on me, since you have agitated my mind." Text 11, thus entreated by the woman, Lord Krishna first glanced at the face of Balarama, who was watching the incident, and then at the faces of the cowherd boys. Then with a laugh Krishna replied to her as follows. Text 12, Lord Krishna said, "O lady with beautiful eyebrows, as soon as I fulfill my purpose I will certainly visit your house, where men can relieve their anxiety. Indeed, you are the best refuge for us homeless travelers." Text 13, leaving her with these sweet words, Lord Krishna walked further down the road. The merchants along the way worshipped him and his elder brother by presenting them with various respectful offerings, including pan, garlands and fragrant substances. Text 14, the sight of Krishna aroused Cupid in the hearts of the city women. Thus agitated, they forgot themselves. Their clothes, braids and bangles became disheveled, and they stood as still as figures in a painting. Text 15, Lord Krishna then asked the local people where the arena was in which the bow sacrifice would take place. When he went there he saw the amazing bow, which resembled Lord Indra's. Text 16, that most opulent bow was guarded by a large company of men, who were respectfully worshipping it. Krishna pushed his way forward and, despite the guards' attempts to stop him, picked it up. Text 17, easily lifting the bow with his left hand, Lord Urakrama strung it in a fraction of a second as the king's guards looked on. He then powerfully pulled the string and snapped the bow in half, just as an excited elephant might break a stalk of sugar cane. Text 18, the sound of the bow's breaking filled the earth and sky in all directions. Upon hearing it, Kemsa was struck with terror. Text 19, the enraged guards then took up their weapons and, wanting to seize Krishna and his companions, surrounded them and shouted, "Grab him! Kill him!" Text 20, seeing the guards coming upon them with evil intent, Balarama and Kesava took up the two halves of the bow and began striking them down. Text 21, after also killing a contingent of soldiers sent by Kamsa, Krishna and Balarama left the sacrificial arena by its main gate and continued their walk about the city, happily looking at the opulent sights. Text 22, having witnessed the amazing deed Krishna and Balarama had performed, and seeing their strength, boldness and beauty, the people of the city thought they must be two prominent demigods. Text 23, as they strolled about at will, the sun began to set, so they left the city with the cowherd boys and returned to the cowherd's wagon encampment. Text 24, at the time of Mukunda's, Krishna's, departure from Vrindavana, the Gopis had foretold that the residents of Mathura would enjoy many benedictions, and now the Gopis' predictions were coming true, for those residents were gazing upon the beauty of Krishna, the jewel among men. Indeed, the goddess of fortune desired the shelter of that beauty so much that she abandoned many other men, although they worshipped her. Text 25, after Krishna's and Balarama's feet were bathed, the two lords ate rice with milk. Then, although knowing what Kamsa intended to do, they spent the night there comfortably. Texts 26-27, wicked King Kamsa, on the other hand, was terrified, having heard how Krishna and Balarama had broken the bow and killed his guards and soldiers, all simply as a game. He remained awake for a long time, and both while awake and while dreaming he saw many bad omens, messengers of death. Texts 28-31, when he looked at his reflection he could not see his head, for no reason the moon and stars appeared double, he saw a hole and a shadow, he could not hear the sound of his life air, trees seemed covered with a golden hue, and he could not see his footprints. He dreamt that he was being embraced by ghosts, riding a donkey and drinking poison, and also that a naked man smeared with oil was passing by wearing a garland of nalata flowers. Seeing these and other such omens both while dreaming and while awake, Kamsa was terrified by the prospect of death, and out of anxiety he could not sleep. Text 32, when the night had finally passed and the sun rose up again from the water, Kamsa set about arranging for the grand wrestling festival. Text 33, the king's men performed the ritual worship of the wrestling arena, sounded their drums and other instruments and decorated the viewing galleries with garlands, flags, ribbons and arches. Text 34, the city dwellers and residents of the outlying districts, led by Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, came and sat down comfortably in the galleries. The royal guests received special seats. Text 35, surrounded by his ministers, Kemsa took his seat on the imperial dais. But even as he sat amidst his various provincial rulers, his heart trembled. Text 36, while the musical instruments loudly played in the rhythmic meters appropriate for wrestling matches, the lavishly ornamented wrestlers proudly entered the arena with their coaches and sat down. Text 37, enthused by the pleasing music, Kanura, Mustika, Kuta, Sala and Tosala sat down on the wrestling mat. Text 38, Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherds, summoned by the king of the Bhojas, presented him with their offerings and then took their seats in one of the galleries. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 43. Krishna kills the elephant Kuvalayapita. This chapter tells how Lord Krishna killed the lordly elephant Kuvalayapita, how Krishna and Balarama entered the wrestling arena and what Krishna said to the wrestler Kanura. After finishing their early morning rituals, Krishna and Balarama heard kettle drums heralding the start of the wrestling match, and they went to see the festivities. At the gate of the wrestling arena they encountered an elephant named Kuvalayapita, who attacked Krishna at the urging of his keeper. The mighty elephant grabbed at Krishna with his trunk, but the Lord struck back and then disappeared from the beast's sight among his legs. Enraged at not being able to see Krishna, Kuvalayapita sought him out with his sense of smell and seized him. But the Lord pulled loose. In this way Krishna teased and tormented Kuvalayapita, finally yanking out one of his tusks and beating him and his keepers to death. Sprinkled with the elephant's blood and carrying one of his tusks on his shoulder as a weapon, Lord Krishna appeared unprecedentedly beautiful as he entered the wrestling arena. There the various classes of people saw him in different ways, according to their specific relationship with him. When King Kamsa heard how Krishna and Balarama had killed Kuvalayapita, he realized they were invincible and became filled with anxiety. The members of the audience, on the other hand, became joyful as they reminded one another about the Lord's amazing pastimes. The people declared that Krishna and Balarama must be two expansions of the Supreme Lord Narayana who had descended into the house of Vasudeva. Kanura then stepped forward and challenged Krishna and Balarama to wrestle, saying King Kamsa wished to see such a match. Krishna replied, "Although we are merely nomadic forest folk, we are nonetheless subjects of the king, thus we will not hesitate to please him with an exhibition of wrestling." As soon as Kanura heard this, he suggested that Krishna should wrestle him and that Balarama should wrestle Mustika. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, "O chastiser of enemies, Krishna and Balarama, having executed all necessary purification, then heard the kettle drums resounding at the wrestling arena, and they went there to see what was happening." Text 2, when Lord Krishna reached the entrance to the arena, he saw the elephant Kuvalayapita blocking his way at the urging of his keeper. Text 3, securely binding up his clothes and tying back his curly locks, Lord Krishna addressed the elephant keeper with words as grave as the rumbling of a cloud. Text 4, Lord Krishna said, "O driver, move aside at once and let us pass. If you don't, this very day I will send both you and your elephant to the abode of Yamaraja." Text 5, thus threatened, the elephant keeper became angry. He goaded his furious elephant, who appeared equal to time, death and Yamaraja, into attacking Lord Krishna. Text 6, the lord of the elephants charged Krishna and violently seized him with his trunk. But Krishna slipped away, struck him a blow and disappeared from his view among his legs. Text 7, infuriated at being unable to see Lord Kesava, the elephant sought him out with his sense of smell. Once again Kuvalayapita seized the Lord with the end of his trunk, only to have the Lord forcefully free himself. Text 8, Lord Krishna then grabbed the powerful Kuvalayapita by the tail and playfully dragged him 25 bow lengths as easily as Garuda might drag a snake. Text 9, as Lord Asayuta held on to the elephant's tail, the animal tried to twist away to the left and to the right, making the Lord swerve in the opposite direction, as a young boy would swerve when pulling a calf by the tail. Text 10, Krishna then came face to face with the elephant and slapped him and ran away. Kuvalayapita pursued the Lord, managing to touch him again and again with each step, but Krishna outmaneuvered the elephant and made him trip and fall. Text 11, as Krishna dodged about, he playfully fell on the ground and quickly got up again. The raging elephant, thinking Krishna was down, tried to gore him with his tusks but struck the earth instead. Text 12, his prowess foiled, the lordly elephant Kuvalayapita went into a frenzied rage out of frustration. But the elephant keepers goaded him on, and he furiously charged Krishna once again. Text 13, the Supreme Lord, killer of the demon Madhu, confronted the elephant as he attacked. Seizing his trunk with one hand, Krishna threw him to the ground. Text 14, Lord Hari then climbed onto the elephant with the ease of a mighty lion, pulled out a tusk, and with it killed the beast and his keepers. Text 15. Leaving the dead elephant aside, Lord Krishna held onto the tusk and entered the wrestling arena. With the tusk resting on his shoulder, drops of the elephant's blood and sweat sprinkled all over him, and his lotus face covered with fine drops of his own perspiration, the Lord shone with great beauty. Text 16. My dear king, Lord Baladeva, and Lord Janardana, each carrying one of the elephant's tusks as his chosen weapon, entered the arena with several cowherd boys. Text 17. The various groups of people in the arena regarded Krishna in different ways when he entered it with his elder brother. The wrestlers saw Krishna as a lightning bolt, the men of Mathura as the best of males, the women as Cupid in person, the cowherd men as their relative, the impious rulers as a chastiser, his parents as their child, the king of the Bhojas as death, the unintelligent as the Supreme Lord's universal form, the yogis as the absolute truth and the Vaishnavas as their supreme worshipable deity. Text 18. When Kamsa saw that Kuvalayapita was dead and the two brothers were invincible, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, O king. Text 19. Arrayed with variegated ornaments, garlands and garments, just like a pair of excellently costumed actors, the two mighty armed lords shone splendidly in the arena. Indeed, they overpowered the minds of all onlookers with their effulgences. Text 20. O king, as the citizens of the city and the people from outlying districts gazed upon those two supreme personalities from their seats in the galleries, the force of the people's happiness caused their eyes to open wide and their faces to blossom. They drank in the vision of the Lord's faces without becoming satiated. Texts 21-22. The people seemed to be drinking Krishna and Balarama with their eyes, licking them with their tongues, smelling them with their nostrils and embracing them with their arms. Reminded of the Lord's beauty, character, charm and bravery, the members of the audience began describing these features to one another according to what they had seen and heard. Text 23. The people said, "These two boys are certainly expansions of the Supreme Lord Narayana who have descended to this world in the home of Vasudeva." Text 24. This one, Krishna, took birth from Mother Devaki and was brought to Gokula, where he has remained concealed all this time, growing up in the house of King Nanda. Text 25. He made Patana and the whirlwind demon meet with death, pulled down the twin Arjuna trees, and killed Sankakuta, Kesi, Dhanuka and similar demons. Texts 26-27. He saved the cows and the cowherds from a forest fire and subdued the serpent Kaliya. He removed Lord Indra's false pride by holding up the best of mountains with one hand for an entire week, thus protecting the inhabitants of Gokula from rain, wind and hail. Text 28. The Gopas overcame all kinds of distress and experienced great happiness by seeing his face, which is always cheerful with smiling glances and ever free of fatigue. Text 29. It is said that under his full protection the Yadu dynasty will become extremely famous and attain wealth, glory and power. Text 30. This lotus-eyed elder brother of his, Lord Balarama, is the proprietor of all transcendental opulences. He has killed Pralamba, Vatsaka, Baka and other demons. Text 31. While the people talked in this way and the musical instruments resounded, the wrestler Kanura addressed Krishna and Balarama with the following words. Text 32. Kanura said, "O son of Nanda, O Rama, you two are well respected by courageous men and are both skillful at wrestling. Having heard of your prowess, the king has called you here, wanting to see for himself." Text 33. Subjects of the king who try to please him with their thoughts, acts and words are sure to achieve good fortune, but those who fail to do so will suffer the opposite fate. Text 34. It is well known that cowherd boys are always joyful as they tend their calves, and that the boys playfully wrestle with each other while grazing their animals in the various forests. Text 35. Therefore let's do what the king wants. Everyone will be pleased with us, for the king embodies all living beings. Text 36. Hearing this, Lord Krishna, who liked to wrestle and welcomed the challenge, replied with words appropriate to the time and place. Text 37. Lord Krishna said, "Although forest dwellers, we are also subjects of the Bhoja king. We must gratify his desires, for such behavior will confer upon us the greatest benefit." Text 38. We are just young boys and should play with those of equal strength. The wrestling match must go on properly so that irreligion does not taint the respectable members of the audience. Text 39. Kanura said, "You aren't really a child or even a young man, and neither is Balarama, the strongest of the strong. After all, you playfully killed an elephant who had the strength of 1,000 other elephants. Text 40. Therefore you two should fight powerful wrestlers. There's certainly nothing unfair about that. You, O descendant of Vrindavan, can show your prowess against me, and Balarama can fight with Mustika." Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, The Summum Bonum chapter 44. The killing of Kamsa. This chapter tells how Krishna and Balarama killed the wrestlers, how Krishna killed Kamsa and consoled Kamsa's wives, and how the two lords were reunited with their mother and father. Deciding to wrestle, Lord Krishna faced off against Kanura, and Lord Baladeva took on Mastaka. Battling arm to arm, head to head, knee to knee and chest to chest, the opponents attacked each other so fiercely that they appeared to be harming even their own bodies. The ladies in the arena, seeing the violent battle, began to condemn the king and all the members of the assembly. A respectable audience should never have allowed a wrestling match between such huge wrestlers, whose limbs are as tough as lightning bolts, and such tender young boys, who are just entering youth. An intelligent person should never enter an assembly if he sees injustice being done there. Because Vasudeva and Devaki did not fully understand the power of Krishna and Balarama, they became extremely unhappy when they heard the women of the audience speak these words. Sri Krishna then grabbed Kanura's arms, whirled him around several times and threw him to the ground, killing him. Mastaka met a similar fate. After being struck powerfully by Lord Baladeva's palm, he began vomiting blood and then fell down dead. Thereupon the wrestlers named Kuta, Sala and Tosala came forward, but Krishna and Balarama easily killed them with the blows of their fists and feet. The remaining wrestlers, fearing for their lives, all fled. Except for Kamsa, everyone present cheered Krishna and Balarama. The king, in a rage, stopped the festive music and ordered that Vasudeva, Nanda, Ugrasena and all the cowherds be severely punished and that Krishna and Balarama be driven from the assembly. Krishna became furious when he heard Kamsa speak this way, and he instantly leapt onto the lofty royal dais. He grabbed Kamsa by the hair, hurled him down onto the floor of the wrestling ring and threw himself on top of him. In this way, Kamsa met his death. Because out of fear Kamsa had always thought of Krishna, after his death he gained the liberation of having a form like the Lord's. Kamsa's 8 brothers then attacked Krishna, but Balarama easily killed each of them with his club, just as a lion kills defenseless animals. Kettle drums resounded in the sky as the joyful demigods rained down flowers and chanted the glories of Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama. The wives of Kamsa, grieving for their husband, lamented that he had died because of his violence toward other living beings and his lack of respect for Krishna, the Supreme Soul, who creates, maintains and destroys the entire universe. The Lord consoled the widows, had the funeral rites performed for Kamsa and his brothers and then released his mother and father from bondage. Krishna offered obeisances at his parents' feet, but they, now understanding him to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, did not embrace him. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, thus addressed, Lord Krishna made up his mind to accept the challenge. He paired off with Kanura, and Lord Balarama with Mastaka. Text 2, seizing each other's hands and locking legs with each other, the opponents struggled powerfully, eager for victory. Text 3, they each struck fists against fists, knees against knees, head against head and chest against chest. Text 4, each fighter contended with his opponent by dragging him about in circles, shoving and crushing him, throwing him down and running before and behind him. Text 5, forcefully lifting and carrying each other, pushing each other away and holding each other down, the fighters hurt even their own bodies in their great eagerness for victory. Text 6, my dear king, all the women present, considering the match an unfair fight between the strong and the weak, felt extreme anxiety due to compassion. They assembled in groups around the arena and spoke to one another as follows. Text 7, the women said, alas, what a greatly irreligious act the members of this royal assembly are committing. As the king watches this fight between the strong and the weak, they also want to see it. Text 8, what comparison can there be between these two professional wrestlers, with limbs as strong as lightning bolts and bodies resembling mighty mountains, and these two young, immature boys with exceedingly tender limbs? Text 9, religious principles have certainly been violated in this assembly. One should not remain for even a moment in a place where religion is flourishing. Text 10, a wise person should not enter an assembly if he knows the participants there are committing acts of impropriety. And if, having entered such an assembly, he fails to speak the truth, speaks falsely or pleads ignorance, he will certainly incur sin. Text 11, just see the lotus face of Krishna as he darts around his foe. That face, covered with drops of perspiration brought on by the strenuous fight, resembles a lotus covered with dew. Text 12, don't you see the face of Lord Balarama, with its eyes copper red from his anger toward Mastaka and its beauty enhanced by his laughter and his absorption in the fight? Text 13, how pious are the tracks of land and Vraya, for there the primeval personality of Godhead, disguising himself with human traits, wanders about, enacting his many pastimes. Adorned with wonderfully variegated forest garlands, He whose feet are worshipped by Lord Shiva and Goddess Rama vibrates his flute as he tends the cows in the company of Balarama. Text 14. What austerities must the Gopas have performed? With their eyes they always drink the nectar of Lord Krishna's form, which is the essence of loveliness and is not to be equaled or surpassed. That form is the only abode of beauty, fame and opulence. It is self-perfect, ever fresh and extremely rare. Text 15. The ladies of Raya are the most fortunate of women because, with their minds fully attached to Krishna and their throats always choked up with tears, they constantly sing about him while milking the cows, winnowing grain, churning butter, gathering cow dung for fuel, riding on swings, taking care of their crying babies, sprinkling the ground with water, cleaning their houses, and so on. By their exalted Krishna consciousness they automatically acquire all desirable things. Text 16. When the Gopas hear Krishna playing his flute as he leaves Raya in the morning with his cows or returns with them at sunset, the young girls quickly come out of their houses to see him. They must have performed many pious activities to be able to see him as he walks on the road, his smiling face mercifully glancing upon them. Text 17. Sukadeva Goswami continued, as the women spoke thus, O hero of the Bharatas, Lord Krishna, the master of all mystic power, made up his mind to kill his opponent. Text 18. Out of affection for the two lords, their parents, Devaki and Vasudeva, became overwhelmed with sorrow when they heard the women's fearful statements. They grieved, not knowing their son's strength. Text 19. Lord Balarama and Mustika, expertly displaying numerous wrestling techniques, battled each other in the same way that Lord Krishna and his opponent did. Text 20. The harsh blows from the Supreme Lord's limbs fell like crushing lightning bolts upon Kanura, breaking every part of his body and causing him more and more pain and fatigue. Text 21. Furious, Kanura attacked Lord Vasudeva with the speed of a hawk and struck his chest with both fists. Texts 22-23. No more shaken by the demon's mighty blows than an elephant struck with a flower garland, Lord Krishna grabbed Kanura by his arms, swung him around several times and hurled him onto the ground with great force. His clothes, hair and garland scattering, the wrestler fell down dead, like a huge festival column collapsing. Texts 24-25. Similarly, Mustika struck Lord Balabhadra with his fist and was slain. Receiving a violent blow from the mighty Lord's palm, the demon trembled all over in great pain, vomited blood and then fell lifeless onto the ground, like a tree blown down by the wind. Text 26. Confronted next by the wrestler Kuta, Lord Balarama, the best of fighters, playfully and nonchalantly killed him with his left fist, O king. Text 27. Then Krishna kicked in Sala's head and tore Tosala in half, and both wrestlers fell down dead. Text 28. Kanura, Mustika, Kuta, Sala and Tosala having been killed, the remaining wrestlers all fled for their lives. Text 29. Krishna and Balarama then called their young cowherd boyfriends to join them, and in their company the lords danced about and sported, their ankle bells resounding as musical instruments played. Text 30. Everyone except Kamsa rejoiced at the wonderful feat Krishna and Balarama had performed. The exalted Brahmanas and great saints exclaimed, Excellent! Excellent! Text 31. The Boha king, seeing that his best wrestlers had all been killed or had fled, stopped the musical performance originally meant for his pleasure and spoke the following words. Text 32. Kamsa said, Drive the two wicked sons of Vasudeva out of the city. Confiscate the cowherd's property and arrest that fool Nanda. Text 33. Kill that most evil fool Vasudeva. And also kill my father, Ugrasena, along with his followers, who have all sided with our enemies. Text 34. As Kamsa thus raved so audaciously, the infallible Lord Krishna, intensely angry, quickly and easily jumped up onto the high royal dais. Text 35. Seeing Lord Krishna approaching like death personified, the quick-witted Kamsa instantly rose from his seat and took up his sword and shield. Text 36. Sword in hand, Kamsa moved quickly from side to side like a hawk in the sky. But Lord Krishna, whose fearsome strength is irresistible, powerfully seized the demon just as the son of Tarksya might capture a snake. Text 37. Grabbing Kamsa by the hair and knocking off his crown, the lotus-naveled Lord threw him off the elevated dais onto the wrestling mat. Then the independent Lord, the support of the entire universe, threw himself upon the king. Text 38. As a lion drags a dead elephant, the Lord then dragged Kamsa's dead body along the ground in full view of everyone present. O king, all the people in the arena tumultuously cried out, Oh! Oh! Text 39. Kamsa had always been disturbed by the thought that the Supreme Lord was to kill him. Therefore when drinking, eating, moving about, sleeping or simply breathing, the king had always seen the Lord before him with the disc weapon in his hand. Thus Kamsa achieved the rare boon of attaining a form like the Lord's. Text 40, Kamsa's 8 younger brothers, led by Kanka and Nyagadaka, then attacked the lords in a rage, seeking to avenge their brother's death. Text 41, as they ran swiftly toward the 2 lords, ready to strike, the son of Rohini slew them with his club just as a lion easily kills other animals. Text 42, kettle drums resounded in the sky as Brahma, Shiva and other demigods, the Lord's expansions, rained down flowers upon him with pleasure. They chanted his praises, and their wives danced. Text 43, my dear king, the wives of Kamsa and his brothers, aggrieved by the death of their well-wishing husbands, came forward with tearful eyes, beating their heads. Text 44, embracing their husbands, who lay on a hero's final bed, the sorrowful women loudly lamented while shedding constant tears. Text 45, the women cried out, alas, O Master, O dear one, O knower of religious principles, O kind and compassionate protector of the shelterless. By your being slain we have also been slain, together with your household and offspring. Text 46, O great hero among men, bereft of you, its master, this city has lost its beauty, just as we have, and all festivity and good fortune within it have come to an end. Text 47, O dear one, you have been brought to this state because of the terrible violence you committed against innocent creatures. How can one who harms others attain happiness? Text 48, Lord Krishna causes the appearance and disappearance of all beings in this world, and he is their maintainer as well. One who disrespects him can never prosper happily. Text 49, Sukadeva Goswami said, after consoling the royal ladies, Lord Krishna, sustainer of all the worlds, arranged for the prescribed funeral rites to be performed. Text 50, then Krishna and Balarama released their mother and father from bondage and offered obeisances to them, touching their feet with their heads. Text 51, Devaki and Vasudeva, now knowing Krishna and Balarama to be the lords of the universe, simply stood with joint palms. Being apprehensive, they did not embrace their sons. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 45. Krishna rescues his teacher's son. This chapter describes how Lord Krishna consoled Devaki, Vasudeva and Nanda Maharaja and installed Ugrasena as king. It also relates how Krishna and Balarama completed their education, retrieved the dead son of their guru and then returned home. Noting that his parents, Vasudeva and Devaki, had realized his true position as God, Sri Krishna expanded his Yogamaya to again make them think of him as their dear child. Then, with Lord Balarama, Krishna approached them and said how unhappy he was that he and they had been unable to enjoy the mutual satisfaction of parents and children who lived together. Then he stated, even in a lifetime of 100 years, no son can ever repay the debt he owes his parents, from whom he receives his very body. Any capable son who fails to support his parents will be forced, in the hereafter, to eat his own flesh. Indeed, any person who does not maintain and nourish those under his care, children, wife, spiritual masters, brahmanas, elderly parents, and so on, is simply a living corpse. It was out of fear of Kamsa that we could not serve you, so now please forgive us. Vasudeva and Devaki, overcome with emotion upon hearing these words of Sri Krishna's, embraced their 2 sons and in ecstasy shed a torrent of tears. Having thus satisfied his mother and father, Lord Krishna offered Kamsa's kingdom to his maternal grandfather, Ugrasena, and then arranged for all his family members who had fled in fear of Kamsa to return to their homes. Protected by the mighty arms of Krishna and Balarama, the Yadavas began to enjoy supreme bliss. Krishna and Balarama next approached Nanda Maharaja and praised him for having cared so lovingly for them, another's sons. Krishna then said to Nanda, "Dear father, please return to Vraya. Knowing how much you and our other relatives are suffering in separation from us, Balarama and I will come to see you as soon as we have satisfied your friends here in Mathura." Krishna then worshipped Nanda with various offerings, and Nanda felt overwhelmed with love for his sons. After tearfully embracing Krishna and Balarama, he took the cowherd men and departed for Vraya. Next Vasudeva had his priests perform his son's ritual of second birth. Krishna and Balarama then went to Gargamuni to take the vow of brahmacharya, celibacy. Afterward, Krishna, and Balarama, though omniscient, desired to reside at the school of a spiritual master, and thus they went to live with Sandipani Muni at Avantapura. To teach the proper way to respect one's guru, Krishna and Balarama served their spiritual master with great devotion, as they would a deity of the Supreme Lord himself. Sandipani Muni, pleased by their service, imparted to them detailed knowledge of all the Vedas, together with their 6 corollaries and the Upanishads. Krishna and Balarama needed to hear each subject explained only once to assimilate it completely, and thus in 64 days they learned the 64 traditional arts. Before taking leave of their guru, the two lords offered Sandipani Muni any gift he desired. The wise Sandipani, seeing their amazing prowess, requested that they bring back his son, who had died in the ocean at Prabhasa. Krishna and Balarama mounted a chariot and went to Prabhasa, where they approached the shore and were worshipped by the presiding deity of the ocean. Krishna asked the ocean to return his spiritual master's son, and the lord of the ocean replied that a demon dwelling within the ocean named Pankayana had taken the boy away. Hearing this, Sri Krishna entered the ocean, killed the demon and took the shell that had grown from his body. But when Krishna did not find his guru's son within the demon's belly, he went to the planet of Yamaraja, the lord of death. Yamaraja came forward when he heard Krishna blow the Pankayana conch shell and devotedly worshipped him. Lord Krishna then asked Yamaraja for Sandipani Muni's son, and Yamaraja immediately gave him to the two lords. Krishna and Balarama then returned to their spiritual master and presented him with his son, requesting him to choose yet another favor. But Sandipani Muni replied that by having obtained disciples such as them, all his desires were fulfilled. He thus instructed them to return home. Krishna and Balarama traveled to their home by chariot, and upon their arrival all the citizens became unlimitedly ecstatic to see them, just like persons who have regained a lost treasure. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, understanding that his parents were becoming aware of his transcendental opulences, the Supreme Personality of Godhead thought that this should not be allowed to happen. Thus he expanded his yoga maya, which bewilders his devotees. Text 2. Lord Krishna, the greatest of the Sattvatas, approached his parents with his elder brother. Humbly bowing his head and gratifying them by respectfully addressing them as my dear mother and my dear father, Krishna spoke as follows. Text 3. Lord Krishna said, Dear Father, because of us, your two sons, you and Mother Devaki always remained in anxiety and could never enjoy our childhood, boyhood or youth. Text 4. Deprived by fate, we could not live with you and enjoy the pampered happiness most children enjoy in their parents' home. Text 5. With one's body one can acquire all goals of life, and it is one's parents who give the body birth and sustenance. Therefore no mortal man can repay his debt to his parents, even if he serves them for a full lifetime of 100 years. Text 6. A son who, though able to do so, fails to provide for his parents with his physical resources and wealth is forced after his death to eat his own flesh. Text 7. A man who, though able to do so, fails to support his elderly parents, chaste wife, young child or spiritual master, or who neglects a Brahmin or anyone who comes to him for shelter, is considered dead, though breathing. Text 8. Thus we have wasted all these days, unable as we were to properly honor you because our minds were always disturbed by fear of Kamsa. Text 9. Dear Father and Mother, please forgive us for not serving you. We are not independent and have been greatly frustrated by cruel Kamsa. Text 10. Sukadeva Goswami said, thus beguiled by the words of Lord Hari, the Supreme Soul of the universe, who by his internal illusory potency appeared to be a human, his parents joyfully raised him up on their laps and embraced him. Text 11. Pouring out a shower of tears upon the Lord, his parents, who were bound up by the rope of affection, could not speak. They were overwhelmed, O king, and their throats choked up with tears. Text 12. Thus having comforted his mother and father, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appearing as the son of Devaki, installed as maternal grandfather, Ugrasena, as king of the Yadas. Text 13. The Lord told him, O mighty king, we are your subjects, so please command us. Indeed, because of the curse of Yayati, no Yadu may sit on the royal throne. Text 14. Since I am present in your entourage as your personal attendant, all the demigods and other exalted personalities will come with heads bowed to offer you tribute. What, then, to speak of the rulers of men? Texts 15-16. The Lord then brought all his close family members and other relatives back from the various places to which they had fled in fear of Kamsa. He received the Yadas, Vrishnis, Andakas, Madhus, Dasarhas, Kukaras and other clans with due honor, and he also consoled them, for they were weary of living in foreign lands. Then Lord Krishna, the creator of the universe, resettled them in their homes and gratified them with valuable gifts. Texts 17-18. The members of these clans, protected by the arms of Lord Krishna and Lord Sankarsana, felt that all their desires were fulfilled. Thus they enjoyed perfect happiness while living at home with their families. Because of the presence of Krishna and Balarama, they no longer suffered from the fever of material existence. Every day these loving devotees could see Mukunda's ever-cheerful lotus face, which was decorated with beautiful, merciful smiling glances. Text 19. Even the most elderly inhabitants of the city appeared youthful, full of strength and vitality, for with their eyes they constantly drank the elixir of Lord Mukunda's lotus face. Text 20. Then, O exalted Pariksit, the Supreme Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, along with Lord Balarama, approached Nanda Maharaja. The two lords embraced him and then addressed him as follows. Text 21, Krishna and Balarama said, O Father, you and Mother Yasoda have affectionately maintained us and cared for us so much. Indeed, parents love their children more than their own lives. Text 22, they are the real father and mother who care for, as they were their own sons, children abandoned by relatives unable to maintain and protect them. Text 23, now you should all return to Vraya, dear father. We shall come to see you, our dear relatives who suffer in separation from us, as soon as we have given some happiness to your well-wishing friends. Text 24, thus consoling Nanda Maharaja and the other men of Vraya, the infallible Supreme Lord respectfully honored them with gifts of clothing, jewelry, household utensils and so on. Text 25, Nanda Maharaja was overwhelmed with affection upon hearing Krishna's words, and his eyes brimmed with tears as he embraced the two lords. Then he went back to Vraya with the cowherd men. Text 26, my dear king, then Vasudeva, the son of Shirasanya, arranged for a priest and other brahmanas to perform his two sons' second birth initiation. Text 27, Vasudeva honored these brahmanas by worshipping them and giving them fine ornaments and well-ornamented cows with their calves. All these cows wore gold necklaces and linen wreaths. Text 28, the magnanimous Vasudeva then remembered the cows he had mentally given away on the occasion of Krishna's and Balarama's birth. Kamsa had stolen those cows, and Vasudeva now recovered them and gave them away in charity also. Text 29, after attaining twice-born status through initiation, the lords, sincere in their vows, took the further vow of celibacy from Garga Muni, the spiritual master of the Yadas. Texts 30-31, concealing their innately perfect knowledge by their human-like activities, those two omniscient lords of the universe, themselves the origin of all branches of knowledge, next desired to reside at the school of a spiritual master. Thus they approached Sandipani Muni, a native of Kasi living in the city of Avanti. Text 32, Sandipani thought very highly of these two self-controlled disciples, whom he had obtained so fortuitously. By serving him as devotedly as one would serve the Supreme Lord himself, they showed others an irreproachable example of how to worship the spiritual master. Text 33, that best of Brahmanas, the spiritual master Sandipani, was satisfied with their submissive behavior, and thus he taught them the entire Vedas, together with their 6 corollaries and the Upanishads. Text 34, he also taught them the Dhanurveda, with its most confidential secrets, the standard books of law, the methods of logical reasoning and philosophical debate, and the sixfold science of politics. Texts 35-36, O king, those best of persons, Krishna and Balarama, being themselves the original promulgators of all varieties of knowledge, could immediately assimilate each and every subject after hearing it explained just once. Thus with fixed concentration they learned the 64 arts and skills in as many days and nights. Thereafter, O king, they satisfied their spiritual master by offering him Guru Dakshina. Text 37, O king, the learned Brahmana Sandipani carefully considered the two lords' glorious and amazing qualities and their superhuman intelligence. Then, after consulting with his wife, he chose as his remuneration the return of his young son, who had died in the ocean at Prabhasa. Text 38, so be it, replied those two great chariot warriors of limitless might, and they at once mounted their chariot and set off for Prabhasa. When they reached that place, they walked up to the shore and sat down. In a moment the deity of the ocean, recognizing them to be the Supreme Lords, approached them with offerings of tribute. Text 39, the Supreme Lord Krishna addressed the Lord of the ocean, let the son of my Guru be presented at once, the one you seized here with your mighty waves. Text 40, the ocean replied, O Lord Krishna, it was not I who abducted him, but a demonic descendant of deity named Pankayana, who travels in the water in the form of a conch. Text 41, indeed, the ocean said, that demon has taken him away. Hearing this, Lord Krishna entered the ocean, found Pankayana and killed him. But the Lord did not find the boy within the demon's belly. Texts 42-44, Lord Janardana took the conch shell that had grown around the demon's body and went back to the chariot. Then he proceeded to Samyamani, the beloved capital of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death. Upon arriving there with Lord Balarama, he loudly blew his conch shell, and Yamaraja, who keeps the conditioned souls in check, came as soon as he heard the resounding vibration. Yamaraja elaborately worshipped the two lords with great devotion, and then he addressed Lord Krishna, who lives in everyone's heart, O Supreme Lord Vishnu, what shall I do for you and Lord Balarama, who are playing the part of ordinary humans? Text 45, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, suffering the bondage of his past activity, my spiritual master's son was brought here to you. O great king, obey my command and bring this boy to me without delay. Text 46, Yamaraja said, so be it, and brought forth the Guru's son. Then those two most exalted yadis presented the boy to their spiritual master and said to him, please select another boon. Text 47, the spiritual master said, my dear boys, you two have completely fulfilled the disciple's obligation to reward his spiritual master. Indeed, with disciples like you, what further desires could a guru have? Text 48, O heroes, now please return home. May your fame sanctify the world, and may the Vedic hymns be ever fresh in your minds, both in this life and the next. Text 49, thus receiving their guru's permission to leave, the two lords returned to their city on their chariot, which moved as swiftly as the wind and resounded like a cloud. Text 50, all the citizens rejoiced upon seeing Krishna and Balarama, whom they had not seen for many days. The people felt just like those who have lost their wealth and then regained it. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum chapter 46. Uddhava visits Vrindavan. This chapter describes how Sri Krishna sent Uddhava to Vraya to relieve the distress of Nanda, Yasoda and the young Gopas. One day Lord Krishna asked his intimate friend Uddhava to take news of him to Vraya and thus relieve his parents and the Gopas of their misery caused by their separation from him. Riding on a chariot, Uddhava reached Vraya at sunset. He saw the cows returning home to the cowherd village and the calves jumping here and there as their mothers followed slowly behind, weighed down by their heavy milk bags. The cowherd men and women were chanting the glories of Krishna and Balarama, and the village was attractively decorated with burning incense and rows of lamps. All this presented a scene of exceptional transcendental beauty. Nanda Maharaja welcomed Uddhava warmly into his home. The cowherd king then worshipped him as non-different from Lord Vasudeva, fed him nicely, seated him comfortably upon a bed and then inquired from him about the welfare of Vasudeva and his sons, Krishna and Balarama. Nanda asked, does Krishna still remember his friends, the village of Gokula and Govardhana Hill? He protected us from a forest fire, wind and rain, and many other disasters. By remembering his pastimes again and again, we are relieved of all karmic entanglement, and when we see the places marked by his lotus feet, our minds become fully absorbed in thought of him. Garga Muni told me that Krishna and Balarama have both descended directly from the spiritual world. Just see how they have so easily dispatched Kamsa, the wrestlers, the elephant Kuvalayapita and many other demons. As Nanda remembered Krishna's pastimes, his throat choked up with tears and he could speak no further. Meanwhile, as Mother Yasoda heard her husband speak of Krishna, the intense love she felt for her son caused a flood of milk to pour from her breasts and a torrent of tears from her eyes. Seeing the super excellent affection Nanda and Yasoda had for Sri Krishna, Uddhava commented, you two are indeed most glorious. One who has attained pure love for the supreme absolute truth in his human-like form has nothing further to accomplish. Krishna and Balarama are present in the hearts of all living beings, just as fire lies dormant within wood. These two lords see all equally, having no particular friends or enemies. Free from egoism and possessiveness, they have no father, mother, wife or children, are never subject to birth, and have no material body. Only to enjoy spiritual happiness and deliver their saintly devotees do they appear by their own sweet will among various species of life, both high and low. Lord Krishna is not merely the son of you, O Nanda and Yasoda, but the son of all persons, as well as their mother and father. In fact, he is everyone's dearest relation inasmuch as nothing that is seen or heard in the past, present or future, among the moving or non-moving, is independent of him. Nanda Maharaja and Uddhava passed the night talking about Krishna in this way. Then the cowherd women performed their morning worship and began churning butter, singing the glories of Sri Krishna as they busily pulled the churning ropes. The sounds of churning and singing reverberated into the sky, cleansing the world of all inauspiciousness. When the sun rose, the Gopas saw Uddhava's chariot at the edge of the cowherd village, and they thought that Akrura might have returned. But just then Uddhava finished his morning duties and presented himself before them. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, the supremely intelligent Uddhava was the best counselor of the Vrisni dynasty, a beloved friend of Lord Sri Krishna and a direct disciple of Brihaspati. Text 2, the Supreme Lord Hari, who relieves the distress of all who surrender to him, once took the hand of his fully devoted, dearmost friend Uddhava and addressed him as follows. Text 3, Lord Krishna said, Dear gentle Uddhava, go to Vraya and give pleasure to our parents. And also relieve the Gopas, suffering in separation from me, by giving them my message. Text 4, the minds of those Gopas are always absorbed in me, and their very lives are ever devoted to me. For my sake they have abandoned everything related to their bodies, renouncing ordinary happiness in this life, as well as religious duties necessary for such happiness in the next life. I alone am their dear most beloved and, indeed, their very self. I personally sustain such devotees, who for my sake give up all worldly duties. Text 5, My dear Uddhava, for those women of Gokula I am the most cherished object of love. Thus when they remember me, who am so far away, they are overwhelmed by the anxiety of separation. Text 6, Simply because I have promised to return to them, my fully devoted cowherd girlfriends struggle to maintain their lives somehow or other. Text 7, Sukadeva Goswami said, thus addressed, O king, Uddhava respectfully accepted his master's message, mounted his chariot and set off for Nanda Gokula. Text 8, The fortunate Uddhava reached Nanda Maharaja's pastures just as the sun was setting, and since the returning cows and other animals were raising dust with their hooves, his chariot passed unnoticed. Texts 9-13, Gokula resounded on all sides with the sounds of bulls and rut fighting with one another for fertile cows, with the mooing of cows, burdened by their udders, chasing after their calves, with the noise of milking and of the white calves jumping here and there, with the loud reverberation of flute playing, and with the singing of the all-auspicious deeds of Krishna and Balarama by the cowherd men and women, who made the village resplendent with their wonderfully ornamented attire. The cowherds' homes in Gokula appeared most charming with their abundant paraphernalia for worship of the sacrificial fire, the sun, unexpected guests, the cows, the brahmanas, the forefathers and the demigods. On all sides lay the flowering forest, echoing with flocks of birds and swarms of bees and beautified by its lakes crowded with swans, Karandava ducks and bowers of lotuses. Text 14, As soon as Uddhava arrived at Nanda Maharaja's home, Nanda came forward to meet him. The cowherd king embraced him in great happiness and worshipped him as none different from Lord Vasudeva. Text 15, After Uddhava had eaten first-class food, been seated comfortably on a bed and been relieved of his fatigue by a foot massage and other means, Nanda inquired from him as follows. Text 16, Nanda Maharaja said, My dear most fortunate one, does the son of Sura fare well, now that he is free and has rejoined his children and other relatives? Text 17, Fortunately, because of his own sins, the sinful Kamsa has been killed, along with all his brothers. He always hated the saintly and righteous Yadus. Text 18, Does Krishna remember us? Does he remember his mother and his friends and well-wishers? Does he remember the cowherds in their village of Raya, of which he is the master? Does he remember the cows, Vrindavana forest and Govardhana hill? Text 19, Will Govinda return even once to see his family? If he ever does, we may then glance upon his beautiful face, with its beautiful eyes, nose and smile. Text 20, We were saved from the forest fire, the wind and rain, the bull and serpent demons, from all such insurmountable, deadly dangers, by that very great soul, Krishna. Text 21, As we remember the wonderful deeds Krishna performed, his playful sidelong glances, his smiles and his words, O Uddhava, we forget all our material engagements. Text 22, When we see the places where Mukunda enjoyed his sporting pastimes, the rivers, hills and forests he decorated with his feet, our minds become totally absorbed in him. Text 23, In my opinion, Krishna and Balarama must be two exalted demigods who have come to this planet to fulfill some great mission of the demigods. Such was foretold by Garga Rsi. Text 24, After all, Krishna and Balarama killed Kamsa, who was as strong as 10,000 elephants, as well as the wrestlers Kanura and Mustaka and the elephant Kuvalayapita. They killed them all sportingly, as easily as a lion disposes of small animals. Text 25, With the ease of a royal elephant breaking a stick, Krishna broke a powerful, giant bow 3 talas long. He also held a mountain aloft for 7 days with just one hand. Text 26, Here in Vrindavana, Krishna and Balarama easily destroyed demons like Pralamba, Dhanuka, Arista, Trinavarta, and Baka, who had themselves defeated both demigods and other demons. Text 27, Sukadeva Goswami said, Thus intensely remembering Krishna again and again, Nanda Maharaja, his mind completely attached to the Lord, felt extreme anxiety and fell silent, overcome by the strength of his love. Text 28, As Mother Yasoda heard the descriptions of her son's activities, she poured out her tears, and milk flowed from her breasts out of love. Text 29, Uddhava then joyfully addressed Nanda Maharaja, having clearly seen the supreme loving attraction he and Yasoda felt for Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 30, Sri Uddhava said, O respectful Nanda, certainly you and Mother Yasoda are the most praiseworthy persons in the entire world, since you have developed such a loving attitude toward Lord Narayana, the spiritual master of all living beings. Text 31, These two lords, Mukunda, and Balarama, are each the seed and womb of the universe, the Creator and his creative potency. They enter the hearts of living beings and control their conditioned awareness. They are the primeval supreme. Texts 32-33, anyone, even a person in an impure state, who absorbs his mind in him for just a moment at the time of death burns up all traces of sinful reactions and immediately attains the supreme transcendental destination in a pure, spiritual form as effulgent as the sun. You too have rendered exceptional loving service to him, Lord Narayana, the supersoul of all and the cause of all existence, the great soul who, although the original cause of everything, has a human-like form. What pious deeds could still be required of you? Text 34, infallible Krishna, the Lord of the devotees, will soon return to Vraya to satisfy his parents. Text 35, having killed Kamsa, the enemy of all the yadas, in the wrestling arena, Krishna will now surely fulfill his promise to you by coming back. Text 36, O most fortunate ones, do not lament. You will see Krishna again very soon. He is present in the hearts of all living beings, just as fire lies dormant in wood. Text 37, for him no one is especially dear or despicable, superior or inferior, and yet he is not indifferent to anyone. He is free from all desire for respect and yet gives respect to all others. Text 38, he has no mother, no father, no wife, children or other relatives. No one is related to him, and yet no one is a stranger to him. He has no material body and no birth. Text 39, he has no work to do in this world that would oblige him to take birth in pure, impure or mixed species of life. Yet to enjoy his pastimes and deliver his saintly devotees, he manifests himself. Text 40, although beyond the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion and ignorance, the transcendental Lord accepts association with them as his play. Thus the unborn Supreme Lord utilizes the material modes to create, maintain and destroy. Text 41, just as a person who is whirling around perceives the ground to be turning, one who is affected by false ego thinks himself the doer, when actually only his mind is acting. Text 42, the Supreme Lord Hari is certainly not your son alone. Rather, being the Lord, he is the Son, Soul, Father and Mother of everyone. Text 43, nothing can be said to exist independent of Lord Achyuta, nothing heard or seen, nothing in the past, present or future, nothing moving or unmoving, great or small. He indeed is everything, for he is the Supreme Soul. Text 44, while Krishna's messenger continued speaking with Nanda, the night ended, O king. The women of the cowherd village rose from bed and, lighting lamps, worshipped their household deities. Then they began churning the yogurt into butter. Text 45, as they pulled on the churning ropes with their bangled arms, the women of Vraya shone with the splendor of their jewels, which reflected the lamp's light. Their hips, breasts and necklaces moved about, and their faces, anointed with reddish kunkuma, glowed radiantly with the luster of their earrings reflecting from their cheeks. Text 46, as the ladies of Vraya loudly sang the glories of lotus-eyed Krishna, their songs blended with the sound of their churning, ascended to the sky and dissipated all inauspiciousness in every direction. Text 47, when the godly sun had risen, the people of Vraya noticed the golden chariot in front of Nanda Maharaj's doorway. Who does this belong to? They asked. Text 48, perhaps Akrura has returned, he who fulfilled Kamsa's desire by taking lotus-eyed Krishna to Mathura. Text 49, is he going to use our flesh to offer funeral oblations for his master, who was so satisfied with his service? As the women were speaking in this way, Uddhava appeared, having finished his early morning duties. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 47. The Song of the Bee. This chapter describes how Uddhava, on the order of Lord Sri Krishna, delivered the Lord's message to the gopis, consoled them and then returned to Mathura. When the young maidens of Vraya saw lotus-eyed Uddhava, who wore a yellow garment and attractive earrings, they were astonished at how much he resembled Krishna. Thinking, who is this? They approached and encircled him. When they realized that Krishna must have sent him, they brought him to a secluded place where he could speak to them confidentially. The gopis then began to remember the pastimes they had enjoyed with Sri Krishna, and putting aside all ordinary propriety and shyness, they loudly wept. One gopi, while deeply meditating on her association with Krishna, noticed a bumblebee before her. Imagining the bee to be a messenger from him, she said, just as bees wander among various flowers, Sri Krishna has abandoned the young girls of Vraya and developed affection for other women. The gopi continued to speak in this way, contrasting her own supposed ill fortune to her rival lover's good fortune, all the while glorifying the names, forms, qualities and pastimes of Lord Krishna. She then declared that although Krishna may have abandoned the gopis, they could not possibly stop remembering him for even a moment. Uddhava tried to console the damsels of Vraya, who were so anxious to see Krishna once again. Uddhava explained, while ordinary persons must perform many pious deeds to qualify as servants of Lord Krishna, you simple cowherd girls are so extremely fortunate that the Lord has favored you with the very highest degree of pure devotion for him. Uddhava then related to them the Lord's message. Quoting Lord Krishna, Uddhava said, I am the supreme soul and supreme shelter of all. By my potencies I create, maintain and destroy the cosmos. I am indeed most dear to you gopis, but to increase your attraction for me and intensify your remembrance of me, I left you. After all, when a woman's beloved is far away, she fixes her mind upon him constantly. By incessantly remembering me, you are sure to regain my association without delay. The gopis then asked Uddhava, is Krishna happy now that Kamsa is dead and he can enjoy the company of his family members and the women of Mathura? Does he still remember all the pastimes he enjoyed with us, such as the Rasa dance? Will Sri Krishna once again appear before us and give us ecstasy, just as Lord Indra, with his rain, gives life back to the forests aggrieved by the summer heat? Although we know that the greatest happiness comes from renunciation, we simply cannot stop hoping to attain Krishna, for the marks of his lotus feet are still present throughout the land of Raya, reminding us of his graceful gait, generous smiles and gentle talks. By all these our hearts have been stolen away. Having said this, the gopis loudly chanted Lord Krishna's names, calling out, O Govinda, please come and destroy our suffering. Uddhava then pacified the gopis with statements that dispelled their pain of separation, and they in turn worshipped him as not different from Sri Krishna. Uddhava stayed in the district of Raya for several months, giving pleasure to the residents by reminding them about Krishna in various ways. Very satisfied at seeing the extent of the gopis' love for the Lord, he declared, these cowherd girls have perfected their lives by coming to the platform of unalloyed love for Krishna. Indeed, even Lord Brahma is inferior to them. The goddess of fortune herself, who always resides on Krishna's chest, could not get the same mercy as that which the gopis obtained during the Rasa dance, when Krishna embraced their necks with his mighty arms. What, then, to speak of other women? Indeed, I would consider myself most fortunate to take birth as even a bush or creeper that would sometimes be touched by the dust of these gopis' lotus feet. Finally, Uddhava entreated Nanda Maharaja and the other cowherd men for permission to go back to Mathura. Nanda presented him with many gifts and prayed to Uddhava for the ability to always remember Krishna. Returning to Mathura, Uddhava offered Balarama, Krishna and King Ugrasena the gifts sent by Nanda Maharaja and described to them everything he had experienced in Raya. Texts 1-2, Sukadeva Goswami said, the young women of Raya became astonished upon seeing Lord Krishna's servant, who had long arms, whose eyes resembled a newly grown lotus, who wore a yellow garment and a lotus garland, and whose lotus-like face glowed with brightly polished earrings. Who is this handsome man? The gopis asked. Where has he come from, and whom does he serve? He's wearing Krishna's clothes and ornaments. Saying this, the gopis eagerly crowded around Uddhava, whose shelter was the lotus feet of Lord Uttamsloka, Sri Krishna. Text 3, bowing their heads in humility, the gopis duly honored Uddhava with their shy, smiling glances and pleasing words. They took him to a quiet place, seated him comfortably and began to question him, for they recognized him to be a messenger from Krishna, the master of the goddess of fortune. Text 4, the gopis said, we know that you are the personal servant of Krishna, the chief of the yadus, and that you have come here on the order of your good master, who desires to give pleasure to his parents. Text 5, we see nothing else he might consider worth remembering in these cow pastures of Raya. Indeed, the bonds of affection for one's family members are difficult to break, even for a sage. Text 6, the friendship shown toward others, those who are not family members, is motivated by personal interest, and thus it is a pretense that lasts only until one's purpose is fulfilled. Such friendship is just like the interest men take in women, or bees in flowers. Text 7, prostitutes abandon a penniless man, subjects an incompetent king, students their teacher once they have finished their education, and priests a man who has remunerated them for a sacrifice. Text 8, birds abandon a tree when its fruits are gone, guests a house after they have eaten, animals a forest that is burnt down, and a lover the woman he has enjoyed, even though she remains attached to him. Texts 9-10, thus speaking, the gopis, whose words, bodies and minds were fully dedicated to Lord Govinda, put aside all their regular work now that Krishna's messenger, Sri Uddhava, had arrived among them. Constantly remembering the activities their beloved Krishna had performed in his childhood and youth, they sang about them and cried without shame. Text 11, one of the gopis, while meditating on her previous association with Krishna, saw a honeybee before her and imagined it to be a messenger sent by her beloved. Thus she spoke as follows. Text 12, the gopi said, O honeybee, O friend of a cheater, Don't touch my feet with your whiskers, which are smeared with the kumkuma that rubbed onto Krishna's garland when it was crushed by the breasts of a rival lover. Let Krishna satisfy the women of Mathura. One who sends a messenger like you will certainly be ridiculed in the Yadis assembly. Text 13. After making us drink the enchanting nectar of his lips only once, Krishna suddenly abandoned us, just as you might quickly abandon some flowers. How is it, then, that goddess Padma willingly serves his lotus feet? Alas! The answer must certainly be that her mind has been stolen away by his deceitful words. Text 14. O B, why do you sing here so much about the Lord of the Yadis, in front of us homeless people? These topics are old news to us. Better you sing about that friend of Arjuna in front of his new girlfriends, the burning desire in whose breasts he has now relieved. Those ladies will surely give you the charity you are begging. Text 15. In heaven, on earth or in the subterranean sphere, what women are unavailable to him? He simply arches his eyebrows and smiles with deceptive charm, and they all become his. The Supreme Goddess herself worships the dust of his feet, so what is our position in comparison? But at least those who are wretched can chant his name. Uttam Sloka. Text 16. Keep your head off my feet. I know what you're doing. You expertly learned diplomacy from Mukunda, and now you come as his messenger with flattering words. But he abandoned those who for his sake alone gave up their children, husbands and all other relations. He's simply ungrateful. Why should I make up with him now? Text 17. Like a hunter, he cruelly shot the king of the monkeys with arrows. Because he was conquered by a woman, he disfigured another woman who came to him with lusty desires. And even after consuming the gifts of Bali Maharaja, he bound him up with ropes as if he were a crow. So let us give up all friendship with this stark-complexioned boy, even if we can't give up talking about him. Text 18. To hear about the pastimes that Krishna regularly performs is nectar for the ears. For those who relish just a single drop of that nectar, even once, their dedication to material duality is ruined. Many such persons have suddenly given up their wretched homes and families and, themselves becoming wretched, traveled here to Vrindavana to wander about like birds, begging for their living. Text 19. Faithfully taking his deceitful words as true, we became just like the black deer's foolish wives, who trust the cruel hunter's song. Thus we repeatedly felt the sharp pain of lust caused by the touch of his nails. O messenger, please talk about something besides Krishna. Text 20. O friend of my dear one, has my beloved sent you here again? I should honor you, friend, so please choose whatever boon you wish. But why have you come back here to take us to him, whose conjugal love is so difficult to give up? After all, gentle B, his consort is the goddess Sri, and she is always with him, staying upon his chest. Text 21. O Uddhava. It is indeed regrettable that Krishna resides in Mathura. Does he remember his father's household affairs and his friends, the cowherd boys? O great soul! Does he ever talk about us, his maidservants? When will he lay on our heads his guru-scented hand? Text 22. Sukadeva Goswami said, having heard this, Uddhava then tried to pacify the gopis, who were most eager to see Lord Krishna. He thus began relating to them the message of their beloved. Text 23. Sri Uddhava said, certainly you gopis are all successful and are universally worshipped because you have dedicated your minds in this way to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. Text 24. Devotional service unto Lord Krishna is attained by charity, strict vows, austerities and fire sacrifices, by japa, study of Vedic texts, observance of regulative principles and, indeed, by the performance of many other auspicious practices. Text 25. By your great fortune you have established an unexcelled standard of pure devotion for the Lord, Uttam Sloka, a standard even the sages can hardly attain. Text 26. By your great fortune you have left your sons, husbands, bodily comforts, relatives and homes in favor of the Supreme Male, who is known as Krishna. Text 27. You have rightfully claimed the privilege of unalloyed love for the Transcendental Lord, O most glorious Gopis. Indeed, by exhibiting your love for Krishna in separation from him, you have shown me great mercy. Text 28. My good ladies, now please hear your beloved's message, which I, the confidential servant of my master, have come here to bring you. Text 29. The Supreme Lord said, you are never actually separated from me, for I am the soul of all creation. Just as the elements of nature, ether, air, fire, water and earth, are present in every created thing, so I am present within everyone's mind, life, air and senses, and also within the physical elements and the modes of material nature. Text 30. By myself I create, sustain and withdraw myself within myself by the power of my personal energy, which comprises the material elements, the senses and the modes of nature. Text 31. Being composed of pure consciousness, or knowledge, the soul is distinct from everything material and is uninvolved in the entanglements of the modes of nature. We can perceive the soul through the three functions of material nature known as wakefulness, sleep and deep sleep. Text 32. As a person just arisen from sleep may continue to meditate on a dream even though it is illusory, so by the agency of the mind one meditates on the sense objects, which the senses can then obtain. Therefore one should become fully alert and bring the mind under control. Text 33. According to intelligent authorities, this is the ultimate conclusion of all the Vedas, as well as all practice of yoga, sankhya, renunciation, austerity, sense control and truthfulness, just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers. Text 34. But the actual reason why I, the beloved object of your sight, have stayed far away from you is that I wanted to intensify your meditation upon me and thus draw your minds closer to me. Text 35. When her lover is far away, a woman thinks of him more than when he is present before her. Text 36. Because your minds are totally absorbed in me and free from all other engagement, you remember me always, and so you will very soon have me again in your presence. Text 37. Although some gopis had to remain in the cowherd village and so could not join the rasa dance to sport with me at night in the forest, they were nonetheless fortunate. Indeed, they attained me by thinking of my potent pastimes. Text 38. Sukadeva Goswami said, the women of Raya were pleased to hear this message from their dearmost Krishna. His words having revived their memory, they addressed Uddhava as follows. Text 39. The gopis said, it is very good that Kamsa, the enemy and persecutor of the Yadus, has now been killed, along with his followers. And it is also very good that Lord Asayuta is living happily in the company of his well-wishing friends and relatives, whose every desire is now fulfilled. Text 40. Gentle Uddhava, is the elder brother of God now bestowing on the city women the pleasure that actually belongs to us? We suppose those ladies worshipped him with generous glances full of affectionate, shy smiles. Text 41. Sri Krishna is expert in all kinds of conjugal affairs and is the darling of the city women. How can he not become entangled, now that he's constantly adored by their enchanting words and gestures? Text 42. O saintly one, does Govinda ever remember us during his conversations with the city women? Does he ever mention us village girls as he freely talks with them? Text 43. Does he recall those nights in the Vrindavana forest, lovely with lotus, jasmine and the bright moon? As we glorified his charming pastimes, he enjoyed with us, his beloved girlfriends, in the circle of the rasa dance, which resounded with the music of ankle bells. Text 44. Will that descendant of Dasarha return here and by the touch of his limbs bring back to life those who are now burning with the grief he himself has caused? Will he save us in that way, just as Lord Indra brings a forest back to life with his water-bearing clouds? Text 45. But why should Krishna come here after winning a kingdom, killing his enemies and marrying the daughters of kings? He's satisfied there, surrounded by all his friends and well-wishers. Text 46. The great soul Krishna is the lord of the goddess of fortune, and he automatically achieves whatever he desires. How can we forest dwellers or any other women fulfill his purposes when he is already fulfilled within himself? Text 47. Indeed, the greatest happiness is to renounce all desires, as even the prostitute Pingala has declared. Yet even though we know this, we cannot give up our hopes of attaining Krishna. Text 48. Who can bear to give up intimate talks with Lord Uttam? Although he shows no interest in her, goddess Sri never moves from her place on his chest. Text 49. Dear Uddhava Prabhu, when Krishna was here in the company of Sankarsana, he enjoyed all these rivers, hills, forests, cows and flute sounds. Text 50. All these remind us constantly of Nanda's son. Indeed, because we see Krishna's footprints, which are marked with divine symbols, we can never forget him. Text 51. O Uddhava, how can we forget him when our hearts have been stolen away by the charming way he walks, his generous smile and playful glances, and his honey-like words? Text 52. O Master of the goddess of fortune, O Master of Raya, O Destroyer of all suffering, Govinda, please lift your Gokula out of the ocean of distress in which it is drowning. Text 53. Sukadeva Goswami continued, Lord Krishna's messages having relieved their fever of separation, the gopis then worshipped Uddhava, recognizing him as non-different from their Lord, Krishna. Text 54. Uddhava remained there for several months, dispelling the gopis' sorrow by chanting the topics of Lord Krishna's pastimes. Thus he brought joy to all the people of Gokula. Text 55. All the days that Uddhava dwelled in Nanda's cowherd village seemed like a single moment to the residents of Raya, for Uddhava was always discussing Krishna. Text 56. That servant of Lord Hari, seeing the rivers, forests, mountains, valleys and flowering trees of Raya, enjoyed inspiring the inhabitants of Vrindavan by reminding them of Lord Krishna. Text 57. Thus seeing how the Gopas were always disturbed because of their total absorption in Krishna, Uddhava was supremely pleased. Desiring to offer them all respect, he sang as follows. Text 58. Uddhava sang, among all persons on earth, these cowherd women alone have actually perfected their embodied lives, for they have achieved the perfection of unalloyed love for Lord Govinda. Their pure love is hankered after by those who fear material existence, by great sages, and by ourselves as well. For one who has tasted the narrations of the infinite Lord, what is the use of taking birth as a high-class Brahmana, or even as Lord Brahma himself? Text 59. How amazing it is that these simple women who wander about the forest, seemingly spoiled by improper behavior, have achieved the perfection of unalloyed love for Krishna, the Supreme Soul. Still, it is true that the Supreme Lord himself awards his blessings even to an ignorant worshipper, just as the best medicine works even when taken by a person ignorant of its ingredients. Text 60. When Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the Gopas in the Rasa Lila, the Gopas were embraced by the arms of the Lord. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the goddess of fortune or other consorts in the spiritual world. Indeed, never was such a thing even imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the lotus flower. And what to speak of worldly women who are very beautiful according to material estimation. Text 61. The Gopas of Vrindavana have given up the association of their husbands, sons and other family members, who are very difficult to give up, and they have forsaken the path of chastity to take shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, Krishna, which one should search for by Vedic knowledge. Oh, let me be fortunate enough to be one of the bushes, creepers or herbs in Vrindavana, because the Gopas trample them and bless them with the dust of their lotus feet. Text 62. The goddess of fortune herself, along with Lord Brahma and all the other demigods, who are masters of yogic perfection, can worship the lotus feet of Krishna only within her mind. But during the Rasa dance Lord Krishna placed his feet upon these Gopas' breasts, and by embracing those feet the Gopas gave up all distress. Text 63. I repeatedly offer my respects to the dust from the feet of the women of Nanda Maharaja's cowherd village. When these Gopas loudly chant the glories of Sri Krishna, the vibration purifies the three worlds. Text 64. Sukadeva Goswami said, Uddhava, the descendant of Dasarha, then took permission to leave from the Gopas and from Mother Yasoda and Nanda Maharaja. He bade farewell to all the cowherd men and, about to depart, mounted his chariot. Text 65. As Uddhava was about to leave, Nanda and the others approached him bearing various items of worship. With tears in their eyes they addressed him as follows. Text 66. Nanda and the other cowherds said, May our mental functions always take shelter of Krishna's lotus feet, may our words always chant his names, and may our bodies always bow down to him and serve him. Text 67. Wherever we are made to wander about this world by the Supreme Lord's will, in accordance with the reactions to our fruit of work, may our good works and charity always grant us love for Lord Krishna. Text 68. Sukadeva Goswami continued, O ruler of men, thus honored by the cowherd men with expressions of devotion for Lord Krishna, Uddhava went back to the city of Mathura, which was under Krishna's protection. Text 69. After falling down to pay his homage, Uddhava described to Lord Krishna the immense devotion of the residents of Raya. Uddhava also described it to Vasudeva, Lord Balarama and King Ugrasena and presented to them the gifts of tribute he had brought with him. Library SRIMAD Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 48. Krishna pleases his devotees. In this chapter Lord Sri Krishna first visits Trivakra, also known as Kubja, and enjoys with her, and then he visits Akrura. The Lord sends Akrura to Hastinapura to satisfy the Pandavas. After Uddhava had related to Sri Krishna the news of Raya, the Lord went to the home of Trivakra, which was decorated with diverse ornamentation conducive to sexual enjoyment. Trivakra welcomed Krishna with great respect, giving him a raised seat and, together with her female companions, worshipping him. She also offered Uddhava a seat, as befitted his position, but Uddhava simply touched the seat and sat on the floor. Lord Krishna then reclined on an opulent bed as the maidservant Trivakra elaborately washed and decorated herself. Then she approached him. Krishna invited Trivakra to the bed and began to enjoy with her in various ways. By embracing Lord Krishna, Trivakra freed herself of the torment of lust. She asked Krishna to remain with her for some time, and the considerate Lord promised to fulfill her request in due course. He then returned with Uddhava to his residence. Apart from offering sandal paste to Krishna, Trivakra had never performed any pious acts, yet simply on the strength of the piety of this single act she attained the rare personal association of Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna next went to Akrura's house with Lord Baladeva and Uddhava. Akrura honored the three of them by bowing down and presenting them with suitable sitting places. Then he worshipped Rama and Krishna, washed their feet and poured the water on his head. Akrura also offered them many prayers. Lord Krishna was pleased with Akrura's prayers. He told him that since he, Akrura, was in fact their paternal uncle, Krishna and Balarama should be the recipients of his protection and mercy. Lord Krishna then praised Akrura as a saint and purifier of the sinful, and he asked him to visit Hastinapur to find out how the Pandavas, deprived of their father, were faring. Finally, the Lord returned home, taking Balarama and Uddhava with him. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, next, after assimilating Uddhava's report, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the omniscient soul of all that be, desired to satisfy the serving girl Trivakra, who was troubled by lust. Thus he went to her house. Text 2, Trivakra's home was opulently appointed with expensive furnishings and replete with sensual accoutrements meant to inspire sexual desire. There were banners, rows of strung pearls, canopies, fine beds and sitting places, and also fragrant incense, oil lamps, flower garlands and aromatic sandalwood paste. Text 3, when Trivakra saw him arriving at her house, she at once rose from her seat in a flurry. Coming forward graciously with her girlfriends, she respectfully greeted Lord Asayuta by offering him an excellent seat and other articles of worship. Text 4, Uddhava also received a seat of honor, since he was a saintly person, but he simply touched it and sat on the floor. Then Lord Krishna, imitating the manners of human society, quickly made himself comfortable on an opulent bed. Text 5, Trivakra prepared herself by bathing, anointing her body, and dressing in fine garments, by putting on jewelry, garlands and perfume, and also by chewing betel nut, drinking fragrant liquor, and so on. She then approached Lord Madhava with shy, playful smiles and coquettish glances. Text 6, calling forward his beloved, who was anxious and shy at the prospect of this new contact, the Lord pulled her by her bangled hands onto the bed. Thus he enjoyed with that beautiful girl, whose only trace of piety was her having offered ointment to the Lord. Text 7, simply by smelling the fragrance of Krishna's lotus feet, Trivakra cleansed away the burning lust Cupid had aroused in her breasts, chest and eyes. With her two arms she embraced between her breasts her lover, Sri Krishna, the personification of bliss, and thus she gave up her long-standing distress. Text 8, having thus gotten the hard-to-get Supreme Lord by the simple act of offering him body ointment, unfortunate Trivakra submitted to that Lord of Freedom the following request. Text 9, Trivakra said, O beloved, please stay here with me for a few days more and enjoy. I cannot bear to give up your association, O lotus-eyed one. Text 10, promising her the fulfillment of this lusty desire, considerate Krishna, Lord of all beings, paid Trivakra his respects and then returned with Uddhava to his own supremely opulent residence. Text 11, Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Lord of all lords, is ordinarily difficult to approach. One who has properly worshipped him and then chooses the benediction of mundane sense gratification is certainly of poor intelligence, for he is satisfied with an insignificant result. Text 12, then Lord Krishna, wanting to have some things done, went to Akrura's house with Balarama and Uddhava. The Lord also desired to please Akrura. Text 13-14, Akrura stood up in great joy when he saw them, his own relatives and the greatest of exalted personalities, coming from a distance. After embracing them and greeting them, Akrura bowed down to Krishna and Balarama and was greeted by them in return. Then, when his guests had taken their seats, he worshipped them in accordance with scriptural rules. Texts 15-16, O king, Akrura bathed the feet of Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama and then poured the bath water on his head. He presented them with gifts of fine clothing, aromatic sandalwood paste, flower garlands and excellent jewelry. After thus worshipping the two lords, he bowed his head to the floor. He then began to massage Lord Krishna's feet, placing them on his lap, and with his head bowed in humility he addressed Krishna and Balarama as follows. Text 17, Akrura said, It is our good fortune that you two lords have killed the evil Kamsa and his followers, thus delivering your dynasty from endless suffering and causing it to flourish. Text 18, You both are the original Supreme Person, the cause of the universe and its very substance. Not the slightest subtle cause or manifest product of creation exists apart from you. Text 19, O Supreme Absolute Truth, with your personal energies you create this universe and then enter into it. Thus one can perceive you in many different forms by hearing from authorities and by direct experience. Text 20, just as the primary elements, earth and so on, manifest themselves in abundant variety among all the species of mobile and immobile life, so you, the one independent Supreme Soul, appear to be manifold among the variegated objects of your creation. Text 21. You create, destroy and also maintain this universe with your personal energies, the modes of passion, ignorance and goodness, yet you are never entangled by these modes or the activities they generate. Since you are the original source of all knowledge, what could ever cause you to be bound by illusion? Text 22. Since it has never been demonstrated that you are covered by material, bodily designations, it must be concluded that for you there is neither birth in a literal sense nor any duality. Therefore you never undergo bondage or liberation, and if you appear to, it is only because of your desire that we see you in that way, or simply because of our lack of discrimination. Text 23. You originally enunciated the ancient religious path of the Vedas for the benefit of the whole universe. Whenever that path becomes obstructed by wicked persons following the path of atheism, you assume one of your incarnations, which are all in the transcendental mode of goodness. Text 24. You are that very same Supreme Person, my Lord, and you have now appeared in the home of Vasudeva with your plenary portion. You have done this to relieve the earth's burden by killing hundreds of armies led by kings who are expansions of the demigods' enemies, and also to spread the fame of our dynasty. Text 25. Today, O Lord, my home has become most fortunate because you have entered it. As the Supreme Truth, you embody the forefathers, ordinary creatures, human beings and demigods, and the water that has washed your feet purifies the three worlds. Indeed, O Transcendent One, you are the spiritual master of the universe. Text 26. What learned person would approach anyone but you for shelter, when you are the affectionate, grateful and truthful well-wisher of your devotees? To those who worship you in sincere friendship you reward everything they desire, even your own self, yet you never increase or diminish. Text 27. It is by our great fortune, Janardana, that you are now visible to us, for even the masters of yoga and the foremost demigods can achieve this goal only with great difficulty. Please quickly cut the ropes of our illusory attachment for children, wife, wealth, influential friends, home and body. All such attachment is simply the effect of your illusory material energy. Text 28. Sukadeva Goswami continued, thus worshipped and fully glorified by his devotee, the Supreme Lord Hari smilingly addressed Akrura, completely charming him with his words. Text 29. The Supreme Lord said, you are our spiritual master, paternal uncle and praiseworthy friend, and we are like your sons, always dependent on your protection, sustenance and compassion. Text 30. Exalted souls like you are the true objects of service and the most worshipable authorities for those who desire the highest good in life. Demigods are generally concerned with their own interests, but saintly devotees never are. Text 31. No one can deny that there are holy places with sacred rivers, or that the demigods appear in deity forms made of earth and stone. But these purify the soul only after a long time, whereas saintly persons purify just by being seen. Text 32. You are indeed the best of our friends, so please go to Hastinapura and, as the well-wisher of the Pandavas, find out how they are doing. Text 33. We have heard that when their father passed away, the young Pandavas were brought with their anguished mother to the capital city by King Dhritarashtra, and that they are now living there. Text 34. Indeed, weak-minded Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, has come under the control of his wicked sons, and therefore that blind king is not treating his brother's sons fairly. Text 35. Go and see whether Dhritarashtra is acting properly or not. When we find out, we will make the necessary arrangements to help our dear friends. Text 36. Sukadeva Goswami continued, thus fully instructing Akrura, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Hari then returned to his residence, accompanied by Lord Sankarsana and Uddhava. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 49 Akrura's mission in Hastinapura. This chapter describes how Akrura went to Hastinapura, saw Dhritarashtra's unfair behavior toward his nephews, the Pandavas, and then returned to Mathura. On the order of Lord Krishna, Akrura went to Hastinapura, where he met the Kauravas and Pandavas and then set about to find out how Dhritarashtra was treating the latter. This task would keep Akrura in Hastinapura for several months. Vidura and Kantideva described to Akrura in detail how Dhritarashtra's sons, envious of the exalted qualities of the Pandavas, had tried to destroy them by various evil means and were contemplating further atrocities. With tearful eyes, Kantideva asked Akrura, do my parents and other relatives, headed by Krishna and Balarama, ever think of me and my sons, and will Krishna ever come to console us in our distress? Then Kantideva began to chant Lord Krishna's names for her protection, and she also chanted mantras expressing surrender to him. Akrura assured Kantideva, since your sons were born from demigods like Dharma and Vayu, there is no reason to expect that any misfortune will befall them, rather, you should be confident that very soon they will receive the greatest possible good fortune. Akrura then delivered to Dhritarashtra the message from Krishna and Balarama. Akrura told the king, "You have assumed the royal throne after the death of Pandu. Seeing all equally, which is the religious duty of kings, you should protect all your subjects and personal relations. By such fair behavior you will gain all fame and good fortune. But if you act otherwise, you will attain only infamy in this life and condemnation to a hellish existence in the next. A living being takes his birth all alone, and alone he gives up his life. Alone he enjoys the fruits of his piety and sin. If one fails to understand the true identity of the self and instead maintains his progeny by indulging in evil deeds, then surely he will go to hell. One should therefore learn to understand the unsteadiness of material existence, which is like a sleeper's dream, a magician's illusion or a flight of fancy, and should thus control his mind in order to remain peaceful and equipoised." To this Dhritarashtra replied, "I cannot hear enough of your beneficial words, O Akrura, which are like the sweet nectar of immortality. But because the tight knot of affection for my sons has made me biased toward them, your statements cannot become fixed within my mind. No one can transgress the arrangement of the Supreme Lord. His purpose for descending into the Yadu dynasty will inevitably be fulfilled." Knowing now the mentality of Dhritarashtra, Akrura took permission from his dear relatives and friends and returned to Mathura, where he related everything to Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama. Texts 1-2, Sukadeva Goswami said, Akrura went to Hastinapura, the city distinguished by the glory of the Pandava rulers. There he saw Dhritarashtra, Bhisma, Vidura, and Kunti, along with Balika and his son Samadata. He also saw Dronakarya, Karpakarya, Karna, Duryodhana, Asvathama, the Pandavas and other close friends. Text 3, after Akrura, the son of Gandhini, had appropriately greeted all his relatives and friends, they asked him for news of their family members, and he in turn asked about their welfare. Text 4, he remained in Hastinapura for several months to scrutinize the conduct of the weak-willed king, who had bad sons and who was inclined to give in to the whims of mischievous advisers. Texts 5-6, Kunti and Vidura described to Akrura in detail the evil intentions of Dhritarashtra's sons, who could not tolerate the great qualities of Kunti's sons, such as their powerful influence, military skill, physical strength, bravery and humility, or the intense affection the citizens had for them. Kunti and Vidura also told Akrura about how the sons of Dhritarashtra had tried to poison the Pandavas and carry out other such plots. Text 7, Kunti, taking advantage of her brother Akrura's visit, approached him confidentially. While remembering her birthplace, she spoke with tears in her eyes. Text 8, Queen Kunti said, O gentle one, do my parents, brothers, sisters, nephews, family women and girlhood friends still remember us? Text 9, does my nephew Krishna, the Supreme Personality and the compassionate shelter of his devotees, still remember his aunt's sons? And does lotus-eyed Rama remember them also? Text 10, now that I am suffering in the midst of my enemies like a doe in the midst of wolves, will Krishna come to console me and my fatherless sons with his words? Text 11, Krishna, Krishna. O great yogi! O supreme soul and protector of the universe! O Govinda! Please protect me, who have surrendered to you. I and my sons are being overwhelmed by trouble. Text 12, for persons fearful of death and rebirth, I see no shelter other than your liberating lotus feet, for you are the Supreme Lord. Text 13, I offer my obeisances unto you, Krishna, the Supreme Pure, the Absolute Truth and the Super Soul, the Lord of pure devotional service and the source of all knowledge. I have come to you for shelter. Text 14, Sukadeva Goswami said, thus meditating on her family members and also on Krishna, the Lord of the universe, your great-grandmother Kunti began to cry out in grief, O king. Text 15, both Akrura, who shared Queen Kunti's distress and happiness, and the illustrious Vidura consoled the queen by reminding her of the extraordinary way her sons had taken birth. Text 16, the ardent affection King Dhritarashtra felt for his sons had made him act unjustly toward the Pandavas. Just before leaving, Akrura approached the king, who was seated among his friends and supporters, and related to him the message that his relatives, Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama, had sent out of friendship. Text 17, Akrura said, O my dear son of Visitravirya, O enhancer of the Kuru's glory, your brother Pandu having passed away, you have now assumed the royal throne. Text 18, by religiously protecting the earth, delighting your subjects with your noble character, and treating all your relatives equally, you will surely achieve success and glory. Text 19, if you act otherwise, however, people will condemn you in this world, and in the next life you will enter the darkness of hell. Remain equally disposed, therefore, toward Pandu's sons and your own. Text 20, in this world no one has any permanent relationship with anyone else, O king. We cannot stay forever even with our own body, what to speak of our wife, children and the rest. Text 21, every creature is born alone and dies alone, and alone one experiences the just rewards of his good and evil deeds. Text 22, in the guise of dear dependence, strangers steal the sinfully acquired wealth of a foolish man, just as the offspring of a fish drink up the water that sustains the fish. Text 23, a fool indulges in sin to maintain his life, wealth and children and other relatives, for he thinks, these things are mine. In the end, however, these very things all abandon him, leaving him frustrated. Text 24, abandoned by his so-called dependents, ignorant of the actual goal of life, indifferent to his real duty, and having failed to fulfill his purposes, the foolish soul enters the blindness of hell, taking his sinful reactions with him. Text 25, therefore, O king, looking upon this world as a dream, a magician's illusion or a flight of fancy, please control your mind with intelligence and become equipoised and peaceful, my lord. Text 26, Dhritarashtra said, O master of charity, I can never be satiated while hearing your auspicious words. Indeed, I am like a mortal who has obtained the nectar of the gods. Text 27, even so, gentle Akrura, because my unsteady heart is prejudiced by affection for my sons, these pleasing words of yours cannot remain fixed there, just as lightning cannot remain fixed in a cloud. Text 28, who can defy the injunctions of the Supreme Lord, who has now descended in the Yadu dynasty to diminish the earth's burden? Text 29, I offer my obeisances to him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who creates this universe by the inconceivable activity of his material energy and then distributes the various modes of nature by entering within the creation. From him, the meaning of whose pastimes is unfathomable, come both the entangling cycle of birth and death and the process of deliverance from it. Text 30, Sukadeva Goswami said, having thus apprised himself of the king's attitude, Akrura, the descendant of Yadu, took permission from his well-wishing relatives and friends and returned to the capital of the Yadavas. Text 31, Akrura reported to Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna how Dhritarashtra was behaving toward the Pandavas. Thus, O descendant of the Kurus, he fulfilled the purpose for which he had been sent. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 50. Krishna establishes the city of Dvaraka. This chapter relates how Lord Krishna defeated Jarasandha 17 times in battle and then constructed the city of Dvaraka. After Kamsa was killed, his two queens, Asti and Prapti, went to the home of their father, Jarasandha, and sorrowfully described to him how Krishna had made them widows. Upon hearing this account, King Jarasandha became angry. He vowed to rid the earth of all the Yadavas, and he gathered an immense army to lay siege to Mathura. When Sri Krishna saw Jarasandha attacking, the Lord considered the reasons for his descent to this world and then decided to destroy Jarasandha's army, which was a burden to the earth. Two effulgent chariots suddenly appeared, equipped with drivers and furnishings, together with all the Lord's personal weapons. Seeing this, Lord Krishna addressed Lord Baladeva, my dear brother, Jarasandha is now attacking Mathurapuri, so please mount your chariot and let us go destroy the enemy's army. The two lords took up their weapons, mounted their chariots and went forth from the city. When Lord Krishna came before his opponent's army, he sounded his conch shell, striking fear into his enemies' hearts. King Jarasandha surrounded Krishna and Balarama with his soldiers, chariots and so on, and the women of the city, having climbed up to the roofs of the palaces, became extremely unhappy because they could not see the lords. Then Krishna twanged his bow and started to rain down a torrent of arrows upon the enemy soldiers. Soon Jarasandha's unfathomable army had been annihilated. Then Lord Baladeva arrested Jarasandha and was about to bind him up with ropes when Sri Krishna had Baladeva release the king. Lord Krishna reasoned that Jarasandha would assemble another army and return again to fight. This would facilitate Krishna's goal of removing the earth's burden. Released, Jarasandha returned to Magadha and vowed to perform austerities with the aim of avenging his defeat. The other kings advised him that his defeat was only a reaction of his karma. Thus informed, King Jarasandha withdrew to his kingdom with a heavy heart. Sri Krishna rejoined the citizens of Mathura, who began rejoicing, singing songs of triumph and arranging victory celebrations. The Lord brought all the warriors' jewelry and ornaments that had been picked up from the battlefield and presented them to Maharaja Ugrasena. Jarasandha attacked the Yadavas in Mathura 17 times, and each time his armies were totally destroyed. Then, as Jarasandha prepared to attack for the 18th time, a warrior named Kalayavana, who had been searching for a worthy opponent, was sent by Narada Muni to fight the Yadavas. With 30 million soldiers, Kalayavana laid siege to the Yadava capital. Lord Krishna looked upon this attack with concern, for he knew that with Jarasandha's arrival imminent, There was a serious danger that the simultaneous attack of these two enemies might endanger the Yadavas. Therefore the Lord constructed a wonderful city within the sea as a safe haven for the Yadavas, then he brought them all there by his mystic power. This city was fully populated with members of all four social orders, and within it no one felt the pangs of thirst and hunger. The various demigods, headed by Indra, each offered as tribute to Lord Krishna the same opulences they had originally obtained from him to establish their positions of authority. Once he saw his subjects safely settled, Lord Sri Krishna took permission from Lord Baladeva and went out of Mathura unarmed. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, when Kamsa was killed, O heroic descendant of Bharata, his two queens, Asti and Prapti, went to their father's house in great distress. Text 2. The sorrowful queens told their father, King Jarasandha of Magadha, all about how they had become widows. Text 3. Hearing this odious news, O king, Jarasandha was filled with sorrow and anger, and he began the greatest possible endeavor to rid the earth of the Yadavas. Text 4. With a force of 23 Aksaini divisions, he laid siege to the Yadu capital, Mathura, on all sides. Texts 5-6. Although Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the original cause of this world, when he descended to the earth he played the role of a human being. Thus when he saw Jarasandha's assembled army surrounding his city like a great ocean overflowing its shores, and when he saw how this army was striking fear into his subjects, the Lord considered what a suitable response should be according to the time, place and specific purpose of his current incarnation. Texts 7-8. The Supreme Lord thought, since it is such a burden on the earth, I will destroy Jarasandha's army, consisting of Aksainis of foot soldiers, horses, chariots and elephants, which the king of Magadha has assembled from all subservient kings and brought together here. But Jarasandha himself should not be killed, since in the future he will certainly assemble another army. Text 9. This is the purpose of my present incarnation, to relieve the earth of its burden, protect the pious and kill the impious. Text 10. I also assume other bodies to protect religion and to end irreligion whenever it flourishes in the course of time. Text 11. Sukadeva Goswami continued, as Lord Govinda was thinking in this way, two chariots as effulgent as the sun suddenly descended from the sky. They were complete with drivers and equipment. Text 12. The Lord's eternal divine weapons also appeared before him spontaneously. Seeing these, Sri Krishna, Lord of the senses, addressed Lord Sankarsana. Text 13-14. The Supreme Lord said, my respected elder brother, see this danger which has beset your dependents, the Yadas. And see, dear master, how your personal chariot and favorite weapons have come before you. The purpose for which we have taken birth, my lord, is to secure the welfare of our devotees. Please now remove from the earth the burden of these 23 armies. Text 15. After Lord Krishna had thus invited his brother, the two Dasarhas, Krishna, and Balarama, wearing armor and displaying their resplendent weapons, drove out of the city in their chariots. Only a very small contingent of soldiers accompanied them. Text 16. As Lord Krishna came out of the city with Daruka at the reins of his chariot, he blew his conch shell, and the enemy soldiers' hearts began to tremble with fear. Text 17. Jarasandha looked at the two of them and said, O Krishna, lowest of men, I do not wish to fight alone with you, since it would be a shame to fight with a mere boy. You fool who keep yourself hidden, O murderer of your relatives, go away. I will not fight with you. Text 18. You, Rama, should gather your courage and fight with me, if you think you can do it. You may either give up your body when it is cut to pieces by my arrows, and thus attain to heaven, or else kill me. Text 19. The Supreme Lord said, real heroes do not simply boast but rather show their prowess in action. We cannot take seriously the words of one who is full of anxiety and who wants to die. Text 20. Sukadeva Goswami said, just as the wind covers the sun with clouds or a fire with dust, the son of Jara marched toward the two descendants of Madhu and with his huge assemblage of armies surrounded them and their soldiers, chariots, flags, horses and charioteers. Text 21. The women stood in the watchtowers, palaces and high gates of the city. When they could no longer see Krishna's and Balarama's chariots, identified by banners marked with the emblems of Garuda and a palm tree, they were struck with grief and fainted. Text 22. Seeing his army tormented by the relentless and savage rain of arrows from the massive opposing forces gathered like clouds about him, Lord Hari twanged his excellent bow, Sringa, which both gods and demons worship. Text 23. Lord Krishna took arrows from his quiver, fixed them on the bowstring, pulled back, and released endless torrents of sharp shafts, which struck the enemy's chariots, elephants, horses and infantrymen. The Lord shooting his arrows resembled a blazing circle of fire. Text 24. Elephants fell to the ground, their foreheads split open, cavalry horses fell with severed necks, chariots fell with their horses, flags, drivers and masters all shattered, and foot soldiers collapsed with severed arms, thighs and shoulders. Texts 25-28, on the battlefield, hundreds of rivers of blood flowed from the limbs of the humans, elephants and horses who had been cut to pieces. In these rivers arms resembled snakes, human heads, turtles, dead elephants, islands, and dead horses, crocodiles. Hands and thighs appeared like fish, human hair like water weeds, bows like waves, and various weapons like clumps of bushes. The rivers of blood teemed with all of these. Text 29, for him who orchestrates the creation, maintenance and destruction of the three worlds and who possesses unlimited spiritual qualities, it is hardly amazing that he subdues an opposing party. Still, when the Lord does so, imitating human behavior, sages glorify his acts. Text 30, Jarasandha, with his chariot lost and all his soldiers dead, was left with only his breath. At that point Lord Balarama forcibly seized the powerful warrior, just as one lion takes hold of another. Text 31, with the divine noose of Varuna and other mortal ropes, Balarama began tying up Jarasandha, who had killed so many foes. But Lord Govinda still had a purpose to fulfill through Jarasandha, and thus he asked Balarama to stop. Texts 32-33, Jarasandha, whom fighters had highly honored, was ashamed after being released by the two lords of the universe, and thus he decided to undergo penances. On the road, however, several kings convinced him with both spiritual wisdom and mundane arguments that he should give up his idea of self-abnegation. They told him, your defeat by the Yadas was simply the unavoidable reaction of your past karma. Text 34, all of his armies having been killed, and himself neglected by the personality of Godhead, King Jarasandha, son of Brihadratha, then sadly returned to the kingdom of the Magadhas. Texts 35-36, Lord Mukunda had crossed the ocean of his enemies' armies with his own military force completely intact. He received congratulations from the denizens of heaven, who showered him with flowers. The people of Mathura, relieved of their feverish anxiety and filled with joy, came out to meet him as professional bards, heralds and panegyrists sang in praise of his victory. Texts 37-38, as the Lord entered his city, conch shells and kettle drums sounded, and many drums, horns, venas, flutes and mridangas played in concert. The boulevards were sprinkled with water, there were banners everywhere, and the gateways were decorated for the celebration. The citizens were elated, and the city resounded with the chanting of Vedic hymns. Text 39, as the women of the city affectionately looked at the Lord, their eyes wide open with love, they scattered flower garlands, yogurt, parched rice and newly grown sprouts upon him. Text 40, Lord Krishna then presented to the Yadu king all the wealth that had fallen on the battlefield, namely, the countless ornaments of the dead warriors. Text 41, 17 times the king of Magadha met defeat in this very way. And yet throughout these defeats he fought on with his Aksaini divisions against the forces of the Yadu dynasty who were protected by Sri Krishna. Text 42, by the power of Lord Krishna, the Vishnus would invariably annihilate all of Jarasandha's forces, and when all his soldiers had been killed, the king, released by his enemies, would again go away. Text 43, just as the 18th battle was about to take place, a barbarian warrior named Kalayavana, sent by Narada, appeared on the battlefield. Text 44, arriving at Mathura, this Yavana laid siege to the city with 30 million barbarian soldiers. He had never found a human rival worth fighting, but he had heard that the Vishnus were his equals. Text 45, when Lord Krishna and Lord Sankarsana saw Kalayavana, Krishna thought about the situation and said, a great danger now threatens the Yadas from two sides. Text 46, this Yavana is besieging us already, and the mighty king of Magadha will soon arrive here, if not today then tomorrow or the next day. Text 47, if powerful Jarasandha comes while we too are busy fighting Kalayavana, Jarasandha may kill our relatives or else take them away to his capital. Text 48, therefore we will immediately construct a fortress that no human force can penetrate. Let us settle our family members there and then kill the barbarian king. Text 49, after thus discussing the matter with Balarama, the Supreme Personality of Godhead had a fortress 12 yojanas in circumference built within the sea. Inside that 40 had a city built containing all kinds of wonderful things. Texts 50-53, in the construction of that city could be seen the full scientific knowledge and architectural skill of Visvakarma. There were wide avenues, commercial roads and courtyards laid out on ample plots of land. There were splendid parks, and also gardens stocked with trees and creepers from the heavenly planets. The gateway towers were topped with golden turrets touching the sky, and their upper levels were fashioned of crystal quartz. The gold-covered houses were adorned in front with golden pots and on top with jeweled roofs, and their floors were inlaid with precious emeralds. Beside the houses stood treasury buildings, warehouses, and stables for fine horses, all built of silver and brass. Each residence had a watchtower, and also a temple for its household deity. Filled with citizens of all four social orders, the city was especially beautified by the palaces of Sri Krishna, the Lord of the Yadas. Text 54, Lord Indra brought Sri Krishna the Sudharma assembly hall, standing within which a mortal man is not subject to the laws of mortality. Indra also gave the Parijata tree. Text 55, Lord Varuna offered horses as swift as the mind, some of which were pure dark blue, others white. The treasurer of the demigods, Kuvera, gave his 8 mystic treasures, and the rulers of various planets each presented their own opulences. Text 56, the Supreme Lord having come to the earth, O King, these demigods now offered him whatever powers of control he had previously delegated to them for the exercise of their particular authority. Text 57, after transporting all his subjects to the new city by the power of his mystic Yoga Maya, Lord Krishna consulted with Lord Balarama, who had remained in Mathura to protect it. Then, wearing a garland of lotuses but bearing no weapons, Lord Krishna went out of Mathura by its main gate. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 51. The deliverance of Mukyukunda. This chapter describes how Lord Sri Krishna caused Mukyukunda to kill Kalayavana with his harsh glance, and it also relates the conversation between Mukyukunda and Lord Krishna. After placing his family members safely within the Dwaraka fortress, Sri Krishna went out of Mathura. He appeared like the rising moon. Kalayavana saw that Krishna's brilliantly effulgent body matched Narada's description of the Lord, and thus the Yavana knew he was the personality of Godhead. Seeing that the Lord carried no weapons, Kalayavana put his own weapons aside and ran toward him from behind, wanting to fight with him. Sri Krishna ran from the Yavana, staying just barely beyond Kalayavana's grasp at every step and eventually leading him a long distance toward a mountain cave. As Kalayavana ran, he hurled insults at the Lord, but he could not grasp him, since his stock of impious karma was not yet depleted. Sri Krishna entered the cave, whereupon Kalayavana followed after him and saw a man lying on the ground. Taking him for Sri Krishna, Kalayavana kicked him. The man had been sleeping for a very long time, and now, having been violently awakened, he looked around angrily in all directions and saw Kalayavana. The man stared harshly at him, igniting a fire in Kalayavana's body and in a moment burning him to ashes. This extraordinary person was a son of Mandhatas named Mukyukunda. He was devoted to Brahminical culture and always true to his vow. Previously, he had spent many long years helping to protect the demigods from the demons. When the demigods had eventually obtained Kartikeya as their protector, they allowed Mukyukunda to retire, offering him any boon other than liberation, which only Lord Vishnu can bestow. Mukyukunda had chosen from the demigods the benediction of being covered by sleep, and thus since then he had been lying asleep within the cave. Upon Kalayavana's immolation, Sri Krishna showed himself to Mukyukunda, who was struck with wonder at seeing Krishna's incomparable beauty. Mukyukunda asked Lord Krishna who he was and also explained to the Lord his own identity. Mukyukunda said, after growing weary from remaining awake for a long time, I was enjoying my sleep here in this cave when some stranger disturbed me and, suffering the reaction of his sins, was burnt to ashes. O Lord, O vanquisher of all enemies, it is my great fortune that I now have the vision of your beautiful form. Lord Sri Krishna then told Mukyukunda who he was and offered him a boon. The wise Mukyukunda, understanding the futility of material life, asked only that he might be allowed to take shelter of Lord Sri Krishna's lotus feet. Pleased at this request, the Lord said to Mukyukunda, my devotees are never enticed by material benedictions offered to them. Only non-devotees, namely yogis and speculative philosophers, are interested in material benedictions, having mundane desires in their hearts. My dear Mukyukunda, you will have perpetual devotion for me. Now, always remaining surrendered to me, go perform penances to eradicate the sinful reactions incurred from the killing you had to do in your role as a warrior. In your next life you will become a first-class Brahmana and attain me. Thus the Lord offered Mukyukunda his blessings. Texts 1-6, Sukadeva Goswami said, Kalayavana saw the Lord come out from Mathura like the rising moon. The Lord was most beautiful to behold, with his dark blue complexion and yellow silk garment. Upon his chest he bore the mark of Srivatsa, and the Kaustubha gem adorned his neck. His forearms were sturdy and long. He displayed his ever-joyful lotus-like face, with eyes pink like lotuses, beautifully effulgent cheeks, a pristine smile and glittering shark-shaped earrings. The barbarian thought, this person must indeed be Vasudeva, Since he possesses the characteristics Narada mention, he is marked with Srivatsa, he has 4 arms, his eyes are like lotuses, he wears a garland of forest flowers, and he is extremely handsome. He cannot be anyone else. Since he goes on foot and unarmed, I will fight him without weapons. Resolving thus, he ran after the Lord, who turned his back and ran away. Kalyavana hoped to catch Lord Krishna, though great mystic yogis cannot attain him. Text 7, appearing virtually within reach of Kalyavana's hands at every moment, Lord Hari led the king of the Yavanas far away to a mountain cave. Text 8, while chasing the Lord, the Yavana cast insults at him, saying you took birth in the Yadu dynasty. It's not proper for you to run away. But still Kalyavana could not reach Lord Krishna, because his sinful reactions had not been cleansed away. Text 9, although insulted in this way, the Supreme Lord entered the mountain cave. Kalyavana also entered, and there he saw another man lying asleep. Text 10, so, after leading me such a long distance, now he is lying here like some saint. Thus thinking the sleeping man to be Lord Krishna, the deluded fool kicked him with all his strength. Text 11, the man awoke after a long sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Looking all about, he saw Kalyavana standing beside him. Text 12, the awakened man was angry and cast his glance at Kalyavana, whose body burst into flames. In a single moment, O King Pariksit, Kalyavana was burnt to ashes. Text 13, King Pariksit said, who is that person, O Brahmana? To which family did he belong, and what were his powers? Why did that destroyer of the barbarian lie down to sleep in the cave, and whose son was he? Text 14, Sukadeva Goswami said, Mukyukunda was the name of this great personality, who was born in the Ikshvaku dynasty as the son of Mandhata. He was devoted to Brahminical culture and always true to his vow in battle. Text 15, begged by Indra and the other demigods to help protect them when they were terrorized by the demons, Mukyukunda defended them for a long time. Text 16, when the demigods obtained Kartikeya as their general, they told Mukyukunda, O king, you may now give up your troublesome duty of guarding us. Text 17, abandoning an unopposed kingdom in the world of men, O valiant one, you neglected all your personal desires while engaged in protecting us. Text 18, the children, queens, relatives, ministers, advisors and subjects who were your contemporaries are no longer alive. They have all been swept away by time. Text 19, inexhaustible time, stronger than the strong, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. Like a herdsman moving his animals along, He moves mortal creatures as His pastime. Text 20, all good fortune to you. Now please choose a benediction from us, anything but liberation, since only the infallible Supreme Lord, Vishnu, can bestow that. Text 21, addressed thus, King Mukyukunda took his respectful leave of the demigods and went to a cave, where he lay down to enjoy the sleep they had granted him. Text 22, after the Yavana was burnt to ashes, the Supreme Lord, chief of the Sattvatas, revealed himself to the wise Mukyukunda. Texts 23-26, as he gazed at the Lord, King Mukyukunda saw that he was dark blue like a cloud, had 4 arms, and wore a yellow silk garment. On his chest he bore the Srivatsa mark and on his neck the brilliantly glowing Kaustubha gem. Adorned with the Vaijayanti garland, the Lord displayed his handsome, peaceful face, which attracts the eyes of all mankind with its shark-shaped earrings and affectionately smiling glance. The beauty of his youthful form was unexcelled, and he moved with the nobility of an angry lion. The highly intelligent king was overwhelmed by the Lord's effulgence, which showed him to be invincible. Expressing his uncertainty, Mukyukunda hesitantly questioned Lord Krishna as follows. Text 27, Sri Mukyukunda said, who are you who have come to this mountain cave in the forest, having walked on the thorny ground with feet as soft as lotus petals? Text 28, perhaps you are the potency of all potent beings. Or maybe you are the powerful god of fire, or the sun god, the moon god, the king of heaven or the ruling demigod of some other planet. Text 29, I think you are the supreme personality among the 3 chief gods, since you drive away the darkness of this cave as a lamp dispels darkness with its light. Text 30, Ah best among men, if you like, please truly describe your birth, activities and lineage to us, who are eager to hear. Text 31, as for ourselves, O tiger among men, we belong to a family of fallen Kshatriyas, descendants of King Ikshvaku. My name is Mukyukunda, my lord, and I am the son of Yauvanasva. Text 32, I was fatigued after remaining awake for a long time, and my senses were overwhelmed by sleep. Thus I slept comfortably here in this solitary place until, just now, someone woke me. Text 33, the man who woke me was burned to ashes by the reaction of his sins. Just then I saw you, possessing a glorious appearance and the power to chastise your enemies. Text 34, your unbearably brilliant effulgence overwhelms our strength, and thus we cannot fix our gaze upon you. O Exalted One, you are to be honored by all embodied beings. Text 35, Sukadeva Goswami continued, thus addressed by the king, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, origin of all creation, smiled and then replied to him in a voice as deep as the rumbling of clouds. Text 36, the Supreme Lord said, my dear friend, I have taken thousands of births, lived thousands of lives and accepted thousands of names. In fact my births, activities and names are limitless, and thus even I cannot count them. Text 37, after many lifetimes someone might count the dust particles on the earth, but no one can ever finish counting my qualities, activities, names and births. Text 38, O King, the greatest sages enumerate my births and activities, which take place throughout the three phases of time, but never do they reach the end of them. Texts 39-40, nonetheless, O friend, I will tell you about my current birth, name and activities. Kindly hear. Some time ago, Lord Brahma requested me to protect religious principles and destroy the demons who were burdening the earth. Thus I descended in the Yadu dynasty, in the home of Anakodandubi. Indeed, because I am the son of Vasudeva, people call me Vasudeva. Text 41, I have killed Kalanimi, reborn as Kamsa, as well as Pralamba and other enemies of the pious. And now, O king, this barbarian has been burned to ashes by your piercing glance. Text 42, since in the past you repeatedly prayed to me, I have personally come to this cave to show you mercy, for I am affectionately inclined to my devotees. Text 43, now choose some benedictions for me, O saintly king. I will fulfill all your desires. One who has satisfied me need never again lament. Text 44, Sukadeva Goswami said, Mukunda bowed down to the Lord when he heard this. Remembering the words of the sage Garga, he joyfully recognized Krishna to be the Supreme Lord, Narayana. The king then addressed him as follows. Text 45, Sri Mukunda said, O Lord, the people of this world, both men and women, are bewildered by your illusory energy. Unaware of their real benefit, they do not worship you but instead seek happiness by entangling themselves in family affairs, which are actually sources of misery. Text 46, that person has an impure mind who, despite having somehow or other automatically obtained the rare and highly evolved human form of life, does not worship your lotus feet. Like an animal that has fallen into a blind well, such a person has fallen into the darkness of a material home. Text 47, I have wasted all this time, O unconquerable one, becoming more and more intoxicated by my domain and opulence as an earthly king. Misidentifying the mortal body as the self, becoming attached to children, wives, treasury and land, I suffered endless anxiety. Text 48, with deep arrogance I took myself to be the body, which is a material object like a pot or a wall. Thinking myself a god among men, I traveled the earth surrounded by my charioteers, elephants, cavalry, foot soldiers and generals, disregarding you in my deluding pride. Text 49, a man obsessed with thoughts of what he thinks needs to be done, intensely greedy, and delighting in sense enjoyment is suddenly confronted by you, who are ever alert. Like a hungry snake licking its fangs before a mouse, you appear before him as death. Text 50, the body that at first rides high on fierce elephants or chariots adorned with gold and is known by the name king is later, by your invincible power of time, called feces, worms, or ashes. Text 51, having conquered the entire circle of directions and being thus free of conflict, a man sits on a splendid throne, receiving praise from leaders who were once his equals. But when he enters the women's chambers, where sex pleasure is found, he is led about like a pet animal, O Lord. Text 52, a king who desires even greater power than he already has strictly performs his duties, carefully practicing austerity and foregoing sense enjoyment. But he whose urges are so rampant, thinking I am independent and supreme, cannot attain happiness. Text 53, when the material life of a wandering soul has ceased, O Asayuta, he may attain the association of your devotees. And when he associates with them, there awakens in him devotion unto you, who are the goal of the devotees and the Lord of all causes and their effects. Text 54, my Lord, I think you have shown me mercy, since my attachment to my kingdom has spontaneously ceased. Such freedom is prayed for by saintly rulers of vast empires who desire to enter the forest for a life of solitude. Text 55, O all-powerful one, I desire no boon other than service to your lotus feet, the boon most eagerly sought by those free of material desire. O Hari, what enlightened person who worships you, the giver of liberation, would choose a boon that causes his own bondage? Text 56, therefore, O Lord, Having put aside all objects of material desire, which are bound to the modes of passion, ignorance and goodness, I am approaching you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for shelter. You are not covered by mundane designations, rather, you are the Supreme Absolute Truth, full in pure knowledge and transcendental to the material modes. Text 57. For so long I have been pained by troubles in this world and have been burning with lamentation. My 6 enemies are never satiated, and I can find no peace. Therefore, O Giver of shelter, O Supreme Soul, please protect me. O Lord, in the midst of danger I have by good fortune approached your lotus feet, which are the truth and which thus make one fearless and free of sorrow. Text 58. The Supreme Lord said, O Emperor, great ruler, your mind is pure and potent. Though I enticed you with benedictions, your mind was not overcome by material desires. Text 59. Understand that I enticed you with benedictions just to prove that you would not be deceived. The intelligence of my unalloyed devotees is never diverted by material blessings. Text 60. The minds of non-devotees who engage in such practices as pranayama are not fully cleansed of material desires. Thus, O King, material desires are again seen to arise in their minds. Text 61. Wander this earth at will, with your mind fixed on me. May you always possess such unfailing devotion for me. Text 62. Because you followed the principles of Kshatriya, you killed living beings while hunting and performing other duties. You must vanquish the sins thus incurred by carefully executing penances while remaining surrendered to me. Text 63. O King, in your very next life you will become an excellent Brahmana, the greatest well-wisher of all creatures, and certainly come to me alone. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 52. Rukmini's message to Lord Krishna. This chapter describes how Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna, running as if in fear, went to Dvaraka. Then Lord Krishna heard the message of Rukmini from the mouth of a Brahmana and chose her as his wife. King Mukunda, shown mercy by Lord Sri Krishna, offered obeisances and circumambulated him. The king then left the cave and saw that humans, animals, trees and plants were all smaller than when he had fallen asleep. From this he could understand that the age of Kali was at hand. Thus, in a mood of detachment from all material association, the king began worshipping the Supreme Lord, Sri Hari. Sri Krishna returned to Mathura, which was still under siege by the barbarian army. He destroyed this army, collected all the valuables the soldiers had been carrying, and set off for Dvaraka. Just then Jarasandha arrived on the scene with a force of 23 Aksayinis. Lord Balarama and Lord Krishna, acting as if fearful, left their riches aside and ran far away. Because Jarasandha could not appreciate their true power, he ran after them. After running a long way, Rama and Krishna came to a mountain named Pravarsana and proceeded to climb it. Jarasandha thought they had hidden inside a cave and looked all over for them. Unable to find them, he built fires on all sides of the mountain. As the vegetation on the mountain slopes burst into flame, Krishna and Balarama jumped off the peak. After reaching the ground unseen by Jarasandha and his followers, they returned to the Dvaraka fort, which floated within the sea. Jarasandha decided that Rama and Krishna had burned to death in the fire, and he took his army back to his kingdom. At this point Maharaja Pariksit asked a question, and Sri Sukadeva Goswami responded to it by beginning to narrate the history of the marriage of Lord Sri Krishna and Rukmini. Rukmini, the young daughter of Bhasmaka, king of Vidarbha, had heard of Sri Krishna's beauty, strength and other fine qualities, and she therefore made up her mind that he would be the perfect husband for her. Lord Krishna also wanted to marry her. But although Rukmini's other relatives approved of her marriage to Krishna, her brother Rukmi was envious of the Lord and thus forbade her to marry him. Rukmi wanted her to marry Sisapala instead. Rukmini unhappily took up her duties in preparation for the marriage, but she also sent a trustworthy Brahmana to Krishna with a letter. When the Brahmana arrived in Dvaraka, Sri Krishna properly honored him with ritual worship and other tokens of reverence. The Lord then asked the Brahmana why he had come. The Brahmana opened Rukmini's letter and showed it to Lord Krishna, who had the messenger read it to him. Rukmini Devi wrote, "Ever since I have heard about you, my lord, I have become completely attracted to you. Without fail please come before my marriage to Sisapala and take me away. In accordance with family custom, on the day before my marriage I will visit the temple of goddess Ambika. That would be the best opportunity for you to appear and easily kidnap me. If you do not show me this favor, I will give up my life by fasting and observing severe vows. Then perhaps in my next life I will be able to obtain you." After reading Rukmini's letter to Lord Krishna, the Brahmana took his leave so he might carry out his daily religious duties. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, "My dear king, thus graced by Lord Krishna, Mukunda circumambulated him and bowed down to him. Then Mukunda, the beloved descendant of Ikshvaku, exited through the mouth of the cave. Text 2. Seeing that the size of all the human beings, animals, trees and plants was severely reduced, and thus realizing that the age of Kali was at hand, Mukunda left for the north. Text 3. The sober king, beyond material association and free of doubt, was convinced of the value of austerity. Absorbing his mind in Lord Krishna, he came to Gandhamad on a mountain. Text 4. There he arrived at Badarikasrama, the abode of Lord Naranarayana, where, remaining tolerant of all dualities, he peacefully worshipped the Supreme Lord Hari by performing severe austerities. Text 5. The Lord returned to Mathura, which was still surrounded by Yavanas. Then he destroyed the army of barbarians and began taking their valuables to Dvaraka. Text 6. As the wealth was being carried by oxen and men under Lord Krishna's direction, Jarasandha appeared at the head of 23 armies. Text 7. O king, seeing the fierce waves of the enemy's army, the two Madhavas, imitating human behavior, ran swiftly away. Text 8. Abandoning the abundant riches, fearless but feigning fear, they went many yojanas on their lotus-like feet. Text 9. When he saw them fleeing, powerful Jarasandha laughed loudly and then pursued them with charioteers and foot soldiers. He could not understand the exalted position of the two lords. Text 10. Apparently exhausted after fleeing a long distance, the two lords climbed a high mountain named Pravarsana, upon which Lord Indra showers incessant rain. Text 11. Although he knew they were hiding on the mountain, Jarasandha could find no trace of them. Therefore, O king, he placed firewood on all sides and set the mountain ablaze. Text 12. The two of them then suddenly jumped from the burning mountain, which was 11 yojanas high, and fell to the ground. Text 13. Unseen by their opponent or his followers, O king, those two most exalted yadas returned to their city of Dvaraka, which had the ocean as a protective moat. Text 14. Jarasandha, moreover, mistakenly thought that Balarama and Kesava had burned to death in the fire. Thus he withdrew his vast military force and returned to the Magadha kingdom. Text 15. As ordered by Lord Brahma, Revata, the opulent ruler of Anarta, gave Lord Balarama his daughter Revati in marriage. This has already been discussed. Text 16-17. O hero among the Kurus, the Supreme Lord himself, Govinda, married Bhasmaka's daughter, Vaidarbhi, who was a direct expansion of the goddess of fortune. The Lord did this by her desire, and in the process he beat down Salva and other kings who took Sisapala's side. Indeed, as everyone watched, Sri Krishna took Rukmini just as Garuda boldly stole nectar from the demigods. Text 18. King Pariksit said, the Supreme Lord married Rukmini, the beautiful-faced daughter of Bhasmaka, in the Raksasa style, or so I have heard. Text 19. My lord, I wish to hear how the immeasurably powerful Lord Krishna took away his bride while defeating such kings as Magadha and Salva. Text 20. What experienced listener, O Brahmana, could ever grow satiated while listening to the pious, charming and ever-fresh topics of Lord Krishna, which cleanse away the world's contamination? Text 21. Sri Badarayani said, there was a king named Bhasmaka, the powerful ruler of Vidarbha. He had 5 sons and 1 daughter of lovely countenance. Text 22. Rukmi was the firstborn son, followed by Rukmaratha, Rukmabahu, Rukmiksa, and Rukmamali. Their sister was the exalted Rukmini. Text 23. Hearing of the beauty, prowess, transcendental character and opulence of Mukunda from visitors to the palace who sang his praises, Rukmini decided that he would be the perfect husband for her. Text 24. Lord Krishna knew that Rukmini possessed intelligence, auspicious bodily markings, magnanimity, beauty, proper behavior and all other good qualities. Concluding that she would be an ideal wife for him, he made up his mind to marry her. Text 25. O king, because Rukmi envied the Lord, he forbade his family members to give his sister to Krishna, although they wanted to. Instead, Rukmi decided to give Rukmini to Sisapala. Text 26. Dark-eyed Vaidarbhi was aware of this plan, and it deeply upset her. Analyzing the situation, she quickly sent a trustworthy Brahmana to Krishna. Text 27. Upon reaching Dvaraka, the Brahmana was brought inside by the gatekeepers and saw the primeval personality of Godhead sitting on a golden throne. Text 28. Seeing the Brahmana, Sri Krishna, Lord of the Brahmanas, came down from his throne and seated him. Then the Lord worshipped him just as he himself is worshipped by the demigods. Text 29. After the Brahmana had eaten and rested, Sri Krishna, the goal of saintly devotees, came forward, and while massaging the Brahmana's feet with his own hands, he patiently questioned him as follows. Text 30. The Supreme Lord said, O best of exalted Brahmanas, Are your religious practices, sanctioned by senior authorities, proceeding without great difficulty? Is your mind always fully satisfied? Text 31. When a Brahmana is satisfied with whatever comes his way and does not fall away from his religious duties, those very religious principles become his desire cow, fulfilling all his wishes. Text 32. An unsatisfied Brahmana wanders restlessly from one planet to another, even if he becomes king of heaven. But a satisfied Brahmana, though he may possess nothing, rests peacefully, all his limbs free of distress. Text 33. I repeatedly bow my head in respect to those Brahmanas who are satisfied with their lot. Saintly, prideless and peaceful, they are the best well-wishers of all living beings. Text 34. O Brahmana, is your king attending to your welfare? Indeed, that king in whose country the citizens are happy and protected is very dear to me. Text 35. Whence have you come, crossing the impassable sea, and for what purpose? Explain all this to us if it is not a secret, and tell us what we may do for you. Text 36. Thus questioned by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who incarnates to perform his pastimes, the Brahmana told him everything. Text 37. Sri Rukmini said, in her letter, as read by the Brahmana, O beauty of the worlds, having heard of your qualities, which enter the ears of those who hear and remove their bodily distress, and having also heard of your beauty, which fulfills all the visual desires of those who see, I have fixed my shameless mind upon you, O Krishna. Text 38. O Mukunda, you are equal only to yourself in lineage, character, beauty, knowledge, youthfulness, wealth and influence. O lion among men, you delight the minds of all mankind. What aristocratic, sober-minded and marriageable girl of a good family would not choose you as her husband when the proper time has come? Text 39. Therefore, my dear Lord, I have chosen you as my husband, and I surrender myself to you. Please come swiftly, O Almighty One, and make me your wife. My dear lotus-eyed Lord, let Sisapala never touch the hero's portion like a jackal stealing the property of a lion. Text 40. If I have sufficiently worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead by pious works, sacrifices, charity, rituals and vows, and also by worshipping the demigods, brahmanas and gurus, then may Gadog Raja come and take my hand, and not Damagosa's son or anyone else. Text 41. O unconquerable one, tomorrow when my marriage ceremony is about to begin, you should arrive unseen in Vidarbha and surround yourself with the leaders of your army. Then crush the forces of Kaya and Magadendra and marry me in the Raksasa style, winning me with your valor. Text 42. Since I will be staying within the inner chambers of the palace, you may wonder, how can I carry you away without killing some of your relatives? But I shall tell you a way. On the day before the marriage there is a grand procession to honor the royal family's deity, and in this procession a new bride goes outside the city to visit goddess Girija. Text 43. O lotus-eyed one, great souls like Lord Shiva hanker to bathe in the dust of your lotus feet and thereby destroy their ignorance. If I cannot obtain your mercy, I shall simply give up my vital force, which will have become weak from the severe penances I will perform. Then, after hundreds of lifetimes of endeavor, I may obtain your mercy. Text 44. The Brahmana said, this is the confidential message I have brought with me, O Lord of the Yadas. Please consider what must be done in these circumstances, and do it at once. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 53. Krishna kidnaps Rukmini. This chapter describes how Lord Sri Krishna arrived in Kundina, the capital of Vidarbha, and kidnapped Rukmini in the presence of powerful enemies. After Lord Krishna had heard the Brahmana messenger recite Rukmini's letter, the Lord said to him, I am indeed attracted to Rukmini, and I know of her brother Rukmi's opposition to my marrying her. Therefore I must kidnap her after crushing all the low-class kings, just as one might generate fire from wood by friction. Since the solemnizing of vows between Rukmini and Sisapala was scheduled to occur in only 3 days, Lord Krishna had Daruka ready his chariot at once. Then he immediately set out for Vidarbha, which he reached after one night's travel. King Bhasmaka, trapped by his affection for his son Rukmi, was prepared to give his daughter to Sisapala. Bhasmaka saw to all the necessary preparations. He had the city decorated in various ways and had its main roads and intersections thoroughly cleansed. Damagosa, the king of Sati, having also done everything necessary to prepare for his son's marriage, arrived in Vidarbha. King Bhasmaka greeted him properly and gave him a place to stay. Many other kings, such as Jarasandha, Salva, and Danavakra, also came to witness the occasion. These enemies of Krishna had conspired to kidnap the bride if Krishna came. They planned to fight him together and thus guarantee Sisapala his bride. Hearing of these plans, Lord Baladeva gathered his entire army and quickly went to Kundinapura. On the night before the wedding, Rukmini, about to retire, had still not seen either the Brahman or Krishna arrive. In anxiety, she cursed her bad fortune. But just then she felt her left side twitch, a good omen. Indeed, the Brahmana shortly appeared and related to her what Krishna had said, including his firm promise to kidnap her. When King Bhasmaka heard that Krishna and Balarama had arrived, he went out to greet them to the accompaniment of triumphant music. He worshipped the lords with various gifts and then designated residences for them. Thus the king showed due respect to the lords, as he did to each of his numerous royal guests. The people of Vidarbha, seeing Lord Krishna, remarked to one another that he alone would be a suitable husband for Rukmini. They prayed that on the strength of whatever pious credit they had, Krishna might win Rukmini's hand. When the time came for Srimati Rukmini Devi to visit the temple of Sri she proceeded there surrounded by many guards. After bowing down to the deity, Rukmini prayed to be allowed to have Sri Krishna as her husband. Then she took the hand of a girlfriend and left the Ambika temple. Seeing her inexpressible beauty, the great heroes present dropped their weapons and fell to the ground unconscious. Rukmini walked with deliberate steps until she noticed Krishna. Then, as everyone looked on, Sri Krishna took Rukmini onto his chariot. Like a lion claiming his rightful share from a band of jackals, he drove back all the opposing kings and slowly made his exit, followed by his associates. Jarasandha and the other kings, unable to bear their defeat and dishonor, loudly condemned themselves, declaring that this defamation was like a petty animal stealing away what rightfully belongs to the lion. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, thus hearing the confidential message of Princess Vaidarbhi, Lord Yajunandana took the Brahmana's hand and, smiling, spoke to him as follows. Text 2. The Supreme Lord said, just as Rukmini's mind is fixed on me, my mind is fixed on her. I can't even sleep at night. I know that Rukmini, out of envy, has forbidden our marriage. Text 3. She has dedicated herself exclusively to me, and her beauty is flawless. I will bring her here after thrashing those worthless kings in battle, just as one brings a blazing flame out of firewood. Text 4. Sukadeva Goswami said, Lord Madhusudana also understood the exact lunar time for Rukmini's wedding. Thus he told his driver, Daruka, ready my chariot immediately. Text 5. Daruka brought the Lord's chariot, yoked with the horses named Sibhya, Shugriva, Meghapuspa, and Balahaka. He then stood before Lord Krishna with joined palms. Text 6. Lord Sorai mounted his chariot and had the Brahmana do likewise. Then the Lord's swift horses took them from the Anarta district to Vidarbha in a single night. Text 7. King Bhasmaka, the master of Kundina, having succumbed to the sway of affection for his son, was about to give his daughter to Sisapala. The king saw to all the required preparations. Texts 8-9. The king had the main avenues, commercial roads and intersections thoroughly cleaned and then sprinkled with water, and he also had the city decorated with triumphant archways and multicolored banners on poles. The men and women of the city, arrayed in spotless raiment and anointed with fragrant sandalwood paste, wore precious necklaces, flower garlands and jeweled ornaments, and their opulent homes were filled with the aroma of a guru. Text 10. O king, in accordance with prescribed rituals, Maharaja Bhasmaka worshipped the forefathers, demigods and brahmanas, feeding them all properly. Then he had the traditional mantras chanted for the well-being of the bride. Text 11. The bride cleaned her teeth and bathed, after which she put on the auspicious wedding necklace. Then she was dressed in brand new upper and lower garments and adorned with most excellent jeweled ornaments. Text 12. The best of brahmanas chanted mantras of the Arji, Sama and Yajur Vedas for the bride's protection, and the priest learned in the Atharva Veda offered oblations to pacify the controlling planets. Text 13. Outstanding in his knowledge of regulative principles, the king rewarded the brahmanas with gold, silver, clothing, cows and sesame seeds mixed with raw sugar. Text 14. Raja Damagosa, lord of Sati, had also engaged brahmanas expert in chanting mantras to perform all rituals necessary to assure his son's prosperity. Text 15. King Damagosa traveled to Kundina accompanied by armies of elephants exuding mata, chariots hung with golden chains, and numerous cavalry and infantry soldiers. Text 16. Bhasmaka, the lord of Vidarbha, came out of the city and met King Damagosa, offering him tokens of respect. Bhasmaka then settled Damagosa in a residence especially constructed for the occasion. Text 17. Sisapala's supporters, Salva, Jarasandha, Dandavakra and Vijaratha, all came, along with Pandraka and thousands of other kings. Texts 18-19. To secure the bride for Sisapala, the kings who envied Krishna and Balarama came to the following decision among themselves: if Krishna comes here with Balarama and the other yadis to steal the bride, we shall band together and fight him. Thus those envious kings went to the wedding with their entire armies and a full complement of military conveyances. Texts 20-21. When Lord Balarama heard about these preparations of the inimical kings and how Lord Krishna had set off alone to steal the bride, he feared that a fight would ensue. Immersed in affection for his brother, he hurried to Kundina with a mighty army consisting of infantry and of soldiers riding on elephants, horses and chariots. Text 22. The lovely daughter of Bhasmaka anxiously awaited the arrival of Krishna, but when she did not see the Brahmana return she thought as follows. Text 23. Princess Rukmini thought, "Alas, my wedding is to take place when the night ends. How unlucky I am. Lotus-eyed Krishna does not come. I don't know why. And even the Brahmana messenger has not yet returned." Text 24. Perhaps the faultless Lord, even while preparing to come here, saw something contemptible in me and therefore has not come to take my hand. Text 25. I am extremely unfortunate, for the Creator is not favorably disposed toward me, nor is the great Lord Shiva. Or perhaps Shiva's wife, Devi, who is known as Gauri, Rudrani, Girija, and Sati, has turned against me. Text 26. As she thought in this way, the young maiden, whose mind had been stolen by Krishna, closed her tear-filled eyes, remembering that there was still time. Text 27. O King, as the bride thus awaited the arrival of Govinda, she felt a twitch in her left thigh, arm and eye. This was a sign that something desirable would happen. Text 28. Just then the purest of learned Brahmanas, following Krishna's order, came to see the divine Princess Rukmini within the inner chambers of the palace. Text 29. Noting the Brahmana's joyful face and serene movements, saintly Rukmini, who could expertly interpret such symptoms, inquired from him with a pure smile. Text 30. The Brahmana announced to her the arrival of Lord Yajunandana and relayed the Lord's promise to marry her. Text 31. Princess Vaidarbhi was overjoyed to learn of Krishna's arrival. Not finding anything at hand suitable to offer the Brahmana, she simply bowed down to him. Text 32. The king, upon hearing that Krishna and Balarama had come and were eager to witness his daughter's wedding, went forth with abundant offerings to greet them as music resounded. Text 33. Presenting them with madhuparka, new clothing and other desirable gifts, he worshipped them according to standard rituals. Text 34. Generous King Bhasmaka arranged opulent accommodations for the two lords, and also for their army and entourage. In this way he afforded them proper hospitality. Text 35. Thus it was that Bhasmaka gave all desirable things to the kings who had assembled for the occasion, honoring them as befitted their political power, age, physical prowess and wealth. Text 36. When the residents of Vidarbhapura heard that Lord Krishna had come, they all went to see him. With the cupped palms of their eyes they drank the honey of his lotus face. Text 37. The people of the city said, Rukmini, and no one else, deserves to become his wife, and he also, possessing such flawless beauty, is the only suitable husband for Princess Bhasmi. Text 38. May Asayuddha, the creator of the three worlds, be satisfied with whatever pious work we may have done and show his mercy by taking the hand of Vaidarbhi. Text 39. Bound by their swelling love, the city's residents spoke in this way. Then the bride, protected by guards, left the inner palace to visit the temple of Ambika. Texts 40-41. Rukmini silently went out on foot to see the lotus feet of the deity Bhavani. Accompanied by her mothers and girlfriends and protected by the king's valiant soldiers, who held their upraised weapons at the ready, she simply absorbed her mind in the lotus feet of Krishna. And all the while mridangas, conch shells, panavas, horns and other instruments resounded. Texts 42-43. Behind the bride followed thousands of prominent courtesans bearing various offerings and presents, along with well-adorned Brahmanas' wives singing and reciting prayers and bearing gifts of garlands, scents, clothing and jewelry. There were also professional singers, musicians, bards, chroniclers and heralds. Text 44. Upon reaching the goddess's temple, Rukmini first washed her lotus feet and hands and then sipped water for purification. Thus sanctified and peaceful, she came into the presence of Mother Ambika. Text 45. The older wives of Brahmanas, expert in the knowledge of rituals, led young Rukmini in offering respects to Bhavani, who appeared with her consort, Lord Bhava. Text 46. Princess Rukmini prayed, O Mother Ambika, wife of Lord Shiva, I repeatedly offer my obeisances unto you, together with your children. May Lord Krishna become my husband. Please grant this. Texts 47-48. Rukmini worshipped the goddess with water, scents, whole grains, incense, clothing, garlands, necklaces, jewelry and other prescribed offerings and gifts, and also with arrays of lamps. The married Brahmana women each performed worship simultaneously with the same items, also offering savories and cakes, prepared betel nut, sacred threads, fruit and sugar cane juice. Text 49. The ladies gave the bride the remnants of the offerings and then blessed her. She in turn bowed down to them and the deity and accepted the remnants as prasadam. Text 50. The princess then gave up her vow of silence and left the Ambika temple, holding onto a maidservant with her hand, which was adorned with a jeweled ring. Texts 51-55. Rukmini appeared as enchanting as the Lord's illusory potency, who enchants even the sober and grave. Thus the kings gazed upon her virgin beauty, her shapely waist, and her lovely face adorned with earrings. Her hips were graced with a jewel-studded belt, her breasts were just budding, and her eyes seemed apprehensive of her encroaching locks of hair. She smiled sweetly, her jasmine bud teeth reflecting the glow of her bimba-red lips. As she walked with the motions of a royal swan, the effulgence of her tinkling ankle bells beautified her feet. Seeing her, the assembled heroes were totally bewildered. Lust tore at their hearts. Indeed, when the king saw her broad smile and shy glance, they became stupefied, dropped their weapons and fell unconscious to the ground from their elephants, chariots and horses. On the pretext of the procession, Rukmini displayed her beauty for Krishna alone. Slowly she advanced the two moving lotus whorls of her feet, awaiting the arrival of the Supreme Lord. With the fingernails of her left hand she pushed some strands of hair away from her face and shyly looked from the corners of her eyes at the kings standing before her. At that moment she saw Krishna. Then, while his enemies looked on, the Lord seized the princess, who was eager to mount his chariot. Text 56. Lifting the princess onto his chariot, whose flag bore the emblem of Garuda, Lord Madhava drove back the circle of kings. With Balarama in the lead, he slowly exited, like a lion removing his prey from the midst of jackals. Text 57. The kings inimical to the Lord, headed by Jarasandha, could not tolerate this humiliating defeat. They exclaimed, "Oh, damn us! Though we are mighty archers, mere cowherds have stolen our honor, just as puny animals might steal the honor of lions." Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 54. The marriage of Krishna and Rukmini. This chapter describes how Lord Sri Krishna defeated the opposing kings after kidnapping Rukmini, disfigured Rukmini's brother Rukmi, brought Rukmini to his capital and married her. As Sri Krishna was taking Princess Rukmini away, the inimical kings gathered their armies and pursued him. Lord Baladeva and the generals of the Uddhava army turned to face these opponents, blocking their advance. The enemy armies then began pouring incessant showers of arrows upon Lord Krishna's army. Seeing her husband-to-be's forces under such violent attack, Srimati Rukmini looked at Sri Krishna fearfully. But Krishna simply smiled and told her there was nothing to fear because his army would surely destroy the enemy in short order. Lord Balarama and the other heroes then began to annihilate the opposing army with Naraka arrows. The enemy kings, headed by Jarasandha, retreated after suffering the destruction of their armies at the hands of the Yadavas. Jarasandha consoled Sisipala, "Happiness and distress are never permanent and are under the control of the Supreme Lord. 17 times Krishna defeated me, but in the end I was victorious over him. Thus seeing that victory and defeat are under the control of destiny and time, I have learned not to succumb to either lamentation or joy. Time now favors the Yadavas, so they have defeated you with only a small army, but in the future time will favor you, and you will surely conquer them." Consoled in this way, Sisipala took his followers and returned to his kingdom. Rukmini's brother Rukmi, who hated Krishna, was infuriated by Krishna's kidnapping of his sister. So, after vowing before all the kings present that he would not return to Kundina until Krishna had been destroyed and Rukmini rescued, Rukmi set out with his army to attack the Lord. Ignorant of Lord Krishna's glories, Rukmi boldly went out to attack Krishna in a lone chariot. He approached the Lord, struck him with arrows and demanded that he release Rukmini. Sri Krishna fended off Rukmi's weapons, breaking them to pieces. Then he raised his sword high and was about to kill Rukmi when Rukmini interceded and fervently pleaded that her brother's life be spared. Lord Krishna did not kill Rukmi, but with his sword he shaved off bits of Rukmi's hair here and there, leaving him disfigured. Just then Lord Baladeva appeared on the scene with the Uddhava army. Seeing Rukmi disfigured, he gently reproached Krishna, "To disfigure such a close family member is as good as killing him, therefore he should not be killed but set free." Lord Baladeva then told Rukmini that the sorry condition of her brother was only the fruit of his past work, since everyone is responsible for his own happiness and suffering. He further instructed her about the transcendental position of the yuga soul and how the illusion of happiness and distress is simply a result of ignorance. Accepting Lord Balarama's instructions, Rukmini gave up her sorrow. Rukmi, meanwhile, felt totally frustrated, deprived as he was of all his strength and his will to fight. Since he had vowed not to return home without conquering Krishna, Rukmi constructed a city on that very spot and took up residence there in a mood of undiminished anger. Lord Krishna took Rukmini to his capital, Dwarka, and married her. All the citizens celebrated in lavish style, broadcasting throughout the city accounts of how the Lord had kidnapped Rukmini. Everyone in Dwarka was delighted to see Lord Krishna united with Rukmini. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, having thus spoken, all those infuriated kings donned their armor and mounted their conveyances. Each king, bow in hand, was surrounded by his own army as he went after Lord Krishna. Text 2. The commanders of the Uddhava army, seeing the enemy racing to attack, turned to face them and stood firm, O king, twanging their bows. Text 3. Mounted on the backs of horses, the shoulders of elephants and the seats of chariots, the enemy kings, expert with weapons, rained down arrows upon the Yadus like clouds pouring rain on mountains. Text 4. Slender-waisted Rukmini, seeing her lord's army covered by torrents of arrows, shyly looked at his face with fear-stricken eyes. Text 5. In response the Lord laughed and assured her, do not be afraid, beautiful-eyed one. This enemy force is about to be destroyed by your soldiers. Text 6. The heroes of the Lord's army, headed by Gada and Sankarsana, could not tolerate the aggression of the opposing kings. Thus with iron arrows they began to strike down the enemy's horses, elephants and chariots. Text 7. The heads of soldiers fighting on chariots, horses and elephants fell to the ground by the millions, some heads wore earrings and helmets, others turbans. Text 8. Lying all around were thighs, legs and fingerless hands, along with hands clutching swords, clubs and bows, and also the heads of horses, donkeys, elephants, camels, wild asses and humans. Text 9. Seeing their armies being struck down by the Vrishnas, who were eager for victory, the kings headed by Jarasandha were discouraged and left the battlefield. Text 10. The kings approached Sisapala, who was disturbed like a man who has lost his wife. His complexion was drained of color, his enthusiasm was gone, and his face appeared dried up. The king spoke to him as follows. Text 11. Jarasandha said, listen, Sisapala, O tiger among men, give up your depression. After all, embodied beings' happiness and unhappiness is never seen to be permanent, O king. Text 12. Just as a puppet in the form of a woman dances by the desire of the puppeteer, so this world, controlled by the Supreme Lord, struggles in both happiness and misery. Text 13. In battle with Krishna I and my 23 armies lost 17 times, only once did I defeat him. Text 14. But still I never lament or rejoice, because I know this world is driven by time and fate. Text 15. And now all of us, great commanders of military leaders, have been defeated by the Yadus and their small entourage, who were protected by Krishna. Text 16. Now our enemies have conquered because time favors them, but in the future, when time is auspicious for us, we shall conquer. Text 17. Sukadeva Goswami said, thus persuaded by his friends, Sisapala took his followers and went back to his capital. The surviving warriors also returned to their respective cities. Text 18. Powerful Rukmi, however, was especially envious of Krishna. He could not bear the fact that Krishna had carried off his sister to marry her in the Rakshasa style. Thus he pursued the Lord with an entire military division. Texts 19-20, frustrated and enraged, mighty armed Rukmi, dressed in armor and wielding his bow, had sworn before all the kings, I shall not again enter Kundina if I do not kill Krishna in battle and bring Rukmini back with me. I swear this to you. Text 21, having said this, he had mounted his chariot and told his charioteer, drive the horses quickly to where Krishna is. He and I must fight. Text 22, this wicked-minded cowherd boy, infatuated with his prowess, has violently abducted my sister. But today I will remove his pride with my sharp arrows. Text 23, boasting thus, foolish Rukmi, ignorant of the true extent of the Supreme Lord's power, approached Lord Govinda in his lone chariot and challenged him, just stand and fight. Text 24, Rukmi drew his bow with great strength and struck Lord Krishna with 3 arrows. Then he said, stand here for a moment, O defiler of the Yadu dynasty. Text 25, wherever you go, carrying off my sister like a crow stealing sacrificial butter, I will follow. This very day I shall relieve you of your false pride, you fool, you deceiver, you cheater in battle. Text 26, release the girl before you are struck dead by my arrows and made to lie down. In response to this, Lord Krishna smiled, and with 6 arrows he struck Rukmi and broke his bow. Text 27, the Lord struck Rukmi's 4 horses with 8 arrows, his chariot driver with 2, and the chariot's flag with 3. Rukmi grabbed another bow and struck Lord Krishna with 5 arrows. Text 28, Although hit by these many arrows, Lord Asayuddha again broke Rukmi's bow. Rukmi picked up yet another bow, but the infallible Lord broke that one to pieces as well. Text 29, iron bludgeon, three-pointed spear, sword and shield, pike, javelin, whatever weapon Rukmi picked up, Lord Hari smashed it to bits. Text 30, then Rukmi leapt down from his chariot and, sword in hand, rushed furiously toward Krishna to kill him, like a bird flying into the wind. Text 31, as Rukmi attacked him, the Lord shot arrows that broke Rukmi's sword and shield into small pieces. Krishna then took up his own sharp sword and prepared to kill Rukmi. Text 32, seeing Lord Krishna ready to kill her brother, saintly Rukmini was filled with alarm. She fell at her husband's feet and piteously spoke as follows. Text 33, Sri Rukmini said, O controller of all mystic power, immeasurable one, Lord of lords, master of the universe. O all auspicious and mighty armed one, please do not kill my brother. Text 34, Sukadeva Goswami said, Rukmini's utter fear caused her limbs to tremble and her mouth to dry up, while her throat choked up out of sorrow. And in her agitation her golden necklace scattered. She grasped Krishna's feet, and the Lord, feeling compassionate, desisted. Text 35, Lord Krishna tied up the evildoer with a strip of cloth. He then proceeded to disfigure Rukmi by comically shaving him, leaving parts of his mustache and hair. By that time the Yadu heroes had crushed the extraordinary army of their opponents, just as elephants crush a lotus flower. Text 36, as the Yadus approached Lord Krishna, they saw Rukmi in this sorry condition, practically dying of shame. When the all-powerful Lord Balarama saw Rukmi, he compassionately released him and spoke the following to Lord Krishna. Text 37, Lord Balarama said, My dear Krishna, you have acted improperly. This deed will bring shame on us, for to disfigure a close relative by shaving off his mustache and hair is as good as killing him. Text 38, Saintly lady, please do not be displeased with us out of anxiety for your brother's disfigurement. No one but oneself is responsible for one's joy and grief, for a man experiences the result of his own deeds. Text 39, again addressing Krishna, Balarama said, a relative should not be killed even if his wrongdoing warrants capital punishment. Rather, he should be thrown out of the family. Since he has already been killed by his own sin, why kill him again? Text 40, turning to Rukmini, Balarama continued, the code of sacred duty for warriors established by Lord Brahma enjoins that one may have to kill even his own brother. That is indeed a most dreadful law. Text 41, again Balarama addressed Krishna, blinded by conceit with their personal opulences, proud men offend others for the sake of such things as kingdom, land, wealth, women, honor and power. Text 42, to Rukmini Balarama said, your attitude is unfair, for like an ignorant person you wish good to those who are inimical to all living beings and who have done evil to your true well-wishers. Text 43, the Supreme Lord's Maya makes men forget their real selves, and thus, taking the body for the self, they consider others to be friends, enemies or neutral parties. Text 44, those who are bewildered perceive the one Supreme Soul, who resides in all embodied beings, as many, just as one may perceive the light in the sky, or the sky itself, as many. Text 45, this material body, which has a beginning and an end, is composed of the physical elements, the senses and the modes of nature. The body, imposed on the self by material ignorance, causes one to experience the cycle of birth and death. Text 46, O intelligent lady, the soul never undergoes contact with or separation from insubstantial, material objects, because the soul is their very origin and illuminator. Thus the soul resembles the sun, which neither comes in contact with nor separates from the sense of sight and what is seen. Text 47, birth and other transformations are undergone by the body but never by the self, just as change occurs for the moon's phases but never for the moon, though the new moon day may be called the moon's death. Text 48, as a sleeping person perceives himself, the objects of sense enjoyment and the fruits of his acts within the illusion of a dream, so one who is unintelligent undergoes material existence. Text 49, therefore, with transcendental knowledge dispel the grief that is weakening and confounding your mind. Please resume your natural mood, O princess of the pristine smile. Text 50, Sukadeva Goswami said, thus enlightened by Lord Balarama, slender Rukmini forgot her depression and steadied her mind by spiritual intelligence. Text 51, left with only his life air, cast out by his enemies and deprived of his strength and bodily radiance, Rukmi could not forget how he had been disfigured. In frustration he constructed for his residence a large city, which he called Bhojikata. Text 52, because he had promised I will not re-enter Kundina until I have killed wicked Krishna and brought back my younger sister, In a mood of angry frustration, Rukmini took up residence at that very place. Text 53, thus defeating all the opposing kings, the Supreme Personality of Godhead brought the daughter of Bhasmaka to his capital and married her according to the Vedic injunctions, O protector of the Kurus. Text 54, at that time, O king, there was great rejoicing in all the homes of Yajupuri, whose citizens loved only Krishna, chief of the Yadus. Text 55, all the men and women, full of joy and adorned with shining jewels and earrings, brought wedding presents, which they reverently offered to the exquisitely dressed groom and bride. Text 56, the city of the Vishnu appeared most beautiful, there were tall, festive columns, and also archways decorated with flower garlands, cloth banners and precious gems. Arrangements of auspicious, full water pots, a guru-scented incense, and lamps graced every doorway. Text 57, the city's streets were cleansed by the intoxicated elephants belonging to the beloved kings who were guests at the wedding, and these elephants further enhanced the beauty of the city by placing trunks of plantain and betel nut trees in all the doorways. Text 58, those who belonged to the royal families of the Kuru, Srijaya, Kakya, Vidarbha, Yadu and Kundi clans joyfully met one another in the midst of the crowds of people excitedly running here and there. Text 59, the kings and their daughters were totally astonished to hear the story of Rukmini's abduction, which was being glorified in song everywhere. Text 60, Dwaraka's citizens were overjoyed to see Krishna, the Lord of all opulence, united with Rukmini, the goddess of fortune. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 55. The history of Pradyumna. This chapter tells how Pradyumna was born as the son of Lord Krishna and then kidnapped by the demon Sambara. It also describes how Pradyumna killed Sambara and returned home with a wife. Kamadeva, Cupid, an expansion of Lord Vasudeva, had been burned to ashes by Lord Shiva's anger and was reborn as part and parcel of Pradyumna from the womb of Rukmini. A demon named Sambara, thinking Pradyumna his enemy, kidnapped him from the maternity room even before he was 10 days old. Sambara threw Pradyumna into the ocean and returned to his kingdom. A powerful fish swallowed Pradyumna and was caught by fishermen in a net. They presented the huge fish to Sambara, and when his cooks cut it open they found a child within its belly. The cooks gave the infant to the maidservant Mayavati, who was astonished to see him. Just then Narada Muni appeared and told her who the infant was. Mayavati was actually Kamadeva's wife, Radha Devi. While waiting for her husband to be reborn in a new body, she had taken employment as a cook in the household of Sambara. Now that she understood who the infant was, she began to feel intense affection for him. After a very short time, Pradyumna grew to youthful maturity, entrancing all the women with his beauty. Once, Radha Devi approached Pradyumna and playfully moved her eyebrows in a conjugal mood. Addressing her as his mother, Pradyumna commented that she was putting aside her proper maternal mood and behaving like a passionate girlfriend. Rati then told Pradyumna who they both were. She advised him to kill Sambara, and to help him she instructed him in the mystic mantras known as Mahamaya. Pradyumna went to Sambara and, after angering him with various insults, challenged him to fight, upon which Sambara angrily took up his club and marched outside. The demon tried various magic spells against Pradyumna, but Pradyumna fended off all of them with the Mahamaya mantras and then beheaded Sambara with his sword. At that moment Radha Devi appeared in the sky and took Pradyumna away to Dwaraka. When Pradyumna and his wife entered the inner chambers of Lord Krishna's palace, the many beautiful ladies there thought he was Krishna himself, so much did his appearance and dress resemble the Lord's. Out of shyness the ladies ran here and there to hide themselves. But after a little while they noticed small differences in Pradyumna's and Krishna's appearances, and once they understood that he was not Lord Krishna, they gathered around him. When Rukmini Devi saw Pradyumna, she felt overwhelmed with motherly love, and milk began to flow spontaneously from her breasts. Noting that Pradyumna looked exactly like Krishna, she became eager to find out who he was. She remembered how one of her sons had been abducted from the maternity room. If he were still alive, she thought, he would be the same age as this Pradyumna standing before me. While Rukmini reflected in this way, Lord Krishna arrived in the company of Devaki and Vasudeva. Although the Lord understood the situation perfectly well, he remained silent. Then Narada Muni arrived and explained everything. Everyone was amazed to hear the account and embraced Pradyumna in great ecstasy. Because Pradyumna's beauty so closely resembled Krishna's, the ladies in a maternal relationship with Pradyumna could not help thinking of him as their conjugal lover. He was, after all, the exact reflection of Sri Krishna, and therefore it was natural for them to see him in this way. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, Kamadeva, Cupid, an expansion of Vasudeva, had previously been burned to ashes by Rudra's anger. Now, to obtain a new body, he merged back into the body of Lord Vasudeva. Text 2, he took birth in the womb of Vidarbha from the seed of Lord Krishna and received the name Pradyumna. In no respect was he inferior to his father. Text 3, the demon Sambara, who could assume any form he desired, kidnapped the infant before he was even 10 days old. Understanding Pradyumna to be his enemy, Sambara threw him into the sea and then returned home. Text 4, a powerful fish swallowed Pradyumna, and this fish, along with others, was caught in a huge net and seized by fishermen. Text 5, the fisherman presented that extraordinary fish to Sambara, who had his cooks bring it to the kitchen, where they began cutting it up with a butcher knife. Text 6, seeing a male child in the belly of the fish, the cooks gave the infant to Mayavati, who was astonished. Narada Muni that appeared and explained to her everything about the child's birth and his entering the fish's abdomen. Text 7-8, Mayavati was in fact Cupid's renowned wife, Rati. While waiting for her husband to obtain a new body, his previous one having been burned up, she had been assigned by Sambara to prepare vegetables and rice. Mayavati understood that this infant was actually Kamadeva, and thus she began to feel love for him. Text 9, after a short time, this son of Krishna, Pradyumna, attained his full youth. He enchanted all women who gazed upon him. Text 10, my dear king, with a bashful smile and raised eyebrows, Mayavati exhibited various gestures of conjugal attraction as she lovingly approached her husband, whose eyes were broad like the petals of a lotus, whose arms were very long and who was the most beautiful of men. Text 11, Lord Pradyumna told her, O mother, your attitude has changed. You are overstepping the proper feelings of a mother and behaving like a lover. Text 12, Rati said, you are the son of Lord Narayana and were kidnapped from your parents' home by Sambara. I, Rati, am your legitimate wife, O master, because you are Cupid. Text 13, that demon, Sambara, threw you into the sea when you were not even 10 days old, and a fish swallowed you. Then in this very place we recovered you from the fish's abdomen, O master. Text 14, now kill this dreadful Sambara, your formidable enemy. Although he knows hundreds of magic spells, you can defeat him with bewildering magic and other techniques. Text 15, your poor mother, having lost her son, cries for you like a kurari bird. She is overwhelmed with love for her child, just like a cow that has lost its calf. Text 16, Sukadeva Goswami continued, speaking thus, Mayavati gave to the great soul Pradyumna the mystic knowledge called Mahamaya, which vanquishes all other deluding spells. Text 17, Pradyumna approached Sambara and called him to battle, hurling intolerable insults at him to foment a conflict. Text 18, offended by these harsh words, Sambara became as agitated as a kicked snake. He came out, club in hand, his eyes red with rage. Text 19, Sambara whirled his club swiftly about and then hurled it at the wise Pradyumna, producing a sound as sharp as a thundercrack. Text 20, as Sambara's club came flying toward him, Lord Pradyumna knocked it away with his own. Then, O king, Pradyumna angrily threw his club at the enemy. Text 21, resorting to the black magic of the deity as taught to him by Mayadanava, Sambara suddenly appeared in the sky and released a downpour of weapons upon Krishna's son. Text 22, harassed by this rain of weapons, Lord Rukmanya, the greatly powerful warrior, made use of the mystic science called Mahamaya, which was created from the mode of goodness and which could defeat all other mystic power. Text 23, the demon then unleashed hundreds of mystic weapons belonging to the Bhyakas, Gandharvas, Pikas, Ragas, and Raksasas, but Lord Karsni, Pradyumna, struck them all down. Text 24, drawing his sharp-edged sword, Pradyumna forcefully cut off Sambara's head, complete with red mustache, helmet and earrings. Text 25, as the residents of the higher planets showered Pradyumna with flowers and chanted his praises, his wife appeared in the sky and transported him through the heavens, back to the city of Dvaraka. Text 26, O king, Lord Pradyumna and his wife resembled a cloud accompanied by lightning as they descended from the sky into the inner quarters of Krishna's most excellent palace, which were crowded with lovely women. Texts 27-28, the women of the palace thought he was Lord Krishna when they saw his dark blue complexion the color of a rain cloud, his yellow silk garments, his long arms and red-tinged eyes, his charming lotus face adorned with a pleasing smile, his fine ornaments and his thick, curly blue hair. Thus the women became bashful and hid themselves here and there. Text 29, gradually, from the slight differences between his appearance and Krishna's, the ladies realized he was not the Lord. Delighted and astonished, they approached Pradyumna and his consort, who was a jewel among women. Text 30, seeing Pradyumna, sweet-voiced, dark-eyed Rukmini remembered her lost son, and her breasts became moist out of affection. Text 31, Srimati Rukmini Devi said, "Who is this lotus-eyed jewel among men? What man's son is he, and what woman carried him in her womb? And who is this woman he has taken as his wife?" Text 32, "If my lost son, who was kidnapped from the maternity room, were still alive somewhere, he would be of the same age and appearance as this young man." Text 33, "But how is it that this young man so much resembles my own Lord, Krishna, the wielder of Sriga, in his bodily form and his limbs, in his gait and the tone of his voice, and in his smiling glance?" Text 34, "Yes, he must be the same child I bore in my womb, since I feel great affection for him and my left arm is quivering." Text 35, "As Queen Rukmini conjectured in this way, Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, arrived on the scene with Vasudeva and Devaki." Text 36, "Although Lord Janardana knew perfectly well what had transpired, he remained silent. The sage Narada, however, explained everything, beginning with Sambara's kidnapping of the child." Text 37, "When the women of Lord Krishna's palace heard this most amazing account, they joyfully greeted Pradyumna, who had been lost for many years but who had now returned as if from the dead." Text 38, "Devaki, Vasudeva, Krishna, Balarama and all the women of the palace, especially Queen Rukmini, embraced the young couple and rejoiced." Text 39, "Hearing that lost Pradyumna had come home, the residents of Dvaraka declared, 'Ah, Providence has allowed this child to return as if from death.'" Text 40, "It is not astonishing that the palace women, who should have felt maternal affection for Pradyumna, privately felt ecstatic attraction for him as if he were their own lord. After all, the son exactly resembled his father. Indeed, Pradyumna was a perfect reflection of the beauty of Lord Krishna, the shelter of the goddess of fortune, and appeared before their eyes as Cupid himself. Since even those on the level of his mother felt conjugal attraction for him, then what to speak of how other women felt when they saw him?" Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 56. The Syamantaka jewel. This chapter describes how Lord Krishna recovered the Syamantaka jewel to allay false accusations against him and married the daughters of Jambavan and Satyajit. By enacting the pastime involving the Syamantaka jewel, the Lord demonstrated the futility of material wealth. When Suta Goswami mentioned that King Satyajit offended Lord Krishna on account of the Syamantaka jewel, King Pariksit became curious to hear the details of this incident. Thus Sukadeva Goswami narrated the story. King Satyajit received the Syamantaka gem by the grace of his best well-wisher, the sun god, Surya. After fastening the gem to a chain, which he then hung around his neck, Satyajit travelled to Dvaraka. The residents, thinking he was the sun god himself, went to Krishna and told him that Lord Surya had come to take his audience. But Krishna replied that the man who had come was not Surya but King Satyajit, who looked extremely effulgent because he was wearing the Syamantaka jewel. In Dvaraka, Satyajit installed the precious stone on a special altar in his home. Every day the gem produced a large quantity of gold, and it had the additional power of assuring that wherever it was properly worshipped no calamity could occur. On one occasion Lord Sri Krishna requested Satyajit to give the gem to the king of the Yadus, Ugrasena. But Satyajit refused, obsessed as he was with greed. Shortly thereafter Satyajit's brother Prasena left the city to hunt on horseback, wearing the Syamantaka jewel on his neck. On the road a lion killed Prasena and took the jewel away to a mountain cave, where the king of the bears, Jambavan, happened to be living. Jambavan killed the lion and gave the jewel to his son to play with. When King Satyajit's brother did not return, the king presumed that Sri Krishna had killed him for the Syamantaka gem. Lord Krishna heard about this rumor circulating among the general populace, and to clear his name he went with some of the citizens to find Prasena. Following his path, they eventually found his body and that of his horse lying on the road. Further on they saw the body of the lion Jambavan had killed. Lord Krishna told the citizens to remain outside the cave while he went in to investigate. The Lord entered Jambavan's cave and saw the Syamantaka jewel lying next to a child. But when Krishna tried to take the jewel, the child's nurse cried out in alarm, bringing Jambavan quickly to the scene. Jambavan considered Krishna an ordinary man and began fighting with him. For 28 days continuously the two fought, until finally Jambavan grew weak from the Lord's blows. Now understanding that Krishna was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Jambavan began to praise him. The Lord touched Jambavan with his lotus hand, dispelling his fear, and then explained everything about the jewel. With great devotion Jambavan gladly presented the Syamantaka jewel to the Lord, together with his unmarried daughter, Jambavati. Meanwhile Lord Krishna's companions, having waited 12 days for Krishna to come out of the cave, returned to Dvaraka despondent. All of Krishna's friends and family members became extremely sorrowful and began regularly worshipping Goddess Durga to assure the Lord's safe return. Even as they performed this worship, Lord Krishna entered the city in the company of his new wife. He summoned Satyajit to the royal assembly and, after recounting to him the entire story of the Syamantaka jewel's recovery, gave the jewel back to him. Satyajit accepted the jewel, but with great shame and remorse. He went back to his home, and there he decided to offer Lord Krishna not only the jewel but also his daughter so as to atone for the offense he had committed against the Lord's lotus feet. Sri Krishna accepted the hand of Satyajit's daughter, Satyabhama, who was endowed with all divine qualities. But the jewel he refused, returning it to King Satyajit. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, having offended Lord Krishna, Satyajit tried as best he could to atone by presenting him with his daughter and the Syamantaka jewel. Text 2, Maharaja Pariksit inquired, O Brahmana, what did King Satyajit do to offend Lord Krishna? Where did he get the Syamantaka jewel, and why did he give his daughter to the Supreme Lord? Text 3, Sukadeva Goswami said, Surya, the sun god, felt great affection for his devotee Satyajit. Acting as his greatest friend, the demigod gave him the jewel called Syamantaka as a token of his satisfaction. Text 4, wearing the jewel on his neck, Satyajit entered Dvaraka. He shone as brightly as the sun itself, O king, and thus he went unrecognized because of the jewel's effulgence. Text 5, as the people looked at Satyajit from a distance, his brilliance blinded them. They presumed he was the sun god, Surya, and went to tell Lord Krishna, who was at that time playing at dice. Text 6, the residents of Dvaraka said, Obeisances unto you, O Narayana, O holder of the conch, disc and club, O lotus-eyed Damodara, O Govinda, O cherished descendant of Yadu. Text 7, Lord Savita has come to see you, O Lord of the universe. He is blinding everyone's eyes with his intensely effulgent rays. Text 8, the most exalted demigods in the three worlds are certainly anxious to seek you out, O Lord, now that you have hidden yourself among the Yadu dynasty. Thus the unborn sun god has come to see you here. Text 9, Sukadeva Goswami continued, hearing these innocent words, the lotus-eyed Lord smiled broadly and said, this is not the sun god, Ravi, but rather Satyajit, who is glowing because of his jewel. Text 10, King Satyajit entered his opulent home, festively executing auspicious rituals. He had qualified brahmanas install the Syamantaka jewel in the house's temple room. Text 11, each day the gem would produce 8 bars of gold, my dear Prabhu, and the place in which it was kept and properly worshipped would be free of calamities such as famine or untimely death, and also of evils like snake bites, mental and physical disorders and the presence of deceitful persons. Text 12, on one occasion Lord Krishna requested Satyajit to give the jewel to the Yadu king, Ugrasena, but Satyajit was so greedy that he refused. He gave no thought to the seriousness of the offense he committed by denying the Lord's request. Text 13, once Satyajit's brother, Praisena, having hung the brilliant jewel about his neck, mounted a horse and went hunting in the forest. Text 14, a lion killed Praisena and his horse and took the jewel. But when the lion entered a mountain cave he was killed by Jambavan, who wanted the jewel. Text 15, within the cave Jambavan let his young son have the Syamantaka jewel as a toy to play with. Meanwhile Satyajit, not seeing his brother return, became deeply troubled. Text 16, he said, Krishna probably killed my brother, who went to the forest wearing the jewel on his neck. The general populace heard this accusation and began whispering it in one another's ears. Text 17, when Lord Krishna heard this rumor, he wanted to remove the stain on his reputation. So he took some of Dvaraka's citizens with him and set out to retrace Praisena's path. Text 18, in the forest they found Praisena and his horse, both killed by the lion. Further on they found the lion dead on a mountainside, slain by Raksa, Jambavan. Text 19, the Lord stationed his subjects outside the terrifying, pitch-dark cave of the king of the bears, and then he entered alone. Text 20, there Lord Krishna saw that the most precious of jewels had been made into a child's plaything. Determined to take it away, he approached the child. Text 21, the child's nurse cried out in fear upon seeing that extraordinary person standing before them. Jambavan, strongest of the strong, heard her cries and angrily ran toward the Lord. Text 22, unaware of his true position and thinking him an ordinary man, Jambavan angrily began fighting with the Supreme Lord, his master. Text 23, the two fought furiously in single combat, each determined to win. Contending against each other with various weapons and then with stones, tree trunks and finally their bare arms, they struggled like two hawks battling over a piece of flesh. Text 24, The fight went on without rest for 28 days, the two opponents striking each other with their fists, which fell like the cracking blows of lightning. Text 25, his bulging muscles pummeled by the blows of Lord Krishna's fists, his strength faltering and his limbs perspiring, Jambavan, greatly astonished, finally spoke to the Lord. Text 26, Jambavan said, I know now that you are the life air and the sensory, mental and bodily strength of all living beings. You are Lord Vishnu, the original person, the supreme, all-powerful controller. Text 27, you are the ultimate creator of all creators of the universe, and of everything created you are the underlying substance. You are the subduer of all subduers, the supreme Lord and supreme soul of all souls. Text 28, you are he who impelled the ocean to give way when his sidelong glances, slightly manifesting his anger, disturbed the crocodiles and Timingila fish within the watery depths. You are he who built a great bridge to establish his fame, who burned down the city of Lanka, and whose arrows severed the heads of Ravana, which then fell to the ground. Texts 29-30, Sukadeva Goswami continued, O king, Lord Krishna then addressed the king of the bears, who had understood the truth. The lotus-eyed personality of Godhead, the son of Devaki, touched Jambavan with his hand, which bestows all blessings, and spoke to his devotee with sublime compassion, his great voice deeply resounding like a cloud. Text 31, Lord Krishna said, It is for this jewel, O Lord of the bears, that we have come to your cave. I intend to use the jewel to disprove the false accusations against me. Text 32, thus addressed, Jambavan happily honored Lord Krishna by offering him his maiden daughter, Jambavati, together with the jewel. Text 33, after Lord Sura had entered the cave, the people of Dvaraka who had accompanied him had waited 12 days without seeing him come out again. Finally they had given up and returned to their city in great sorrow. Text 34, when Devaki, Rukmini Devi, Vasudeva and the Lord's other relatives and friends heard that he had not come out of the cave, they all lamented. Text 35, cursing Satyajit, the sorrowful residents of Dvaraka approached the Durga deity named Chandrabhaga and prayed to her for Krishna's return. Text 36, when the citizens had finished worshipping the demigoddess, she spoke to them in response, promising to grant their request. Just then Lord Krishna, who had achieved his purpose, appeared before them in the company of his new wife, filling them with joy. Text 37, seeing Lord Rishikesa return as if from death, accompanied by his new wife and wearing the Syamantaka jewel on his neck, all the people were roused to jubilation. Text 38, Lord Krishna summoned Satyajit to the royal assembly. There, in the presence of King Ugrasena, Krishna announced the recovery of the jewel and then formally presented it to Satyajit. Text 39, hanging his head in great shame, Satyajit took the gem and returned home, all the while feeling remorse for his sinful behavior. Texts 40-42, pondering over his grievous offense and worried about the possibility of conflict with the Lord's mighty devotees, King Satyajit thought, how can I cleanse myself of my contamination, and how may Lord Achyuta become satisfied with me? What can I do to regain my good fortune and avoid being cursed by the populace for being so short-sighted, miserly, foolish and avaricious? I shall give my daughter, the jewel of all women, to the Lord, together with the Syamantaka jewel. That, indeed, is the only proper way to pacify him. Text 43, having thus intelligently made up his mind, King Satyajit personally arranged to present Lord Krishna with his fair daughter and the Syamantaka jewel. Text 44, the Lord married Satyabhama in proper religious fashion. Possessed of excellent behavior, along with beauty, broad-mindedness and all other good qualities, she had been sought by many men. Text 45, the Supreme Personality of Godhead told Satyajit, we do not care to take this jewel back, O king. You are the sun god's devotee, so let it stay in your possession. Thus we will also enjoy its benefits. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 57 Satyajit murdered. The jewel return. This chapter describes how Lord Krishna, after the murder of Satyajit, killed Satathanva and had Akrura bring the Syamantaka jewel back to Dvaraka. When Lord Sri Krishna heard that the Pandavas had supposedly been burned to death in the palace of Lak, he went to Hastinapura with Lord Baladeva to maintain the principles of worldly protocol, even though, being omniscient, he knew the report was false. With Krishna out of Dvaraka, Akrura and Kritavarma incited Satathanva to steal the Syamantaka jewel from Satyajit. Bewildered by their words, the sinful Satathanva murdered King Satyajit in his sleep and stole the gem. Queen Satyabhama was overcome with grief at the death of her father, and she rushed to Hastinapura to report the sorrowful news to Sri Krishna. Together with Lord Baladeva, Krishna then returned to Dvaraka to kill Satathanva. Satathanva went to Akrura and Kritavarma to beg for help, But when they refused, he left the jewel with Akrura and fled for his life. Krishna and Balarama pursued him, and Lord Krishna beheaded him with his sharp-edged disc. When the Lord could not find the Syamantaka jewel on Satadhanva's person, Baladeva told him that Satadhanva must have left it in someone's care. Baladeva further suggested that Krishna return to Dvaraka to find the jewel while he, Baladeva, would take the opportunity to visit the king of Vidya. Thus Lord Balarama travelled to Mithila and remained there for a few years, during which he taught King Duryodhana the art of fighting with a club. Lord Krishna returned to Dvaraka and had the funeral rites performed for Satyajit. When Akrura and Kritavarma heard how Satadhanva had met his death, they fled Dvaraka. Soon many kinds of disturbances, mental, physical and so on, began to afflict Dvaraka, and the citizens concluded that the cause of these troubles must be Akrura's exile. The city elders explained, once there was a drought in Benares, and the king of the region gave his daughter in marriage to Akrura's father, who was visiting Benares at the time. As a result of this gift, the drought ended. The elders, thinking Akrura had the same power as his father, declared that Akrura should be brought back. Lord Krishna knew that Akrura's exile was not the main cause of the disturbances. Still, he had Akrura brought back to Dvaraka, and after properly honoring him with worship and greeting him with sweet words, Krishna told him, "I know Satadhanva left the jewel in your care. Since Satyajit had no sons, his daughter's offspring are the just claimants to whatever property he has left behind. Nonetheless, it would be best for you to keep the troublesome jewel in your care. Just let me show it once to my relatives." Akrura presented Krishna with the jewel, which shone as brilliantly as the sun, and after the Lord had shown it to his family members he returned it to Akrura. Text 1, Sri Badarayani said, although Lord Govinda was fully aware of what had actually occurred, when he heard reports that the Pandavas and Queen Kundi had burned to death, he went with Lord Balarama to the kingdom of the Kurus to fulfill the family obligations expected of him. Text 2, the two lords met with Bhisma, Kayarpa, Vidura, Gandhari, and Drona. Showing sorrow equal to theirs, they cried out, "Alas, how painful this is!" Text 3, taking advantage of this opportunity, O king, Akrura and Kritavarma went to Satadhanva and said, "Why not take the Syamantaka jewel?" Text 4, Satyajit promised his jewel-like daughter to us but then gave her to Krishna instead, contemptuously neglecting us. So why should Satyajit not follow his brother's path? Text 5, his mind thus influenced by their advice, wicked Satadhanva murdered Satyajit in his sleep simply out of greed. In this way the sinful Satadhanva shortened his own lifespan. Text 6, as the women of Satyajit's palace screamed and helplessly wept, Satadhanva took the jewel and left, like a butcher after he has killed some animals. Text 7, when Satyabhama saw her dead father, she was plunged into grief. Lamenting, my father, oh, I am killed." She fell unconscious. Text 8, Queen Satyabhama put her father's corpse in a large vat of oil and went to Hastinapura, where she sorrowfully told Lord Krishna, who was already aware of the situation, about her father's murder. Text 9, when Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama heard this news, "O king," they exclaimed, "Alas! This is the greatest tragedy for us." Thus imitating the ways of human society, they lamented, their eyes brimming with tears. Text 10, the Supreme Lord returned to his capital with his wife and elder brother. After arriving in Dvaraka, he readied himself to kill Satadhanva and retrieve the jewel from him. Text 11, upon learning that Lord Krishna was preparing to kill him, Satadhanva was struck with fear. To save his life he approached Kritavarma and begged him for help, but Kritavarma replied as follows. Text 12 to 13, Kritavarma said, "I dare not offend the Supreme Lords, Krishna, and Balarama. Indeed, how can one who troubles them expect any good fortune?" Kamsa and all his followers lost both their wealth and their lives because of enmity toward them, and after battling them 17 times Jarasandha was left without even a chariot. Text 14, his appeal refused, Satadhanva went to Akrura and begged him for protection. But Akrura similarly told him, who would oppose the two personalities of Godhead if he knew their strength. Text 15, it is the Supreme Lord who creates, maintains and destroys this universe simply as his pastime. The cosmic creators cannot even understand his purpose, bewildered as they are by his illusory Maya. Text 16, as a child of 7, Krishna uprooted an entire mountain and held it aloft as easily as a young boy picks up a mushroom. Text 17, I offer my obeisances to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, whose every deed is amazing. He is the Supreme Soul, the unlimited source and fixed center of all existence. Text 18, his appeal thus rejected by Akrura also, Satadhanva placed the precious jewel in Akrura's care and fled on a horse that could travel 100 yojanas, 800 miles. Text 19, My dear king, Krishna and Balarama mounted Krishna's chariot, which flew the flag of Garuda and was yoked with tremendously swift horses, and pursued their elder's murderer. Text 20, In a garden on the outskirts of Mithila, the horse Satadhanva was riding collapsed. Terrified, he abandoned the horse and began to flee on foot, with Krishna in angry pursuit. Text 21, As Satadhanva fled on foot, the Supreme Lord, also going on foot, cut off his head with his sharp-edged disc. The Lord then searched Satadhanva's upper and lower garments for the Syamantaka jewel. Text 22, Not finding the jewel, Lord Krishna went to his elder brother and said, We have killed Satadhanva uselessly. The jewel isn't here. Text 23, To this Lord Balarama replied, Indeed, Satadhanva must have placed the jewel in the care of someone. You should return to our city and find that person. Text 24, I wish to visit King Vitiha, who is most dear to me. O king, having said this, Lord Balarama, the beloved descendant of Yadu, entered the city of Mithila. Text 25, The king of Mithila immediately rose from his seat when he saw Lord Balarama approaching. With great love the king honored the supremely worshipable Lord by offering him elaborate worship, as stipulated by scriptural injunctions. Text 26, The Almighty Lord Balarama stayed in Mithila for several years, honored by his affectionate devotee Janaka Maharaja. During that time Dhritarashtra's son Duryodhana learned from Balarama the art of fighting with a club. Text 27, Lord Kesava arrived in Dwaraka and described the demise of Satadhanva and his own failure to find the Syamantaka jewel. He spoke in a way that would please his beloved, Satyabhama. Text 28, Lord Krishna then had the various funeral rites performed for his deceased relative, Satyajit. The Lord attended the funeral along with well-wishers of the family. Text 29, When Akrura and Kritavarma, who had originally incited Satadhanva to commit his crime, heard that he had been killed, they fled Dwaraka in terror and took up residence elsewhere. Text 30, In Akrura's absence ill omens arose in Dwaraka, and the citizens began to suffer continually from physical and mental distresses, as well as from disturbances caused by higher powers and by creatures of the earth. Text 31, Some men proposed that the troubles were due to Akrura's absence, but they had forgotten the glories of the Supreme Lord, which they themselves had so often described. Indeed, how can calamities occur in a place where the personality of Godhead, the residence of all the sages, resides? Text 32, The elders said, Previously, when Lord Indra had withheld rain from Kasi, Benares, the king of that city gave his daughter Gandhini to Svafaka, who was then visiting him. It soon rained in the kingdom of Kasi. Text 33, Wherever his equally powerful son Akrura stays, Lord Indra will provide sufficient rain. Indeed, that place will be free of miseries and untimely deaths. Text 34, Hearing these words from the elders, Lord Janardana, though aware that the absence of Akrura was not the only cause of the evil omens, had him summoned back to Dwaraka and spoke to him. Texts 35-36, Lord Krishna honored Akrura, greeted him confidentially and spoke pleasant words with him. Then the Lord, who was fully aware of Akrura's heart by virtue of his being the knower of everything, smiled and addressed him, O Master of Charity, surely the opulent Syamantaka jewel was left in your care by Satadhanva and is still with you. Indeed, we have known this all along. Text 37, Since Satyajit had no sons, his daughter's son should receive his inheritance. They should pay for memorial offerings of water and pinda, clear their grandfather's outstanding debts and keep the remainder of the inheritance for themselves. Text 38-39, Nevertheless, the jewel should remain in your care, O trustworthy Akrura, because no one else can keep it safely. But please show the jewel just once, since my elder brother does not fully believe what I have told him about it. In this way, O most fortunate one, you will pacify my relatives. Everyone knows you have the jewel, for you are now continually performing sacrifices on altars of gold. Text 40, Thus shamed by Lord Krishna's conciliatory words, the son of Svafaka brought out the jewel from where he had concealed it in his clothing and gave it to the Lord. The brilliant gem shone like the sun. Text 41, After the Almighty Lord had shown the Syamantaka jewel to his relatives, thus dispelling the false accusations against him, he returned it to Akrura. Text 42, This narration, rich with descriptions of the prowess of Lord Sri Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, removes sinful reactions and bestows all auspiciousness. Anyone who recites, hears or remembers it will drive away his own infamy and sins and attain peace. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, The Summum Bonum chapter 58 Krishna marries 5 princesses. This chapter describes how Lord Krishna married 5 brides, beginning with Kalindi, and went to Indraprastha to visit the Pandavas. After the Pandavas had completed their incognito exile, Lord Krishna went with Satyaki and other yadis to see them in Indraprastha. The Pandavas greeted the Lord and embraced him in great ecstasy. Their new bride, Draupadi, shyly approached Krishna and bowed down to him. Then the Pandavas properly worshipped and welcomed Satyaki and the Lord's other companions, offering them sitting places. Lord Krishna paid a visit to Queen Kunti, and after he had offered her his respects, they inquired from each other about their family members. As Sukadeva recalled the various miseries Duryodhana had inflicted upon her and her sons, she remarked that Krishna was their only protector. "You are the well-wisher of the entire universe," she said, "yet even though you are free from all delusion of mine and another's, you nonetheless reside within the hearts of those who meditate on you constantly, and from within their hearts you destroy all their miseries." Then Yudhishthira told Krishna, "Only because we executed many pious acts are we able to see your lotus feet, which even great yogis find it impossible to attain." Honored by King Yudhishthira, Sri Krishna happily remained as a guest in Indraprastha for several months. One day, Krishna and Arjuna went hunting in the forest. While bathing in the Yamuna river, they saw a charming young maiden. On Krishna's request, Arjuna went up to the girl and asked who she was. The beautiful maiden replied, "I am Kalindi, the daughter of the sun god. Hoping to attain Lord Vishnu as my husband, I have been performing severe austerities. I will accept no one else as my husband, and until he marries me I will remain in the Yamuna, living in a house my father built for me here." After Arjuna reported all this to Krishna, the omniscient Lord took Kalindi onto his chariot, and then the 3 of them returned to Yudhishthira's residence. Later the Pandavas requested Krishna to build them a city, and he did so by having Visvakarma, the architect of the demigods, construct one that was extremely attractive. The Lord satisfied his beloved devotees by remaining with them there for some time. Then, to please Agni, the fire god, Krishna arranged to offer him the Khandava forest. The Lord asked Arjuna to burn down the forest and accompanied him as his charioteer. Agni was so satisfied with the offering that he presented Arjuna with the Gandhava bow, a team of horses, a chariot, 2 inexhaustible quivers, and armor. While the Khandava forest burned, Arjuna saved a demon named Maya from the blaze. Mayadanava reciprocated by building Arjuna a splendid palace. In this building Duryodhana would later get a good drenching after mistaking the surface of a pond for a solid floor, thus embarrassing himself. Next Lord Krishna took permission from Arjuna and his other relatives and went back to Dwarka with his entourage. There he married Kalindi. Some time later he went to Avantapura, where, in the presence of many kings, he abducted the king of Avanti's sister, Mitravinda, who was very much attracted to him. In the kingdom of Ayodhya lived a devout king named Nagnajit. He had an extraordinarily beautiful, marriageable daughter named Satya, or Nagnajiti. The girl's relatives had laid down the stipulation that any man who could subdue a certain group of 7 ferocious bulls would win her hand. When Krishna heard about this princess, he went to Ayodhya with a large contingent of soldiers. King Nagnajit greeted him hospitably and joyfully worshipped him with various offerings. When Satya saw Krishna, she immediately desired him as her husband, and King Nagnajit, understanding his daughter's intentions, informed Lord Krishna of his own wish that the Lord and his daughter be married. The king affectionately told the Lord, "You alone would be a suitable husband for my daughter, and if you subdue the 7 bulls you may certainly marry her." Lord Krishna then manifested himself in 7 separate forms and subdued the 7 bulls. King Nagnajit duly presented his daughter to the Lord, together with a dowry of abundant gifts, and the Lord took Satya onto his chariot for the journey back to Dwarka. Just then the rival kings who had been defeated by the bulls tried to attack Lord Krishna. But Arjuna easily beat them back, and Krishna proceeded with Nagnajiti to Dwarka. Subsequently Sri Krishna married Lakshmana after abducting her from her Svayamvara ceremony, and he also married Bhadra, the royal sister of Santaradana. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, "Once, the supremely opulent personality of Godhead went to Indraprastha to visit the Pandavas, who had again appeared in public. Accompanying the Lord were Duryodhana and other associates." Text 2. When the Pandavas saw that Lord Mukunda had arrived, those heroic sons of Prthal stood up at once, like the senses responding to the return of the life air. Text 3. The heroes embraced Lord Asayuta, and the touch of his body freed them of sin. Looking at his affectionate, smiling face, they were overwhelmed with joy. Text 4. After the Lord bowed down at the feet of Yudhishthira and Bhima and firmly embraced Arjuna, he accepted obeisances from the twin brothers, Nakul and Sahadeva. Text 5. Faultless Draupadi, The Pandava's newly married wife, slowly and somewhat timidly approached Lord Krishna, who sat on an exalted seat, and offered him her obeisances. Text 6, Satyaki also accepted a seat of honor after receiving worship and welcome from the Pandavas, and the Lord's other companions, being duly honored, sat down in various places. Text 7, the Lord then went to see his aunt, Queen Kunti. He bowed down to her and she embraced him, her eyes moist with great affection. Lord Krishna inquired from her and her daughter-in-law, Draupadi, about their welfare, and they in turn questioned him at length about his relatives, in Dvaraka. Text 8, so overcome by love that her throat choked up and her eyes filled with tears, Queen Kunti remembered the many troubles she and her sons had endured. Thus she addressed Lord Krishna, who appears before his devotees to drive away their distress. Text 9, Queen Kunti said, My dear Krishna, our welfare was assured only when you remembered us, your relatives, and gave us your protection by sending my brother to visit us. Text 10, for you, the well-wishing friend and supreme soul of the universe, there is never any illusion of us and them. Yet even so, residing within the hearts of all, you eradicate the sufferings of those who remember you constantly. Text 11, King Yudhishthira said, O Supreme Controller, I do not know what pious deeds we fools have done so that we can see you, whom the masters of yogic perfection rarely see. Text 12, requested by the king to stay with them, the Almighty Lord remained happily in Indraprastha during the months of the rainy season, giving joy to the eyes of the city's residents. Texts 13-14, once Arjuna, the slayer of powerful enemies, donned his armor, mounted his chariot flying the flag of Hanuman, took up his bow and his two inexhaustible quivers, and went to sport with Lord Krishna in a large forest filled with fierce animals. Text 15, with his arrows Arjuna shot tigers, boars and buffalo in that forest, along with rus, sarabas, gavayas, rhinoceroses, black deer, rabbits and porcupines. Text 16, a crew of servants carried to King Yudhishthira the slain animals fit to be offered in sacrifice on some special occasion. Then, feeling thirsty and tired, Arjuna went to the bank of the Yamuna. Text 17, after the two Krishnas bathed there, they drank the river's clear water. The great warriors then saw an attractive young girl walking nearby. Text 18, sent by his friend, Arjuna approached the exceptional young woman, who possessed beautiful hips, fine teeth and a lovely face, and inquired from her as follows. Text 19, Arjuna said, Who are you, O fine-waisted lady? Whose daughter are you, and where do you come from? What are you doing here? I think you must be looking for a husband. Please explain everything, O beautiful one. Text 20, Sri Kalindi said, I am the daughter of the sun god. I desire to get as my husband the most excellent and munificent Lord Vishnu, and to that end I am performing severe penances. Text 21, I will accept no husband other than him, the abode of the goddess of fortune. May that Mukunda, the Supreme Personality, the shelter of the helpless, be pleased with me. Text 22, I am known as Kalindi, and I live in a mansion my father built for me within the water of the Yamuna. There I will stay until I meet Lord Asayuta. Text 23, Sukadeva Goswami continued, Arjuna repeated all this to Lord Vasudeva, who was already aware of it. The Lord then took Kalindi onto his chariot and went back to see King Yudhishthira. Text 24, describing a previous incident, Sukadeva Goswami said, upon the request of the Pandavas, Lord Krishna had Visvakarma build them a most wonderful and amazing city. Text 25, the Supreme Lord stayed in that city for some time to please his devotees. On one occasion, Sri Krishna wanted to give the Khandava forest as a gift to Agni, and so the Lord became Arjuna's charioteer. Text 26, being pleased, O king, Lord Agni presented Arjuna with a bow, a set of white horses, a chariot, a pair of inexhaustible quivers, and armor that no fighter could pierce with weapons. Text 27, when the demon Maya was saved from the fire by his friend Arjuna, Maya presented him with an assembly hall, in which Duryodhana would later mistake water for a solid floor. Text 28, then Lord Krishna, given leave by Arjuna and other well-wishing relatives and friends, returned to Dvaraka with Satyaki and the rest of his entourage. Text 29, the supremely auspicious Lord then married Kalindi on a day when the season, the lunar asterism and the configurations of the sun and other heavenly bodies were all propitious. In this way he brought the greatest pleasure to his devotees. Text 30, Vindhya and Anuvindhya, who shared the throne of Avanti, were followers of Duryodhana's. When the time came for their sister, Mitravinda, to select her husband in the Svayamvara ceremony, they forbade her to choose Krishna, although she was attracted to him. Text 31, my dear king, Lord Krishna forcibly took away Princess Mitravinda, the daughter of his aunt Rajadai Devi, before the eyes of the rival kings. Text 32, O king, Nagnajit, the very pious king of Kosala, had a lovely daughter named Satya, or Nagnajiti. Text 33, the kings who came as suitors were not allowed to marry her unless they could subdue 7 sharp-horned bulls. These bulls were extremely vicious and uncontrollable, and they could not tolerate even the smell of warriors. Text 34, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of the Vaisnavas, heard of the princess who was to be won by the conqueror of the bulls, he went to the capital of Kausalya with a large army. Text 35, the king of Kosala, pleased to see Lord Krishna, worshipped him by rising from his throne and offering him a seat of honor and substantial gifts. Lord Krishna also greeted the king respectfully. Text 36, when the king's daughter saw that most agreeable suitor arrive, she immediately desired to have him, the lord of goddess Rama. She prayed, may he become my husband. If I have kept my vows, may the sacred fire bring about the fulfillment of my hopes. Text 37, goddess Lakshmi, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and the rulers of the various planets place the dust of his lotus feet on their heads, and to protect the codes of religion, which he has created, he assumes pastime incarnations at various times. How may that Supreme Personality of Godhead become pleased with me? Text 38, King Nagnajit first worshipped the Lord properly and then addressed him, O Narayana, Lord of the universe, you are full in your own spiritual pleasure. Therefore what can this insignificant person do for you? Text 39, Sukadeva Goswami said, our beloved descendant of Kuru, the Supreme Lord was pleased, and after accepting a comfortable seat he smiled and addressed the king in a voice as deep as the rumbling of a cloud. Text 40, the Supreme Lord said, O ruler of men, learned authorities condemn begging for a person in the royal order who is executing his religious duties. Even so, desiring your friendship, I ask you for your daughter, though we offer no gifts in exchange. Text 41, the king said, my lord, who could be a better husband for my daughter than you, the exclusive abode of all transcendental qualities? On your body the goddess of fortune herself resides, never leaving you for any reason. Text 42, but to ascertain the proper husband for my daughter, O chief of the Sattvatas, we previously set a condition to test the prowess of her suitors. Text 43, these 7 wild bulls are impossible to tame, O hero. They have defeated many princes, breaking their limbs. Text 44, if you can subdue them, O descendant of Yadu, you will certainly be the appropriate bridegroom for my daughter, O Lord of Sri. Text 45, upon hearing these terms, the Lord tightened his clothing, expanded himself into 7 forms and easily subdued the bulls. Text 46, Lord Sorai tied up the bulls, whose pride and strength were now broken, and pulled them with ropes just as a child playfully pulls wooden toy bulls. Text 47, then King Nagnajit, pleased and astonished, presented his daughter to Lord Krishna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead accepted this suitable bride in the proper Vedic fashion. Text 48, the king's wives felt the greatest ecstasy upon attaining Lord Krishna as the dear husband of the royal princess, and a mood of great festivity arose. Text 49, conch shells, horns and drums resounded, along with vocal and instrumental music and the sounds of brahmanas, invoking blessings. The joyful men and women adorned themselves with fine clothing and garlands. Texts 50-51, as the dowry, powerful King Nagnajit gave 10,000 cows, 3,000 young maidservants wearing golden ornaments on their necks and bedecked in fine clothing, 9,000 elephants, 100 times as many chariots as elephants, 100 times as many horses as chariots, and 100 times as many manservants as horses. Text 52, the king of Kosala, his heart melting with affection, had the bride and groom seated on their chariot, and then he sent them on their way surrounded by a great army. Text 53, when the intolerant kings who had been rival suitors heard what had happened, they tried to stop Lord Krishna on the road as he took his bride home. But just as the bulls had broken the king's strength before, the Yadu warriors broke it now. Text 54, Arjuna, wielder of the Gandhava bow, was always eager to please his friend Krishna, and thus he drove back those opponents, who were shooting torrents of arrows at the Lord. He did this just as a lion drives away insignificant animals. Text 55, Lord Devaki Suta, the chief of the Yadus, then took his dowry and sought to Dwarka and continued to live there happily. Text 56, Bhadra was a princess of the Kakya kingdom and the daughter of Lord Krishna's paternal aunt Srutakirti. The Lord married Bhadra when her brothers, headed by Santaradana, offered her to him. Text 57, then the Lord married Lakshmana, the daughter of the king of Mathura. Krishna appeared alone at her Svayamvara ceremony and took her away, just as Garuda once stole the demigod's nectar. Text 58, Lord Krishna also acquired thousands of other wives equal to these when he killed Bhaumasura and freed the beautiful maidens the demon was holding captive. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum chapter 59. The killing of the demon Naraka. This chapter tells how Lord Krishna killed Narakasura, the son of the earth goddess, and married the thousands of maidens the demon had kidnapped. It also describes how the Lord stole the Parijata tree from heaven and how he behaved like an ordinary householder in each of his palaces. After Narakasura stole Lord Varuna's umbrella, Mother Aditi's earrings, and the playground of the demigods known as Mani Parvata, Indra went to Dwarka and described the demon's transgressions to Lord Krishna. Together with Queen Satyabhama, the Lord mounted his carrier Garuda and traveled to the capital of Narakasura's kingdom. On a field outside the city he decapitated the demon Mora with his disc. Then he fought Mora's 7 sons and sent them all to the abode of death, after which Narakasura himself entered the battlefield on the back of an elephant. Naraka threw his Sakti lance at Sri Krishna, but the weapon proved ineffective, and the Lord cut the demon's entire army to pieces. Finally, with his sharp-edged disc Krishna cut off Narakasura's head. The earth goddess, Prithivi, then approached Lord Krishna and gave him the various items Narakasura had stolen. She offered prayers to the Lord and presented Naraka's frightened son at Lord Krishna's lotus feet. After pacifying the demon son, Krishna entered Narakasura's palace, where he found 16,100 young women. As soon as they caught sight of the Lord, they all decided to accept him as their husband. The Lord sent them to Dwarka along with a great quantity of treasure and then went with Queen Satyabhama to the abode of Indra. There he returned Aditi's earrings, and Indra and his wife, Sasidevi, worshipped him. On Satyabhama's request, Lord Krishna uprooted the heavenly Parijata tree and put it on the back of Garuda. After defeating Indra and the other demigods who opposed his taking of the tree, Krishna returned with Queen Satyabhama to Dwarka, where he planted it in a garden adjacent to Satyabhama's palace. Indra had originally come to Lord Krishna offering obeisances and begging him to kill Narakasura, but afterwards, when his business had been accomplished, he quarreled with the Lord. The demigods are prone to anger because they become intoxicated with pride in their opulences. The infallible Supreme Lord manifested himself in 16,100 separate forms and married each of the 16,100 brides in a different temple. He took up the required activities of household life just like an ordinary person, accepting various kinds of service from each of his many wives. Text 1. King Pariksit said, "How was Bhaumasura, who kidnapped so many women, killed by the Supreme Lord? Please narrate this adventure of Lord Sarngadhanvas." Texts 2-3. Sukadeva Goswami said, after Bhauma had stolen the earrings belonging to Indra's mother, along with Varuna's umbrella and the demigods' playground at the peak of Mandara mountain, Indra went to Lord Krishna and informed him of these misdeeds. The Lord, taking his wife Satyabhama with him, then rode on Garuda to Pragyotizapura, which was surrounded on all sides by fortifications consisting of hills, unmanned weapons, water, fire and wind, and by obstructions of Murapasa wire. Text 4. With his club the Lord broke through the rock fortifications, with his arrows, the weapon fortifications, with his disc, the fire, water and wind fortifications, and with his sword, the Murapasa cables. Text 5. With the sound of his conch shell Lord Gadadhara then shattered the magic seals of the fortress, along with the hearts of its brave defenders, and with his heavy club he demolished the surrounding earth and ramparts. Text 6. The 5-headed demon Mora, who slept at the bottom of the city's moat, awoke and rose up out of the water when he heard the vibration of Lord Krishna's Pankayanya conch shell, a sound as terrifying as the thunder at the end of the cosmic age. Text 7. Shining with the blinding, terrible effulgence of the sun's fire at the end of a millennium, Mora seemed to be swallowing up the 3 worlds with his 5 mouths. He lifted up his trident and fell upon Garuda, the son of Tarksya, like an attacking snake. Text 8. Mora whirled his trident and then hurled it fiercely at Garuda, roaring from all 5 mouths. The sound filled the earth and sky, all directions and the limits of outer space, until it reverberated against the very shell of the universe. Text 9. Then with 2 arrows Lord Hari struck the trident flying toward Garuda and broke it into 3 pieces. Next the Lord hit Mora's faces with several arrows, and the demon angrily hurled his club at the Lord. Text 10. As Mora's club sped toward him on the battlefield, Lord Gadagarajan intercepted it with his own and broke it into thousands of pieces. Mora then raised his arms high and rushed at the unconquerable Lord, who easily sliced off his heads with his disc weapon. Text 11. Lifeless, Mora's decapitated body fell into the water like a mountain whose peak has been severed by the power of Lord Indra's thunderbolt. The demon's 7 sons, enraged by their father's death, prepared to retaliate. Text 12. Ordered by Bhaumasura, Mora's 7 sons, Tamra, Anariksa, Shravana, Vibhavasu, Vasu, Nabhasvan and Aruna, followed their general, Pita, onto the battlefield bearing their weapons. Text 13. These fierce warriors furiously attacked invincible Lord Krishna with arrows, swords, clubs, spears, lances and tridents, but the Supreme Lord, with unfailing prowess, cut this mountain of weapons into tiny pieces with his arrows. Text 14. The Lord severed the heads, thighs, arms, legs and armor of these opponents led by Pita and sent them all to the abode of Yamaraja. Narakasura, the son of the earth, could not contain his fury when he saw the fate of his military leaders. Thus he went out of the citadel with elephants born from the milk ocean who were exuding mata from their foreheads out of excitement. Text 15. Lord Krishna and his wife, mounted upon Garuda, looked like a cloud with lightning sitting above the sun. Seeing the Lord, Bhama released his Satagni weapon at him, whereupon all of Bhama's soldiers simultaneously attacked with their weapons. Text 16. At that moment Lord Gadagraja shot his sharp arrows at Bhamasura's army. These arrows, displaying variegated feathers, soon reduced that army to a mass of bodies with severed arms, thighs and necks. The Lord similarly killed the opposing horses and elephants. Text 17-19. Lord Hari then struck down all the missiles and weapons the enemy soldiers threw at him, O hero of the Kurus, destroying each and every one with 3 sharp arrows. Meanwhile Garuda, as he carried the Lord, struck the enemy's elephants with his wings. Beaten by Garuda's wings, beak and talons, the elephants fled back into the city, leaving Narakasura alone on the battlefield to oppose Krishna. Text 20. Seeing his army driven back and tormented by Garuda, Bhama attacked him with his spear, which had once defeated Lord Indra's thunderbolt. But though struck by that mighty weapon, Garuda was not shaken. Indeed, he was like an elephant hit with a flower garland. Text 21. Bhama, frustrated in all his attempts, took up his trident to kill Lord Krishna. But even before he could release it, the Lord cut off his head with his razor-sharp chakra as the demon sat atop his elephant. Text 22. Fallen on the ground, Bhamasura's head shone brilliantly, decorated as it was with earrings and an attractive helmet. As cries of alas, alas, and well done, arose, the sages and principal demigods worshipped Lord Mukunda by showering him with flower garlands. Text 23. The goddess of the earth then approached Lord Krishna and presented him with a deity's earrings, which were made of glowing gold inlaid with shining jewels. She also gave him a Vajayandi flower garland, Varana's umbrella and the peak of Mandara mountain. Text 24. O king, after bowing down to him and then standing with joined palms, the goddess, her mind filled with devotion, began to praise the Lord of the universe, whom the best of demigods worship. Text 25. Goddess Bhumi said, Obeisances unto you, O Lord of the chief demigods, O holder of the conch shell, disc and club. O supreme soul within the heart, you assume your various forms to fulfill your devotees' desires. Obeisances unto you. Text 26. My respectful obeisances are unto you, O Lord, whose abdomen is marked with a depression like a lotus flower, who are always decorated with garlands of lotus flowers, whose glance is as cool as the lotus and whose feet are engraved with lotuses. Text 27. Obeisances unto you, the Supreme Lord Vasudeva, Vishnu, the primeval person, the original seed. Obeisances unto you, the Omniscient One. Text 28. Obeisances unto you of unlimited energies, the unborn progenitor of this universe, the Absolute. O soul of the high and the low, O soul of the created elements, O all-pervading Supreme Soul, obeisances unto you. Text 29. Desiring to create, O unborn Master, you increase and then assume the mode of passion. You do likewise with the mode of ignorance when you wish to annihilate the universe and with goodness when you wish to maintain it. Nonetheless, you remain uncovered by these modes. You are time, the Pradhana, and the Purusa, O Lord of the universe, yet still you are separate and distinct. Text 30. This is illusion, that earth, water, fire, air, ether, sense objects, demigods, mind, the senses, false ego and the total material energy exist independent of you. In fact, they are all within you, my Lord, who are one without a second. Text 31. Here is the son of Bhamasura. Frightened, he is approaching your lotus feet, since you remove the distress of all who seek refuge in you. Please protect him. Place your lotus hand, which dispels all sins, upon his head. Text 32. Sukadeva Goswami said, thus entreated by Goddess Bhumi in words of humble devotion, the Supreme Lord bestowed fearlessness upon her grandson and then entered Bhamasura's palace, which was filled with all manner of riches. Text 33. There Lord Krishna saw 16,000 royal maidens, whom Bhama had taken by force from various kings. Text 34. The women became enchanted when they saw that most excellent of males enter. In their minds they each accepted him, who had been brought there by destiny, as their chosen husband. Text 35. With the thought, may Providence grant that this man become my husband, each and every princess absorbed her heart in contemplation of Krishna. Text 36. The Lord had the princesses arrayed in clean, spotless garments and then sent them in palanquins to Dwarka, together with great treasures of chariots, horses and other valuables. Text 37. Lord Krishna also dispatched 64 swift white elephants, descendants of Airavata, who each sported 4 tusks. Texts 38-39. The Lord then went to the abode of Indra, the demigod's king, and gave Mother Aditi her earrings. There Indra and his wife worshipped Krishna and his beloved consort Satyabhama. Then, at Satyabhama's behest, the Lord uprooted the heavenly Parijata tree and put it on the back of Garuda. After defeating Indra and all the other demigods, Krishna brought the Parijata to his capital. Text 40. Once planted, the Parijata tree beautified the garden of Queen Satyabhama's palace. Bees followed the tree all the way from heaven, greedy for its fragrance and sweet sap. Text 41. Even after Indra had bowed down to Lord Asayuta, touched his feet with the tips of his crown and begged the Lord to fulfill his desire, that exalted demigod, having achieved his purpose, chose to fight with the Supreme Lord. What ignorance there is among the gods! To hell with their opulence! Text 42. Then the imperishable Supreme Personality, assuming a separate form for each bride, duly married all the princesses simultaneously, each in her own palace. Text 43. The Lord, performer of the inconceivable, constantly remained in each of his queen's palaces, which were unequaled and unexcelled by any other residence. There, although fully satisfied within himself, he enjoyed with his pleasing wives, and like an ordinary husband he carried out his household duties. Text 44. Thus those women obtained as their husband the husband of the goddess of fortune, although even great demigods like Brahma do not know how to approach him. With ever-increasing pleasure they experienced loving attraction for him, exchanged smiling glances with him and reciprocated with him in ever-fresh intimacy, replete with joking and feminine shyness. Text 45. Although the Supreme Lord's queens each had hundreds of maidservants, they chose to personally serve the Lord by approaching him humbly, offering him a seat, worshipping him with excellent paraphernalia, bathing and massaging his feet, giving him pan to chew, fanning him, anointing him with fragrant sandalwood paste, adorning him with flower garlands, dressing his hair, arranging his bed, bathing him, and presenting him with various gifts. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 10, the Summum Bonum Chapter 60. Lord Krishna teases Queen Rukmini. This chapter describes how Lord Krishna provoked anger in Queen Rukmini with joking words and then consoled her, thus demonstrating the opulence of a lover's quarrel. One day Lord Krishna sat at ease in Queen Rukmini's bedroom while she and her maidservants attended to him in various ways. Rukmini always responded to Sri Krishna's moods, whatever they might be. On this occasion the Lord looked at Rukmini, whose beauty was faultless, and began to tease her. Previously many wealthy kings, worthy of you in their appearance and character, wanted to marry you. In fact, your father and brother intended to give you in marriage to Sisipala. Why, then, did you accept such an unsuitable husband as me, who once renounced my kingdom and fled to the sea in fear of Jarasandha? Besides, I transgress worldly morality, and because I own nothing I am dear to other paupers. Certainly the well-to-do would not worship one such as me. When a man and a woman share the same social class, influence, physical beauty and so on, marriage or friendship can flourish between them. But out of short-sightedness you have accepted a husband who lacks every good quality and is glorified by beggars. Better you had married some prominent warrior, then you might have been happy in this life and the next. Your brother Rukmi and kings like Sisipala all hate me, and it was only to cut down their pride that I kidnapped you. But as for such things as body, home, wife and children, I'm indifferent to them, being the self-satisfied personality of Godhead, transcendental to all material affairs. Sri Krishna stopped speaking, having destroyed Queen Rukmini's confidence that she was her husband's favorite. She began to cry, and soon she became stunned in extreme fear, pain and sadness and fell unconscious. Lord Krishna saw that she had misunderstood his joking, and thus he felt compassion for her. He picked her up from the floor and, caressing her face, consoled her, I know you are totally attached to me. It was only out of eagerness to see your lotus face adorned with a frown that I teased you. To joke with one's beloved is the highest enjoyment for householders. These words dispelled Rukmini's fear of rejection. Seeing that Krishna had spoken only in jest, she said, what you said about the two of us being mismatched is actually true. After all, no one is equal to you, the omnipotent master of the three principal deities, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Rukmini went on to show how everything Krishna had said denigrating himself was actually glorification. Lord Krishna then spoke to Rukmini with deep affection, I did not intend to agitate your mind with my joking words, rather, I wanted to demonstrate the strength of your chastity. Anyone who prays to me for sense gratification and happiness in family life is simply deluded by my illusory energy, Maya. Such a person will take a low birth. Ordinary women with corrupt desires cannot possibly worship me faithfully, as you have done. At the time of your marriage you showed no interest in any of the royal suitors, rather, you sent a Brahmana messenger for me. Thus you are certainly the most beloved of all my consorts. In this way the Lord of the universe, Sri Krishna, took pleasure in joking with the goddess of fortune in her form as Rukmini, and in a similar fashion he fulfilled all the duties of a householder in each palace of his other queens. Text 1, Sri Badarayani said, once, in the company of her maidservants, Queen Rukmini was personally serving her husband, the spiritual master of the universe, by fanning him as he relaxed on her bed. Text 2, the unborn personality of Godhead, the supreme controller, who creates, maintains and then devours this universe simply as his play, took birth among the Yadas to preserve his own laws. Texts 3-6, Queen Rukmini's quarters were extremely beautiful, boasting a canopy hung with brilliant strings of pearls, as well as effulgent jewels serving as lamps. Garlands of jasmine and other flowers hung here and there, attracting swarms of humming bees, and the spotless rays of the moon shone through the holes of the lattice windows. As a guru incense drifted out of the window holes, my dear king, the breeze wafting the scent of the Parijata grove carried the mood of a garden into the room. There the queen served her husband, the supreme lord of all the worlds, as he reclined upon an opulent pillow on her bed, which was as soft and white as the foam of milk. Text 7, from her maidservant's hand goddess Rukmini took a yak hair fan with a jeweled handle, and then she began to worship her master by fanning him. Text 8, her hand adorned with rings, bangles and the Kamara fan, Queen Rukmini looked resplendent standing near Lord Krishna. Her jeweled ankle bells tinkled, and her necklace glittered, reddened by the kumkuma from her breasts, which were covered by the end of her sari. On her hips she wore priceless felt. Text 9, as he contemplated her, the goddess of fortune herself, who desires only him, Lord Krishna smiled. The Lord assumes various forms to enact his pastimes, and he was pleased that the form the goddess of fortune had assumed was just suitable for her to serve as his consort. Her charming face was adorned with curling hair, earrings, a locket on her neck, and the nectar of her bright, happy smile. The Lord then spoke to her as follows. Text 10, the Supreme Lord said, my dear princess, you were sought after by many kings as powerful as the rulers of planets. They were all abundantly endowed with political influence, wealth, beauty, generosity and physical strength. Text 11, since your brother and father offered you to them, why did you reject the king of Sati and all those other suitors, who stood before you, maddened by Cupid? Why, instead, did you choose us, who are not at all your equal? Text 12, terrified of these kings, O lovely brown one, we took shelter in the ocean. We have become enemies of powerful men, and we practically abandoned our royal throne. Text 13, O fine-browed lady, women are usually destined to suffer when they stay with men whose behavior is uncertain and who pursue a path not approved by society. Text 14, we have no material possessions, and we are dear to those who similarly have nothing. Therefore, O slender one, the wealthy hardly ever worship me. Text 15, marriage and friendship are proper between two people who are equal in terms of their wealth, birth, influence, physical appearance and capacity for good progeny, but never between a superior and an inferior. Text 16, O Vedarbhi, not being far-sighted, you didn't realize this, and therefore you chose us as your husband, even though we have no good qualities and are glorified only by deluded beggars. Text 17, now you should definitely accept a more suitable husband, a first-class man of the royal order who can help you achieve everything you want, both in this life and the next. Text 18, kings like Sisipala, Salva, Jarasandha and Danabhakra all hate me, O beautiful thighed one, and so does your elder brother Rukmi. Text 19, it was to dispel the arrogance of these kings that I carried you away, my good woman, for they were blinded by the intoxication of power. My purpose was to curb the strength of the wicked. Text 20, we care nothing for wives, children and wealth. Always satisfied within ourselves, we do not work for body and home, but like a light, we merely witness. Text 21, Sukadeva Goswami said, Rukmini had thought herself especially beloved by the Lord because he never left her company. By saying these things to her he vanquished her pride, and then he stopped speaking. Text 22, Goddess Rukmini had never before heard such unpleasantries from her beloved, the Lord of universal rulers, and she became frightened. A tremor arose in her heart, and in terrible anxiety she began to cry. Text 23, with her tender foot, Effulgent with the reddish glow of her nails, she scratched the ground, and tears darkened by her eye makeup sprinkled her kunkuma-reddened breasts. There she stood, face downward, her voice choked up by extreme sorrow. Text 24, Rukmini's mind was overwhelmed with unhappiness, fear and grief. Her bangles slipped from her hand, and her fan fell to the ground. In her bewilderment she suddenly fainted, her hair scattering all about as her body fell to the ground like a plantain tree blown over by the wind. Text 25, seeing that his beloved was so bound to him in love that she could not understand the full meaning of his teasing, merciful Lord Krishna felt compassion for her. Text 26, the Lord quickly got down from the bed. Manifesting 4 arms, he picked her up, gathered her hair and caressed her face with his lotus hand. Texts 27-28, wiping her tear-filled eyes and her breasts, which were stained by tears of grief, the Supreme Lord, the goal of his devotees, embraced his chaste wife, who desired nothing but him, O king. Expert in the art of pacification, Sri Krishna tenderly consoled pitiable Rukmini, whose mind was bewildered by his clever joking and who did not deserve to suffer so. Text 29, the Supreme Lord said, O Vedarbhi, do not be displeased with me. I know that you are fully devoted to me. I only spoke in jest, dear lady, because I wanted to hear what you would say. Text 30, I also wanted to see your face with lips trembling in loving anger, the reddish corners of your eyes throwing sidelong glances and the line of your beautiful eyebrows knit in a frown. Text 31, the greatest pleasure worldly householders can enjoy at home is to spend time joking with their beloved wives, my dear timid and temperamental one. Text 32, Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, Queen Vedarbhi was fully pacified by the Supreme Personality of Godhead and understood that his words had been spoken in jest. Thus she gave up her fear that her beloved would reject her. Text 33, smiling bashfully as she cast charming, affectionate glances upon the face of the Lord, the best of males, Rukmini spoke the following, O descendant of Burda. Text 34, Sri Rukmini said, actually, what you have said is true, O lotus-eyed one. I am indeed unsuitable for the Almighty Personality of Godhead. What comparison is there between that Supreme Lord, who is master of the 3 primal deities and who delights in his own glory, and myself, a woman of mundane qualities whose feet are grasped by fools? Text 35, yes, my Lord Urakrama, you lay down within the ocean as if afraid of the material modes, and thus in pure consciousness you appear within the heart as the Supersoul. You are always battling against the foolish material senses, and indeed even your servants reject the privilege of royal dominion, which leads to the blindness of ignorance. Text 36, your movements, inscrutable even for sages who relish the honey of your lotus feet, are certainly incomprehensible for human beings who behave like animals. And just as your activities are transcendental, O all-powerful Lord, so too are those of your followers. Text 37, you possess nothing because there is nothing beyond you. Even the great enjoyers of tribute, Brahma and other demigods, pay tribute to you. Those who are blinded by their wealth and absorbed in gratifying their senses do not recognize you in the form of death. But to the gods, the enjoyers of tribute, you are the most dear, as they are to you. Text 38, you are the embodiment of all human goals and are yourself the final aim of life. Desiring to attain you, O all-powerful Lord, intelligent persons abandon everything else. It is they who are worthy of your association, not men and women absorbed in the pleasure and grief resulting from their mutual lust. Text 39, knowing that great sages who have renounced the sannyasis dawn to proclaim your glories, that you are the supreme soul of all the worlds, and that you are so gracious that you give away even your own self, I chose you as my husband, rejecting Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and the rulers of heaven, whose aspirations are all frustrated by the force of time, which is born from your eyebrows. What interest, then, could I have in any other suitors? Text 40, my lord, as a lion drives away lesser animals to claim his proper tribute, you drove off the assembled kings with the resounding twang of your srigabo and then claimed me, your fair share. Thus it is sheer foolishness, my dear Gadagraja, for you to say you took shelter in the ocean out of fear of those kings. Text 41, wanting your association, the best of kings, Unga, Vanya, Jayanta, Nausa, Gaya and others, abandoned their absolute sovereignty and entered the forest to seek you out. How could those kings suffer frustration in this world, O lotus-eyed one? Text 42, the aroma of your lotus feet, which is glorified by great saints, awards people liberation and is the abode of goddess Lakshmi. What woman would take shelter of any other man after savoring that aroma? Since you are the abode of transcendental qualities, what mortal woman with the insight to distinguish her own true interest would disregard that fragrance and depend instead on someone who is always subject to terrible fear? Text 43, because you are suitable for me, I have chosen you, the Master and Supreme Soul of all the worlds, who fulfill our desires in this life and the next. May your feet, which give freedom from illusion by approaching their worshipper, give shelter to me, who have been wandering from one material situation to another. Text 44, O infallible Krishna, let each of the kings you named become the husband of a woman whose ears have never heard your glories, which are sung in the assemblies of Shiva and Brahma. After all, in the households of such women these kings live like asses, oxen, dogs, cats and slaves. Text 45, a woman who fails to relish the fragrance of the honey of your lotus feet becomes totally befooled, and thus she accepts as her husband or lover a living corpse covered with skin, whiskers, nails, head hair and body hair and filled with flesh, bones, blood, parasites, feces, mucus, bile and air. Text 46, O lotus-eyed one, though you are satisfied within yourself and thus rarely turn your attention toward me, please bless me with steady love for your feet. It is when you assume a predominance of passion in order to manifest the universe that you glance upon me, showing me what is indeed your greatest mercy. Text 47, actually, I don't consider your words false, Madhusudana. Quite often an unmarried girl is attracted to a man, as in the case of Amba. Text 48, the mind of a promiscuous woman always hankers for new lovers, even if she is married. An intelligent man should not keep such an unchaste wife, for if he does he will lose his good fortune both in this life and the next. Text 49, the Supreme Lord said, O saintly lady, O princess, we deceived you only because we wanted to hear you speak like this. Indeed, everything you said in reply to my words is most certainly true. Text 50, whatever benedictions you hope for in order to become free of material desires are ever yours, O fair and noble lady, for you are my unalloyed devotee. Text 51, O sinless one, I have now seen firsthand the pure love and chaste attachment you have for your husband. Even though shaken by my words, your mind could not be pulled away from me. Text 52, although I have the power to award spiritual liberation, lusty persons worship me with penance and vows in order to get my blessings for their mundane family life. Such persons are bewildered by my illusory energy. Text 53, O supreme reservoir of love, unfortunate are they who even after obtaining me, the Lord of both liberation and material riches, hanker only for material treasures. These worldly gains can be found even in hell. Since such persons are obsessed with sense gratification, hell is a fitting place for them. Text 54, fortunately, O mistress of the house, you have always rendered me faithful devotional service, which liberates one from material existence. This service is very difficult for the envious to perform, especially for a woman whose intentions are wicked, who lives only to gratify her bodily demands, and who indulges in duplicity. Text 55, in all my palaces I can find no other wife as loving as you, O most respectful one. When you were to be married, you disregarded all the kings who had assembled to seek your hand, and simply because you had heard authentic accounts concerning me, you sent a Brahmana to me with your confidential message. Text 56, when your brother, who had been defeated in battle and then disfigured, was later killed during a gambling match on Aniruddha's wedding day, you felt unbearable grief, yet out of fear of losing me you spoke not a word. By this silence you have conquered me. Text 57, when you sent the messenger with your most confidential plan and yet I delayed going to you, you began to see the whole world as void and wanted to quit your body, which could never have been given to anyone but me. May this greatness of yours remain with you always, I can do nothing to reciprocate except joyfully thank you for your devotion. Text 58, Sukadeva Goswami said, and so the self-satisfied Supreme Lord of the universe enjoyed with the goddess of fortune, engaging her in lovers' talks and thus imitating the ways of human society. Text 59, the Almighty Lord Hari, preceptor of all the worlds, similarly behaved like a conventional householder in the palaces of his other queens, performing the religious duties of a family man.